Welcome to my comprehensive breakdown of every single Bankai that has been revealed within Bleach. Bankai has become one of the most iconic transformations in all of anime and manga. Everyone has a desire to hear their favorite character say Bankai, and in this video I'll be analysing all of the Bankai forms from the Bleach manga and light novels. I'll be breaking down false Bankai and true forms, and any of the upgrades that we see to the respective Bankai. I'll also be including the Bankai that have been revealed within anime exclusive scenes in the 1000 Year Blood War arc anime. In total, I'll be breaking down over 30 Bankai in this video. So without further delay, this is my highly awaited complete Bankai analysis video. Let's begin with none other than Ichigo Kurosaki's Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Before the video begins, only 20% of the people who actually watch my content are subscribed to the channel. If you enjoy these videos, then subscribe and stick around for more content just like this. Now let's get back to the topic of the video. In this video, we're continuing by discussing the Bankai that Ichigo acquires during the Soul Society arc, when Yoriichi prompts him that he has no chance of defeating Byakuya unless he knows Bankai. Similar to his Shattered Shaft training with Urahara, he has 3 days to acquire his Bankai, a form that typically requires 10 or more years of training. In this video, we'll be talking about the very dangerous method that was used for Ichigo to acquire his Bankai in such a short amount of time, as well as going over all of the enhancements that he experiences when he activates his Bankai. And lastly, we'll talk about Byakuya's comments that he made about Ichigo's Bankai not being a true Bankai, and what he had meant when he had sensed something very different about it. Ichigo's Bankai Tensa Zangetsu first debuts within chapter 162 of the manga and in episode 58 of the anime. This form of Bankai is very unique and different from any other, because ordinarily a Bankai transformation is larger than life. It either results in the manifestation of a huge creature like Ashisogi Jizo, or upon activation it completely affects all of the surroundings, like Head Captain Yamamoto's Zanka no Tachi. Ichigo's Bankai, on the other hand, shrinks his oversized Zanpakuto into a Japanese longsword. In addition to this, we learn in chapter 382 that Ichigo's clothing is also a part of his Bankai, and the condition of his clothing is directly related to the amount of strength or level of Reiatsu that he has. His change of clothing results in him having a slender, cooler appearance, with his Bankai coat also having a red lining, as it flares out with ragged ends, very similar to Old Man Zangetsu's clothing. His thinner, easier to carry sword also has a chain hanging off of the handle. Overall, this false form of Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu is impactful and very well designed. We know that the Bankai is the final second command of a Zanpakuto, and in order to attain Bankai, the user must be able to materialize their Zanpakuto spirit and to successfully conquer it, so that it is completely under the command of the Shinigami. Materializing a Zanpakuto spirit is the opposite of being dragged into the Zanpakuto's inner world. Instead, you bring the Zanpakuto spirit into the physical world. Usually it takes about 10 years to achieve this, and even after attaining Bankai, it takes several decades in order to master it. In chapter 120, we learned that a Zanpakuto's Bankai is usually 5 to 10 times more powerful than its Shikai form, and this second final release of a Zanpakuto can only be achieved by a select few Shinigami. Because it is the ultimate form of a Zanpakuto, it is reserved to only those who are the strongest or most talented. Even among the 4 great noble families of the Soul Society, not everybody was able to attain Bankai. It is said that only one member was capable of Bankai every few generations, and any individual who was able to achieve Bankai had gone on to leave a lasting impact upon the history of the Soul Society. Now, while typically this process takes decades or even a century, Ichigo and Urahara were the only known individuals to attain Bankai via a much quicker but more dangerous method. On the first day of training, Yoriichi explains to Ichigo what a Tenshintai is. She describes it as a vital spiritual tool of the Onmitsukido. It is used to forcibly materialize the spirit of a Zanpakuto, while the essence of Shikai is to communicate and to synchronize with your Zanpakuto. To attain Bankai, it requires materializing and forcing your Zanpakuto into submission. In order to begin his training, he needs to pierce the Tenshintai with Zangetsu. Ichigo has 3 days in order to submit Zangetsu to his will. When Old Man Zangetsu appears, he kneels down and places his hand on the ground, as he manifests several different Zanpakuto that appear to look like Zangetsu. Among this field of Zanpakuto, there is only one true Zangetsu blade, and Ichigo needs to find this, and it is only through finding and using this blade will he be able to defeat Zangetsu. This training is very intense and rigorous, and Old Man Zangetsu is not holding back. In chapter 128, we see that Ichigo has gone through 18 swords, but none of them appear to be the correct blade. He continues to grab swords that appear to be identical to Zangetsu. Ichigo is stunned, as no matter what blade he pulls out of the ground, it seems to not be the real Zangetsu. He tells Ichigo that all of the blades that are littered across the landscape are all parts of his soul. This whole training exercise is a test for Ichigo to find the piece of his soul that was made for fighting. During this training, Zangetsu emphasizes that he knows very little about his own spirit, and until he has a better grasp of this, he shouldn't even mention the word Bankai. There is no time for Ichigo to rest during this training, as Old Man Zangetsu constantly pushes Ichigo to get back up despite being heavily injured. In chapter 129, Ichigo has gotten through 51 blades. He remains persistent as he continues to try several different blades against his Zanpakuto spread, but to no avail. Yoruichi is watching Ichigo's training from a distance, as she observes that Ichigo is gradually getting better. He is holding his stance even after his sword is being broken, and he is able to deflect the attacks of Old Man Zangetsu by matching the speed of his blade to that of his opponent's. And after this successful block, he was instantly able to go on the offensive. Yoruichi states that Ichigo has come a long way, as before his training he was relying on Zangetsu's strength, but now during his training it seems as though he is learning at a frightening pace, and at a frightening level. And from her thoughts we can see that Urahara had predicted that this would happen, hence why he was confident with letting Ichigo go to the Soul Society after he had just acquired his Shikai. He was aware that Ichigo is very talented, and if Yoruichi is accompanying them, then she would be able to help him to acquire Bankai so that he could finally rescue Rukia. In chapter 130, Yoruichi comments that the sword that Ichigo is currently using, he has been able to fight with it for longer than 5 minutes. This is the point where Ichigo's first day of Bankai training ends. In chapter 132, we have some inner monologue from Yoruichi, as she comments that despite the fact that Ichigo is improving very quickly, and he has far surpassed the pace of an average Shinigami, but these improvements only appear to be limited to his combat skills, as his spiritual energy hasn't increased much at all. She questions if Ichigo can truly acquire Bankai within 2 more days. As she thinks about extending his training, she states that it's more than possible to do so, but when Urahara had devised this method of acquiring Bankai, he had stated that nobody else had done this, and it had taken him 3 days to achieve Bankai, but he does admit that if he extended his training time then it would have been dangerous. She recalls that Urahara had stated that Ichigo's gifts are greater than his own, so he should have no problem in attaining Bankai within 3 days. Yoruichi is worried that if she extends the training then Ichigo's soul may not be able to withstand it. During their training in chapter 133, Renji arrives and reveals to Ichigo that Rukia's execution has been brought forward to tomorrow. This adds further pressure upon Ichigo as he has pretty much 1 day to achieve Bankai. He doesn't want to hear about what would happen if he fails at this task, as he exclaims that he will attain Bankai today. In chapter 137 we see that there are several clones of Old Man Zangetsu surrounding Ichigo, as his Zanpakuto spirit tells him that he will not hold back just because time is running out for him. The last time that we see Ichigo training is in chapter 143, where we see him heavily wounded as he kneels before Zangetsu with a broken sword. He questions whether if Ichigo is going to be getting back up again, but Ichigo smiles as he states that he had sworn to save Rukia. He declares that he had sworn this upon his soul. In chapter 162 we see that Ichigo was successful in achieving Bankai, and he had made it just in time to stop the execution ceremony of Rukia. It is here where he first demonstrates the results of his training, as we see how powerful he has become when he blocks the Sokyoku with his Zanpakuto, an incredible feat which Soifon even comments upon, as she states that this should be impossible to do. Ichigo's Bankai Tensa Zangetsu specializes in close-ranged melee combat. This false Bankai form also has several special abilities, the first of which is enhanced speed. Ichigo is able to take all of the power and strength of his Bankai and to compress it into a condensed form, as he uses this power to then perform high-speed combat. His speed in his Bankai form enhances his Shunpo, as he is able to create multiple after images of himself because of how fast he is moving. Another feat that he demonstrates is enhanced strength. We see this firsthand when he encounters the Espada Yami, and he was able to cut through the Espada's skin with ease, as well as being able to successfully block a punch from the Espada. Ichigo also has enhanced spiritual power in his Bankai form. Because of the way that Ichigo uses his Bankai and how he compresses his spiritual energy, his Bankai doesn't end up using as much spiritual power as a typical Bankai, and so it allows him to use Tensa Zangetsu for a longer duration of time. The most notable example of this is after Ichigo's battle with Grimmjow, he stays in his Bankai form all the way up until Aizen's defeat, and even if you count his training within the Dangai, he had stayed in his Bankai state for 3 whole months. Now, one of the key signature improvements that Ichigo has when he is in his Bankai form is his enhanced Getsuga Tensho. The blasts that he generates with this attack now appear to be black with a red outline. Ichigo is also able to control the path of his Getsuga Tensho, as well as adjust the power power and speed of it. Ichigo refers to this enhanced form of Getsuga Tensho as Black Getsuga. Now, when Ichigo had first used his Bankai in front of Byakuya, he had stated that it wasn't a true Bankai, as he had sensed something very different about it, and he was in disbelief of the fact that a normal human could have attained Bankai in such a short amount of time. A lot of this is explained through what we learn about Ichigo's character as the story progresses, and how he is far more than just an ordinary human. Even in this form, this Tensa Zangetsu was not Ichigo's true Bankai. It was only a fraction of his power, as we learn that Old Man Zangetsu was holding Ichigo back for the majority of the story. Despite this Bankai having been formed from a fraction of his power, it was still a stronger sum of the captains within the Gotei 13. Because a Bankai transformation is such a large spectacle, Byakuya had probably assumed that Ichigo had sealed his Zanpakuto and had tried to refer to it as a Bankai in order to mock the customs of the Soul Society, as he didn't believe that a small Bankai could exist. How could his oversized Shikai blade transform into a smaller blade? A Bankai of this nature is unheard of, and it is understandable why Byakuya was insulted after Ichigo had claimed that this was his Bankai. Unfortunately for Byakuya, Ichigo is just a rare breed, as he is convinced that Ichigo has attained some sort of a Bankai transformation when he witnesses the enhancements in Ichigo's strength and speed. Now, I have always been fascinated by the throwaway comments that Urahara makes within the series, and the comments that he makes about Ichigo's gifts being greater than his own is very insightful, and it's a key bit of foreshadowing, as it proves that Urahara had known everything about Ichigo from the very beginning of the series. His prophetic words ended up being true, as Ichigo was able to achieve Bankai within 2 days, even quicker than Urahara, thus cementing himself as the fastest Shinigami to have attained Bankai to date. Of course, from this point onwards, there is a lot of potential for future growth when it comes to Ichigo's powers and abilities, as what we have discussed today was Ichigo's false Bankai, which was formed only from a fraction of his full power. We only get to see Ichigo's true Bankai right at the end of the series, but until we get to that point, we have several other stages that Ichigo's character goes through, of which include his Hollow Mask, his Bastolode transformation, the improvements that he has after training within the Dangai, his final Getsuga Tensho form, the power that he obtains after learning how to activate his Fullbring powers, as well as going over his training with Uetsu Nimaya, which results in him manifesting his true Shikai and his true Bankai. After the conclusion of the Bleach manga, it is safe to say that there were a lot of unanswered questions and areas for speculation. One of the biggest mysteries that fuels most of the criticisms for the ending of Bleach Online is the fact that we never get to learn about what the true power of Ichigo's Bankai was. We did get to see Ichigo activate his true Bankai in chapter 678, but it was very short-lived, having been taken out by Yhwach just 1 page later. The aim of this video is to dive into some of the theories and discussions surrounding the power of Ichigo's true Bankai. We will use various points from the manga to back up the theories that are proposed in this video, including referencing how fearful Yhwach was of his true Bankai form. He was so afraid that he had no choice but to eliminate it only moments after it was activated, meaning that he has in fact seen multiple futures where he was defeated by the power of Ichigo's true Bankai. Before we can speculate and theorize about the power of the true final form of Tensa Zangetsu, let's discuss everything that we know about it thus far from its brief appearance within the manga. In chapter 678, Ichigo speaks to Yhwach about how he has overcome despair time and time again. This is before he raises both of his blades in the air, one on top of the other, as he activates his true Bankai form for the first time. After a burst of energy, his dual blades merge into a large blade as it takes up the shape of a smaller black blade which is encased in a white outer shell. Now, this form of the new Tensa Zangetsu was immediately destroyed by Yhwach, but after his Zanpakuto is restored thanks to the combined efforts of Tsukishima and Orihime, we see his new Tensa Zangetsu once again, as he unleashes an incredible enhanced Getsuga Tensho against the monstrous Yhwach, who at this stage had his powers enhanced after he had absorbed the Soul King. This stronger Getsuga Tensho is a golden blast of energy that was strong enough to cut the leader of the Quincy into two. This single attack did in fact kill Yhwach, but thanks to his powers of the Almighty, he was able to reverse his own death. Now, something fascinating happens to Ichigo's Zanpakuto in chapter 684, after Yhwach survives the attack and returns to restart the collapse of the human world, Soul Society and Huecomundo. Then following Uryu firing the still silver arrowhead through Yhwach's heart, Ichigo is given the perfect opportunity to kill Yuha as he charges towards him with his new Tensa Zangetsu blade. The leader of the Quincy attempts to break his sword for the second time, but it ends up only breaking the white outer
outer casing, revealing underneath it a blade that resembles Ichigo's original Shikai Zanbakudo, Zangetsu, the very form that I have referenced in previous videos as his false Shikai. Now I'm pretty sure that you can understand where all of this confusion about Ichigo's powers is stemming from. Firstly, his new Tensa Zangetsu blade is revealed to take up two forms, and secondly, we were never told what the power of Ichigo's true Bankai is. Just what on earth was Yamamoto so afraid of? Aside from the fact that his new Bankai is really sharp and it can cut really well, what is the true power of his blade? If you recall, Ichigo had all of his Quincy and Hollow powers absorbed by Yamamoto in chapter 680, but thanks to Tsukushima, he had these aspects of his powers restored. This was a crucial part of him being able to use the new form of his Tensa Zangetsu again, because Ichigo's Bankai is in fact a combination of all of the different powers that he has exhibited throughout the series. His newly completed Bankai incorporates his Hollow powers via the horn that grows out of his head, which allows him to fire Seros. His Fullbring powers, which we know involves the ability to create objects or manipulate the shape of them with Reiatsu, which he does to form the armor around his body. His inherited Shinigami powers allow Ichigo to channel his Reiatsu into his Zanbakudo, so this gives him control of his internal power, while contrastingly, his inherited Quincy powers allow him to control and absorb Reishi from outside of his body. All of these separate core components of his true Bankai come together to make his Tensa Zangetsu a fairly broken Zanbakudo. However, these individual aspects of his powers and how they are exhibited don't still explain the singular main power of his true Bankai. After years of theorizing and speculating, I believe that the power to overcome despair by shattering the grinding gears of fate is in fact the power of his new Bankai. This allows him to reject fate in a similar way to Orihime, who has a complementary power to Ichigo, which is to reject phenomenon itself. This is how Orihime is allowed to defend herself with her barriers or heal any fatal injuries. There were a lot of fans who were disappointed by the sudden defeat of Yamamoto because of the confusing appearance of Ichigo's original Shikai Zanbakudo, but I have explained why this sword had appeared in an earlier video on my channel, where I talk about what had happened to Ichigo's Zanbakudo at the end of Bleach. I believe that the true power of his Bankai has been foreshadowed within Bleach years before its reveal, via Chapter 0, which was published at the end of Volume 23. Here we learn about Ichigo's desire, and in hindsight, how it is pretty plausible to correlate this to the power of Ichigo's true Bankai form. Throughout Bleach, the character of Ichigo is intrinsically linked to the theme of shattering fate. He says this himself to Yamamoto, that he has overcome despair time and time again. Somehow, Ichigo has always been able to overcome impossible obstacles, as he proves throughout the story of Bleach that he can fight against the grinding gears of fate and not be at the mercy of the cruelty of predetermined destiny. This idea that Ichigo's ultimate power is to shatter fate is prevalent amongst fans, and I tend to agree with them and believe that the power of his true Bankai is to wield a blade powerful enough to shatter fate. During the official Bleach prequel titled Chapter 0 Side A The Sand, we learn about Ichigo's feelings prior to the start of the series, and what he had experienced leading up to his fateful encounter with Rukia in Chapter 1 of the manga. Side A The Sand follows an average day in the life of Ichigo. At the end of the school day, his friends try to talk to him about a TV show, but he has a disinterested expression on his face, that is until he senses that something has happened. This is where the poem begins, as Ichigo leaves school in a hurry. He arrives at his destination to discover spots of blood on the ground, as an elderly spirit tells Ichigo that the boy is gone. Ichigo can do nothing but to helplessly agree with the old man. He says to himself that he can see ghosts, touch them, and even speak to them, but this is all that he could do for them. Sometimes they disappear without warning, like the spirit of this little boy that Ichigo had wanted to give a toy aeroplane to. He says that he doesn't know what happens to them, but sometimes they leave behind spots of blood that only he can see, and there is always this lingering smell of fear. He then admits to himself that no matter how strong he may get, he is unable to protect them. Now, this defeated expression on Ichigo's face should convey to you how much this means to him. Without any words, you can tell that he is deeply impacted by the loss of this boy. Realizing that he is powerless and could do nothing for the boy cuts his heart like cold steel. Ichigo leaves the toy where the boy was last seen, as we later see him encounter the spirit of a little girl. He comforts and reassures her, telling her not to cry, and he promises that he will be back to visit her again. This is a breakdown of the events that occur, and now let's look at the poem, which helps us to better understand Ichigo's problem and how fate is heavily involved with it. The poem is written from Ichigo's perspective, and it begins with "The world changes, it turns. Each time it touches the sun and the moon, it takes a new shape." This is in reference to how with each rotation of the earth, passing of a day into night and vice versa, the world that we reside within changes. We are powerless to stop the world from rotating, and we cannot stop these changes from occurring. This powerlessness is spoken about in the next verse. The only thing that does not change is my powerlessness. This beautifully complements the first verse, and it emphasizes Ichigo's desperation for wanting to grasp fate by his hands and steer it in his direction. The poem concludes with the following verses. It's turning. If fate is a gear and we are the sand that falls between those gears, then there is nothing that we can do. So I wish for strength. If I cannot protect them from the grinding gears of fate, then give me a strong blade and enough strength to shatter fate. Metaphorically, our position in the world is described as our life is pulled into the direction of fate and destiny, as we have little control over what happens to us. Just like the sand that is crushed between the rotating gears, we are powerless to stop the gears and are taken in the direction that the gears are rotating towards. Ichigo has seen how cruel fate can be, and it's for this reason that he wishes for the strength to not just protect his loved ones from fate, but to shatter it completely. Now ultimately, it was thanks to Rukia that he had gained power in the first place, and for once he was finally able to fight against fate. He was no longer powerless, and he had consequently intervened when his family were threatened by the hollow fishbone D, similar to how his mother was attacked by the Grand Fisher, but now he can do something about it. No longer does he have to helplessly stand by, as the spirits that he encounters are inevitably devoured by hollows. Ichigo Zanbakudo allows him to cut through fate and overcome the odds in impossible situations. The crushing gears of fate were broken by Ichigo. His wish to receive a blade strong enough to shatter fate was fulfilled. Thus, fighting against fate and destiny becomes an intrinsic theme which always resurfaces within the pages of Bleach. We see the idea of fate brought up during Ichigo's battle against Byakuya, Ukiura, Aizen, and even Yū'ō. As long as he is wielding his blade, he is able to protect the weak and resist against the crushing gears of fate. During the 1000-year Blood War arc, Yū'ō had stated that he has destroyed every Bankai in the future, and that there is no power in this world that can defeat him, as he has already overcome it in every possible future that he has seen. And this is thanks to the powers of the Almighty, which in a way are a physical manifestation of predetermined fate and destiny, as he himself states that there is nothing in the world that he has not already seen and overcome. His ability allows him to alter the future to affect his immediate present, thus explaining how he has instantly destroyed Ichigo's new Tensa Zangetsu blade just one page after it was revealed. From this one precautionary act, we can only begin to imagine how powerful the full extent of Ichigo's new Bankai must be. Yū'ō had ultimately failed because he had ignored the vision of the future, where he was actually defeated by Ichigo. In chapter 672, a key piece of foreshadowing is dropped, where Yū'ō has a vision that he mistakes to be a nightmare, where he briefly sees that he is confronted by Ichigo in his false Shikai form, the very form that he had taken up after he had awakened his own Shinigami powers following the Shattered Shaft training with Urahara right at the start of Bleach. It was this iconic original Shikai Zanbakudo form that Ichigo had first wielded during the invasion of the Soul Society. This was the blade that he had used, which had given him the power to cut through fate and to rescue Rukia. It is iconic not only in appearance, but because it was the first form that he had taken up after having activated some aspect of his own inherited power, because up until that point in the series, he was using powers that he had borrowed from Rukia. Chapter 672 shows us Ichigo wielding his original Shikai blade to kill Yū'ō, the very blade that had manifested in chapter 684 and was actually used to defeat him. Now, I may just be reading between the lines too much, but this is what I think of when I try to imagine where Kubo was going in terms of Ichigo's powers and the thematic direction of his character. While everyone else's Zanbakudos and powers are fairly straightforward and are explained in the series, on the other hand, Ichigo's powers and forms have been ever-changing and constantly evolving. Gradually, he incorporated a new side to his power with every form that he had taken up and each power that he had awakened, which was kind of like a stepping stone leading up to the reveal of his true Bankai and true Shikai. I refer to these forms as true because they combine all aspects of his power. This is what sets Ichigo's Bankai apart from everyone else's in the series. Throughout the 1000-year Blood War arc, Ichigo's Bankai was hinted at being special ever since Ibern and Kilgay had failed to steal it at the start of the series, all the way up until Yū'ō had deemed it to be too dangerous to even contend with. Yū'ō did say that he had eliminated every Bankai in the future, but he still was willing to entertain them to some extent. Like during his encounter with Yamamoto or Ichibei, he did not end up destroying their Zanbakudo upon their Bankai activations. However, when it comes to Ichigo Zanbakudo, it appears to be an exception, as his blade was the only one that Yhwach had actively tried to break in almost every encounter that he has with him. Even at the start of the arc, when Ichigo first encounters Yhwach, we see that Hashward ends up breaking his Tensa Zangetsu into two in chapter 515. While Yhwach's ability, the Almighty, may be the most broken power within Bleach, through my speculating and theorizing, we can appreciate the power of Ichigo's true Bankai and understand how it is one of the most hack's powers in the series, even being able to overcome the Almighty. For now, all we have is theories and speculation as for the actual power of Ichigo's new Tensa Zangetsu. We may get to learn more about it if Kubo feels like continuing his work via the upcoming Hell arc of the Bleach manga. Additionally, with the way that we are getting more context and extended scenes within the anime adaptation of the Thousand Year Blood War arc anime, there is every possibility that Ichigo's new Bankai will be elaborated upon in anime form. What is even rarer to see is a Bankai that has been completely mastered. The closest example of a mastered Bankai that we have witnessed is the Bankai of the late great head captain Yamamoto Genryusai. Zanka no Tachi is the most powerful and feared Bankai within all of Bleach. This transformation burns his Zanbakudo with the literal fires from hell. These scorching flames were burning so intensely that they could not be seen by the naked eye. In this video, I'm going to explain everything that we know about the head captain's Bankai. I will go over each of the 4 stages of it, as well as proving why in terms of raw strength and power, it is the best Bankai in the entire series, only being rivaled by the Bankai of Ichibe Hyosube, the leader of Squad Zero. During the Quincy's first invasion of the Soul Society, all of the Shinigami had mobilized against their attack. The head captain had set an example for his subordinates by immediately charging towards the leader of the Quincy, Yhwach. At the onset of the battle, the head captain had wasted little time by activating his fearsome Bankai Zanka no Tachi at the end of chapter 506. The head captain's Bankai possesses the most powerful offensive power. It is unmatched even by the Bankai of individuals like Kenpachi, Ichigo, Hitsugaya, and arguably even Ichibe. We know several facts in relation to his Bankai. The key piece of information is the fact that the heat generated by Zanka no Tachi has a temperature that is as warm as the surface of the sun. Undoubtedly, it is the strongest fire-type Zanbakudo found within the entire history of the Soul Society. The heat is so powerful that the head captain actually had to limit his power and end the battle as quickly as possible so as to not destroy the entire Serete because of his raw power. Zanka no Tachi is correlated to the wielder's Reiatsu. After witnessing the head captain use his Bankai, it proves that he has a limitless supply of Reiatsu at his disposal, and this is because of his many years of training and battle experience. Upon activating his Bankai, Yhwach notices how the flames emanating from his Zanbakudo have disappeared. As we see the head captain's Zanbakudo scorched and withered, the flames burn his blade as smoke comes off of the battered blade. After Zanka no Tachi is summoned, any flames that were created by Yamamoto Shikai Ryujin Jaka are absorbed into his Zanbakudo. His Bankai utilizes all of the power of the flames to burn anything that it touches out of existence. Like I had mentioned, because of the power of this Bankai, it affects the surroundings a great deal. If Yamamoto uses it near his comrades or a densely populated area, he has to be aware of how long it has been active for. Zanka no Tachi instantly removes the moisture in the air, as well as causing water in cups or vases to dry up. It is so powerful that it resulted in Hitsugaya's Bankai Daiguren Hyōremaru to be rendered useless. The ice that it was generating had instantly melted because of the insane amount of heat emanating from Zanka no Tachi. When he cuts with his Zanbakudo, there are no flames visible, which is contrasted against how flames are generated from his blade when he swings his blade in its Shikai state. In chapter 507, the head captain states that while in Bankai, his body and blade are both covered by the flames of the sun. Unohana had stated that if Yamamoto keeps his Bankai active for a prolonged period of time, then it would eventually burn away the entire Soul Society. At the start of chapter 511, we see a young Shunsui sneak into the head captain's chambers as he sees a portrait of him covered in flames. He wonders if this is Old Man Yamamoto. He is then caught by the head captain as he asks him what the painting is of, because it resembles a god of fire from some legendary old tale. Yamamoto tells him that this was a monster that had shown up a long time ago within the Soul Society. He is referring to himself as a monster here, as this portrait is of himself when he had no choice but to activate his Bankai against Yhwach 1000 years ago. He states that at the time the Soul Society was going through a very difficult time, and by activating his Bankai he had only made things worse. He chillingly warns and even foreshadows what would happen if he were were to ever activate his Bankai again. He states that if this monster was to ever show up again, then he will most likely lose his life and not return because of it. This is the destructive power of Yamamoto's Bankai, a power so mighty that it is reserved as a final resort where no other option is feasible. Zanka no Tachi is awe-inspiring because of the sheer scale of power that it commands. All of this power comes at a heavy price, as the head captain was right. He did not return after having used his Bankai because he had ultimately failed against Yū'ō. There are 4 complementary parts to Zanka no Tachi. The first 2 parts of his Bankai are continuously active upon release, as Zanka no Tachi East concentrates all of the flames produced by his Shikai and Bankai into the tip of his blade. When he releases the flames from his Zanbakudo, it simply burns whatever it touches out of existence. This singular aspect of his Bankai is enough to make it one of the strongest Bankais within the series. The attacks from Zanka no Tachi East are able to overpower the defenses of the Quincy's Blutveen ability. The second automatically activated power is Zanka no Tachi West, which makes the flames he generates invisible. They completely surround his body with heat, with temperatures reaching up to 15 million degrees. This makes it virtually impossible to touch him without the risk of being incinerated. The heat produced is so high that it does not appear as flames to the naked eye. The third part, Zanka no Tachi South, is activated when the head captain drops the tip of his blade into the ground, as he requests the help from the corpses of all of his fallen victims that he had killed with his Zanbakudo. They appear from a tear in the ground that opens up as the heat from his blade awakens the ashes of the people that he has killed. He takes control of this undead army as he orders them to attack Yū'ō. The head captain is able to specifically pick which corpses he wants to revive, as this gives him a psychological edge against his opponent, especially if the enemy has a connection with the undead soldier, like Yū'ō, who had recognized his fallen men from a millennium ago. The final, most powerful aspect of his Bankai is Zanka no Tachi North. It is a single concentrated attack of heat and fire that burns anything it touches out of existence. He uses this against the doppelganger of Yū'ō, as the attack incinerates the left arm and torso of the mimicking Sternritter Royd. Now, I have seen a lot of people question why is it that the head captain did not use his Bankai against Aizen during the Fate Karakura Town arc. I think that there is an easy answer to this question, and it's because we are aware that the head captain was under the influence of Kyōkotsu. If he were to have activated his Bankai, then there is a risk of it having been used against him because of Aizen's ability of complete hypnosis. Another reason is that a lot of the battles taking place within Fate Karakura Town were taking part in close proximity to each other, as Zanka no Tachi is so powerful that it dramatically affects its surroundings. This is also one of the reasons why Shunsui did not end up using his Bankai during his battle against Stark. Both of their Bankai affect the environment around them to a greater extent than an ordinary Bankai would. Now, in terms of weaknesses, the most important limiting factor of Zanka no Tachi are that it cannot be used for a prolonged period of time because of the risk of collateral damage, and because of the immense amount of Reiatsu that it uses up, it can only be used for a brief period of time. Like the head captain had stated, if he had continued to use his Bankai, then it would not have only destroyed himself, his opponent, but the entire Soul Society too. During Yamamoto's battle against Yū'ō, he was handicapped after he had lost one of his arms during the Fate Karakura Town arc, and he had decided not to restore it via Orihime's powers. Yū'ō had seen Yamamoto's unwillingness to seek help from humans as a sign of weakness. He had also stated that the Gotei 13 of today are weaker than the original Gotei 13, and this is because times of peace have softened the Shinigami. He states that Yamamoto is very different from the Hellspawn who he had originally fought 1000 years ago. If Yamamoto had used his Bankai against the real Yū'ō and had not used it against the doppelganger, then there is every chance that he would have survived the encounter. However, the Shinigami had lost against the Quincy because they had gotten weaker during times of peace, while the Quincy had gotten stronger and innovated over this same period of time. Despite the weaknesses of Zanka no Tachi and the differences between this Gotei 13 and the original, the Bankai of head captain Yamamoto was far more refined than when he had originally used it against Yū'ō. It seems like he had only used Zanka no Tachi East and West during their first encounter, but because of the continued training, he had refined his abilities to be able to use 4 parts of his Bankai, and now he effectively has 4 Bankais for the price of 1. The future of Bleach in general is very promising, with the anime adaptation of the 1000-Year Blood War arc beginning in October of this year, as we will finally be able to see the Bankai of the head captain animated in all its glory. The Bleach manga is also continuing with a Hell arc, which was teased with the release of the New Breeds from Hell special chapter released in August of last year. There is a real possibility of Yamamoto returning within the manga, as it was confirmed that the soul burial ceremony that the Shinigami perform actually sends their former comrades to hell. It was confirmed that Ukitake, Unohana and Yamamoto were in fact sent to hell. This means that the head captain who actually wields the flames of hell has now become a guardian of hell, which is a fitting title that suits his powers. There is every chance that we will in fact see Yamamoto's Bankai again, as I am sure that he will be returning in the new arc. I would personally love to see a battle against Yamamoto and Shunsui. Both of them have 4 parts to their Bankai, and the battle will be between the old head captain versus the new. In summary, Zanka no Tachi is an impressive Bankai, but its true power is derived from the intense Reiatsu of Old Man Yamamoto. It is his burning will that brings his Bankai to life and makes it appear as impressive as it is. A Zanbakuto in general represents the power of the wielder. If anything, Zanka no Tachi proved why Yamamoto had been the head captain for so many centuries. During the pivotal 1000-year Blood War arc, Shunsui Kyoraku had become the new head captain of the Gotei 13. With him having replaced the legendary Yamamoto Genryusai, it is only fitting that he too would have a similarly overpowered and broken Bankai. Shunsui reveals his Bankai like Urahara during the endgame of the 1000-year Blood War arc, when the pacing of the manga had started to feel rushed. Because of this, there is a lot of confusion about his Bankai, with people being puzzled as to what it exactly is and how it works. In this video, I want to break down and analyze Shunsui's Katen, Kyōkotsu, Karamatsu, Shinjū Bankai. Understanding how each of its 4 parts work, Shunsui's Bankai Katen, Kyōkotsu, Karamatsu, Shinjū makes its debut appearance at the end of chapter 647. During the Fate Karakura Town arc in chapter 363, we learn that Shunsui had intended to reveal his Bankai against the number 1 Espada Stark. This was after Ukitake had assumed that he wasn't going to use it, to which Shunsui had replied that he had intended to. Ukitake, who knows about Shunsui's Bankai, had advised him not to use it against the Espada, stating that his Bankai should not be released near to his comrades who are battling the other Arankars nearby. This foreshadows that Shunsui's Bankai affects its surroundings, and there is a risk that anyone near to it could be caught by its effects. Even before he releases it during the 1000-year Blood War arc, he makes sure that he is away from the other Shinigami by making some distance between them. He even apologizes to his lieutenant in case she gets dragged into his Bankai. Shunsui's Bankai is activated when he holds both blades of his Shikai in front of him, with the blades pointing downwards towards the ground. This results in black thread-like arms spreading from where he is sat. There is also a noticeable change in the atmosphere around him, as Ichigo, Askin, Ganju and Chad react to his Bankai. They state that it feels like it has suddenly gotten darker and it feels colder. Chad says that he has the chills, and even Orihime comments on how she cannot stop trembling. Ichigo feels the intense spiritual pressure that is affecting them as he realizes that it is coming from Shunsui. After activating his Bankai, an intense aura surrounds him. He asks the Senrita Lil how the world appears to him now. Lil admits that the surroundings appear to have gotten slightly darker, but he is unimpressed if this is all that his Bankai can do, because he does not feel lonely and hopeless by it. The Bankai of the new head captain is not to be taken lightly. The intense spiritual pressure that resonated throughout the royal palace upon its activation is an indication of this. He had only activated it against the Quincy as a last resort. This was only after he had ensured that his comrades were out of the range of his spiritual pressure, so that they are not affected by his power. Shunsui is surrounded by a large aura, which helps him to alter the perception of his opponent, making them feel like it has suddenly gotten darker around them, even affecting how they feel, as the gloomy and bleak surroundings lead the enemy to feel hopelessness and loneliness. Shunsui's Bankai aims to exhaust his enemy to the point of death. The target is either killed by becoming so weak that they are effortlessly cut down, or they are alive but are being poisoned, drowned or injured by one of the acts of his Bankai. The power of Shunsui's Bankai is pretty confusing, but I'll break it down so that it's easy to understand. His Shikai is based upon the power to turn children's games into reality. He creates the rules of these games via his Zanbakuto, and anyone who is within the radius of his power is forced to take part in the game. This even includes Shunsui himself, and in terms of his Bankai, it is based upon a theatrical stage play, whereby each of the 4 acts of his Bankai follow the story that his Zanbakuto sprite Ohana and Shunsui are narrating. Shunsui plays a character within the story, and presumably the other character is played by his opponent. Like his Shikai, anyone who is within the range of Shunsui's spiritual pressure is subject to the conditions of his Bankai. Let's now talk about each of the 4 acts of his Bankai that we witness between chapters 648 to 649. The first act of Katen Kyōkotsu Karamatsu Shinjū is activated after either one of the fighters is injured. This act is titled the Sharing of Pain. Any injuries that either Shunsui or Lil inflict onto each other's bodies will appear on their own body also. During the first act of Shunsui's Bankai, neither of the participants of the play can die, despite the severity of the wounds that they may sustain. This act follows the first stage of the story, which states that the wounds inflicted on the enemy appear on oneself, as if to share them, but unfortunately neither can die from these wounds. The second act involves black spots appearing all over the target's body, as they begin to bleed uncontrollably. The spots resemble some sort of disease or illness. The story linked to this second part of the stage play speaks of a man who regrets hurting his enemy, as he falls to the floor in shame of what he has done, leading to him suffering from an incurable sickness. This explains why this act is called the Pillow of Shame. The second act affects the individual who had triggered the first, so the one who had attacked first and was surprised to have been injured too. Immediately following this act is the third, as a large amount of water swallows both Shunsui and Lil. They both must now partake in a test of endurance to decide whose Reiatsu will deplete quicker, resulting in them drowning. The water that they are submerged into acts as a trap, since it prevents them from escaping. The more that they try to swim to the surface of the water, the deeper that they are pushed into it. The third act is called the Abyss, as the story continues with the narrator stating that the two combatants accept their fate and throw themselves into the rising water, until both of their spiritual pressures are depleted. The final part to his Bankai involves Shunsui sheathing his swords as a white thread wraps around his opponent's throat several times. This thread is then pulled, decapitating the target. The story continues into the final act, which speaks of how a woman's pity is very cruel. She will not listen to the pleas of a man. Around her lover's throat shines a white thread, wet with regret. She desires to cut the threads of regret that are wrapped around him. This final act is called Thread Cut Blood-Soaked Throat. There is debate about whether if Shunsui can bring to life several different stage plays, or if it is just this one play that his Bankai is based upon. From what we have seen, there is nothing to indicate that there is more than one play that he can bring to life, since his Bankai was only used once within the series. This may explain why Ukitake did not want his Bankai to be shown out in the open. If information about the 4 acts of his Bankai became common knowledge amongst his allies and enemies, then it would render his Bankai useless. This is just speculation, but I'd like to hope that his Bankai is not just limited to this one story, and I'd want to believe that Ukitake advised Shunsui not to use his Bankai during the fake Karakura arc because he was concerned that his allies would be affected by it. This story in particular was reliant upon Lil attacking Shunsui first, as the first attack directly led to Act 1 and then Act 2 occurring. But if Shunsui had activated his Bankai and attacked the Sternritter first, then I'd hope that another story would have played out. Personally, this makes the most sense to me. A lot of comparisons have been made between Shunsui's Shikai and his Bankai, how they are thematically similar. We know that the powers demonstrated by a Bankai are related to its respective Shikai in some way. We know that Shunsui's Shikai allows him to warp reality to such an extent that he can bring children's games to life. Wouldn't this mean that he would be able to warp reality to a larger degree while in Bankai? Some say that while his Shikai is related to children's games, the Bankai is associated with the games that adults play, as the first act is similar to a war, placing the combatants in a situation of who will strike first. The second act involves shaming the individual who had dared to begin the war in Act 1. The third act is symbolic of suicide, while the final act represents murder. The acts that play out within his Bankai are extreme versions of his Shikai, like the game of Iruni that he plays while in Shikai, which involves him saying the name of the color that he wishes to cut. He is then unable to cut anything but that color, no matter how severe the wound may be. If Shunsui is able to hit the color, then it maximizes his damage inflicted by wounding the enemy in proportion to the amount of color that they are wearing. So if he says the color black for example, and his opponent is wearing a black robe, he would easily be able to land a critical hit with a single strike. The first act is an inverse of this, as he allows himself to be hit by the opponent's attack as it deals back the same damage with a more extreme, risky and self-sabotaging approach. Having a reality warping, overpowered Bankai like Shunsui's leads to the possibility of collateral damage. There is a concern that his Bankai would not be able to differentiate between friend or foe and affect everyone equally, as proven by how Shunsui was even at the mercy of his own power, and had to play a part within each act of the Bankai story. This explains why he didn't want to activate it with his friends nearby. The third and fourth act of his Bankai actually use up the majority of his power. If his opponent is stronger than him, then Act 3 would actually do more harm to Shunsui, since they both are equally affected by it. The white thread that is used to decapitate the enemy in the fourth act can also be negated by the opponent's spiritual pressure, as demonstrated by Lil. Shunsui's Bankai would not be as effective if he was facing off against an enemy who has more Ryatsu than him. Now, while being one of the most confusing and vague Bankai transformations in the entire series, I hope that this video has helped you to understand and appreciate Shunsui's powers better. Through his Bankai, Shunsui can share any wounds inflicted onto him with his opponent. He can make them feel shame and bleed profusely as a result of it, while Act 3 weakens the enemy and Act 4 delivers the final blow. During the 1000-Year Blood War arc, we begin to truly appreciate the character of Unohana, understanding that she is far more than just a simple healer who stays on the sidelines. Her first and final battle within the pages of the manga reveals the impact that she had upon the sadistic Kenpachi Zaraki. We are introduced to a totally different version of Unohana, as Kubo effectively introduces us to a ghost from the past. During Kenpachi's battle against Unohana, we understand the difference between Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, and Unohana Yachuru, the former captain of the 11th Division. She had also held the title as the first Kenpachi during this time. Now in this video, I'm going to talk about the mysterious Bankai that Unohana had revealed during her battle against Kenpachi, going over everything that we know about it from its one and only brief appearance within the manga, and speculating what more there was to the second release of Zanbokdo. Unohana's Bankai is first revealed within chapter 526. Upon activation, the physical form of a Zanbokdo transforms into a liquid state, as it begins to pour out a dark red glue-like liquid, which I've interpreted as a Zanbokdo crying out tears of blood, as the floor around her is covered by this red liquid. In order to better appreciate this form, we need to talk about her Shikai transformation and how it contrasts the powers of a Bankai. Unohana's Zanbokdo is called Minazuki. In its sealed state, it is longer than the average Zanbokdo, and it is evident that Kubo was paying homage to the traditional Japanese sword called the Odachi, which was used by the samurai of feudal Japan. Typically, she carries a blade over her shoulder, or she has a lieutenant Isane carry it around for her. The first release of a Zanbokdo is revealed within chapter 154, where we learn that a Zanbokdo manifests a physical creature that is very similar to the Zanbokdo of Mairi and Komamura. In a Shikai state, her Zanbokdo transforms into an oversized manta ray. It is green in color, and most notably, it is one-eyed. We see her using the creature as a means of transportation, as it has the ability to fly, and additionally to grow a pair of legs which it uses to land onto the ground. We learn that a Shikai is centered around the ability to heal the injuries of others. She does so by placing the injured individuals into the mouth of Minazuki. They are then swallowed by the creature and kept within its stomach, and we learn that the acid that is produced within its stomach has potent medicinal properties, as it acts like an ointment soaking over any wounds, healing them. Minazuki is able to hold up to 6 people within its stomach, and thankfully it spits them back out with the command of Unohana. Now it does make me wonder whether if a Shikai has an offensive side, as we never really see it being utilized in any other way within the manga. Could Minazuki adopt some of the offensive characteristics found within stingrays? I would find it fascinating if a Shikai was revealed to have a stinger which is similar to real-world sea rays. A stingray can have up to 3 spinal blades stored, which are able to easily cut their target, while also secreting a venom that can cause their muscles to cramp. Indeed, his Shikai is incredibly unique, and the inspiration for it is evident. It's just a shame that we didn't get to see more of it, because it may well have had an offensive ability inspired by the sea ray's venomous sharp stinger. Unohana's Bankai was first revealed at the nth hour. It was a brief transformation, but it was impactful enough to solidify Unohana as one of the strongest Shinigami, who is worthy of the title of being the first Kenpachi. After activating her Bankai, the liquid flowing off of a Zanbokdo spreads around her, with the blade solidifying into a slightly shorter size. Her Bankai power is contrasted against the healing stomach acid of a Shikai, and the liquid pouring from her Zanpakuto is revealed to be a strong acid that can burn away the flesh of someone as powerful as Kenpachi during their battle. In chapter 526, we see Minazuki melting Kenpachi with his hands reducing down to the bone, and the entire right side of his body becomes a skeleton. Now Kenpachi had only survived here because of Unohana constantly healing him, making him come back stronger each time that he was healed. This technique allowed him to battle on the verge of death repeatedly, which was the only way to allow him to remove the subconscious barriers that he had placed upon himself, which had severely restricted his potential. Her Bankai combined with her effective healing powers allowed her to rapidly kill and revive Kenpachi, thus explaining why she was the perfect fit for training him, even if it had meant that she has to sacrifice herself in the process. Now this is the debt that Unohana had owed to Kenpachi for being responsible for the mental barrier that she had placed upon him, way back when they had fought years ago when Kenpachi was still a child. Unfortunately, Unohana's Bankai has a major drawback, which is that the stomach acid secreted from her Zanpakuto also affects her. In chapter 526, we see her in a skeletal form clashing against Kenpachi. Now thankfully, she can counter this weakness by healing herself continuously thanks to being a master in healing Kido. Her Bankai can be best described as an acid that has the ability to melt anything away. In the past, she had the honor of becoming the first Kenpachi, followed by being the first captain of the 11th Division. She was a notable member of Yamamoto's original Gotei 13, who had taken part in the first battle between the Shinigami and the Quincy 1000 years ago. After Unohana had battled against a young Kenpachi, she had found her successor and had felt unworthy of a title, so she had renounced her past life as a ruthless killer, and she had learnt advanced healing techniques from Tenjiro Kurinji. Kurinji was responsible for inventing two different types of healing hot springs. The first is a clear hot spring where he submerges his injured patients, where all of their damaged Reiatsu begins to pour out of their body. The clear hot spring serves to drain all of the bad out of the patient's body, similar to cupping therapy where bad blood is removed from the body. Now this is followed by a second steaming hot spring that resembles a pool of boiling blood. This second bath helps to restore any blood that was lost during the clear hot spring. Now while it was introduced as a means of healing, Kurinji is also able to alter the temperature of his hot springs and use it to burn his opponents, as seen in chapter 588. Now if Kurinji is able to manipulate his healing hot springs, then similarly Unohana should be able to adjust the stomach acid of the manta ray, which he had used in a Shikai state. The Bleach Databook 13 Blades describes her Bankai as being able to transform her Zanpakuto into a liquid state that surrounds the entire area. The name of a Bankai, Minazuki, translates to the phrase all things end. When Kenpachi clashes with her, immediately after she activates her Bankai, he notices that he is melting. Her Bankai is best appreciated when you understand that a Bankai complements and builds upon a user's Shikai. We see this with Soifon's Shikai that allows her to take out her target with 2 strikes, and her Bankai builds upon this by giving her this oversized cannon with enough power to one-hit kill an opponent. Renji's Bankai is probably the best example of one that is literally a larger version of their Shikai. So Unohana's Shikai has the ability to heal with Minazuki's stomach acid, so it may be possible that the manta ray stomach acid can become corrosive while in a Bankai state, thus enabling her to melt anything, as well as being able to create as much of the acid as she wants to. Some have also speculated that she wasn't using Kido to heal herself in Kenpachi during their battle. Instead, the acid produced by her Bankai has the ability to harm and heal, thus making a Bankai perfect for prolonging any encounter. We know that a key running theme that exists between the characters of Unohana and Kenpachi is that neither of them had wanted their battle to end. Now this idea of a never-ending drawn-out battle enjoyed by two of the strongest may well help to explain the ability of a Bankai, as this best describes the desire of someone who holds the title of Kenpachi. So a Bankai that has the ability to fulfill this desire would be very fitting for the first Kenpachi Unohana. Another great theory that combines the ability of a Shikai and Bankai involves her Zanpakuto having the ability to absorb the blood and wounds of all of the individuals that she heals in its Shikai state. Now this blood is then stored and mixed with the healing stomach acid of the manta ray, which then becomes the corrosive blood that pours out of her Zanpakuto when it's in its Bankai state. Now as a theory, this makes a lot of sense to me, because traditionally blood stemming from wounds is impure and it is associated with negativity, so it may well have the potential to transform a healing substance into a corrosive one. This idea of her storing the negative energy from damaged blood and wounds that she heals within a Shikai state is an excellent theory behind the true ability of a Bankai, which is to melt everything away. Now while all of this is fascinating to think about, unfortunately Nearly all of the ideas expressed here are just educated theories and speculation, based on what we know about Unohana and her powers. Unohana's Bankai was never properly explained within the manga, and it was literally revealed in the same chapter that she was defeated in. Things were understandably left vague and very unclear, while some had even argued if the bodies of Unohana and Kenpachi were reduced to skeletons during their fight, or if all of this was just a hallucination. People usually complain when characters within Bleach, like Shinji, deliver long exposition dumps explaining their powers, but they also complain just as much after Unohana had activated her Bankai and there was no explanation or exposition dump. We just have to piece together what we are seeing and try to interpret it with all of the information that we have. Some characters like Tozan, Mayuri, and Komomura did not shy away from revealing the second release of their Bankai, while other characters like Aizen or Ukitake held off from showing us the true extent of their power. As the series was drawing to a close, it had felt like Urahara was going to be another character who didn't get to show us his Bankai, but thankfully 23 chapters before the end of Bleach, we got to see Urahara unleash his Bankai at the end of chapter 664. With this character being a fan favorite, there was a lot of expectation leading up to this moment, and when it comes to Bankai transformations, I feel like no amount of excellent writing can meet the levels of hype that people want from their favorite characters showcasing their final form. So in this video, I'm going to talk about everything that we know about Urahara's Bankai, explaining its abilities and how it works, as well as going over the limitations of it. Making its debut appearance at the end of chapter 664, Urahara's Bankai Kannonbiraki Benihime Aratame is a force to be reckoned with. We had brief mentions of his Bankai prior to its reveal during the 1000-Year Blood War arc. The most significant piece of information that we find out is that Urahara was the first individual in the history of the Soul Society to attain Bankai within the short span of 3 days. He was able to do so thanks to the help of an invention that he had created called the Tenshintai, a device that can make it easier for the user to submit their Zanpakuto to their will, so that they can attain Bankai in a considerably shorter period of time. The Tenshintai allows a Shinigami to forcibly materialize the spirit of their Zanpakuto into the human world. This is the reverse of acquiring Shikai, where typically a Shinigami is dragged into their inner world to meet with their Zanpakuto spirit. Without the Tenshintai, the minimum time period of acquiring Bankai is easily no less than 10 years, and this is not including the additional years worth of fighting experience that is also required to achieve this form. Using the Tenshintai to force your Zanpakuto to appear into our world is very dangerous, and Urahara had advised anybody seeking to learn Bankai via the Tenshintai to not use it more than 3 days, which was exactly the amount of time that he needed to attain his Bankai, which we find out in chapter 132. Before its reveal, Urahara's Bankai is mentioned one more time during chapter 224. After Chad asks Urahara to train him, he orders Renji to help Chad to get stronger, but Renji is hesitant to, as Urahara insists that Chad needs to train with someone who has already attained Bankai, and Renji is suited to this task. But he tells Urahara that he must have attained Bankai also, so why is it that he cannot train him? But Urahara refers to himself as a humble candy store owner who could only dream of attaining Bankai. Renji quickly snaps back by stating that everyone knows that Urahara was once a captain of the Gotei 13, as well as being responsible for creating his own Hokyoku. There is no way that he hasn't attained Bankai already. He tells Renji that he is the only one who can train Chad, because his own Bankai is not suited for training others or helping them. When Urahara activates his Bankai during his battle against Askin, he states that he has no other choice after the Steinritter binds him and pushes him into a corner, as he realizes the Quincy is serious and is really trying to kill him. Upon activation, we see a kneeling Urahara sat in front of a giant towering woman who has just manifested behind him. The back of her dark colored hair is tied up in long exaggerated hoops, with 2 strands of hair running down the side of her face onto the ground and over her arms. She appears to be wearing a red, very revealing cloth that is barely concealing her body. The menacing woman also seems to be modeled after a puppet, as she has mannequin-like arms with clear markings over her joints that resemble those found in articulating action figures. This is just my observation, but the face of Benihime Aratame also resembles Unohana. I just have always thought of her whenever I see Urahara's Bankai. In chapter 665, we learn about the ability of his Bankai, as he reveals that it is the first time that he has used it in front of anyone who is currently on the battlefield. The effects of his Bankai occur within a specific target range, as the first attack we see with it involves Askin's left arm being cut open, like a surgeon dissecting a patient. Urahara reveals that his Bankai's ability is to restructure anything that it touches, by cutting the targeted area open and stitching it back together again. He demonstrates this by restructuring his own eyes in order to restore his vision, as the towering Benihime Aratame places both of her hands over Urahara's face, healing him. We have seen this Bankai be used offensively as well as being used to strengthen Urahara's limbs. When he is attacking, he cuts open anything in his way, and when he restructures that which he has cut open, it is depicted as being stitched back together. He can use this restructuring to heal himself also. In addition to this, he was able to restructure his own arm in order to make it function in its optimum state, giving it more strength, which he had used to overpower Askin. This cutting and restructuring is all that we have seen of his Bankai. We have explained how it has multiple uses, and it is evident that the application of his power is far from limited. Some would even say that it is quite a broken Bankai, especially if it can really restructure anything to Urahara's liking. It would enable him to weaken the body of his opponent, enhance his own body parts, and to heal himself during battle. We also know that Urahara was able to use his Bankai to create a direct path into Askin's Gift Wall Deluxe, the inescapable Poison Fortress. He had created a path that allowed Grimmjow to enter into the Gift Wall from the outside, allowing the Arrancar to deliver the final blow to Askin. Some people have stated that Urahara's Bankai is very different from his Shikai, and how they don't quite make sense together because they don't complement each other well apparently. But when you examine the powers of his Shikai and Bankai, it is evident that they basically do exactly the same thing. His Bankai, like we have mentioned, allows him to restructure anything that Benihime touches, while his Shikai allows him to manipulate the red energy produced by his blade to create anything that he desires. In his Shikai, he is effectively restructuring the red energy. We see Urahara use it to create a shield, a burst of energy blasts, and in chapter 405, he had condensed the red energy to create a red net that he covers his opponent with, limiting their movement, and thus trapping them. The Shikai is effectively reconstructing the red energy generated by Benihime, while the Bankai reconstructs anything that Benihime touches. It's not just limited to the crimson energy. Urahara's Bankai is similar to a surgery. He can cut open anything or anyone, thus granting him access to the inner workings of people and objects. He can heal, buff, or debuff with this power. The applications of this power are only limited to the imagination of its user, and unfortunately for any opponent facing off against Urahara, the power is perfectly suited to him. The most fascinating use of this power was at the end of his battle with Askin. He had cut open the environment to allow Grimmjow to enter and kill the enemy. He deconstructed the environment by making a portal in Askin's Gift Wall Deluxe. Because of the wide range of application of his power, it ends up being a pretty broken or overpowered Bankai, and this is why I had it in my top 5 Bankai list video, which you should definitely check out if you enjoy listening to me talking about the powers and abilities of different Bleach characters. Now, with all of this praise showered upon Kannonbiraki Benihime Aratame, it does not mean that it is free from any weaknesses. Urahara's Bankai has 2 glaring problems which can be taken advantage of if they are known by the enemy. The first is the temporary effects of the restructuring that he has done. Any changes done by his Bankai remain only while the Bankai is active. The moment that it is deactivated, the restructured person or object reverts back to normal. We see this in chapter 666. After the Bankai is stopped, the stitches on his face open up again and start to bleed, as he loses his vision once more. This is a glaring weakness, especially if Urahara is exhausted and appears to have the upper hand. The moment that his Bankai wears off, it could easily turn the tide of battle against his favor. The second, equally bad weakness is the limited range of the Bankai. Kannonbiraki Benihime Aratame only works on targets that are within its specific radius. Askin had figured this out after Urahara had cut him open. He had moved out of the radius of his Bankai as the cuts were no longer present on his body. Because we have only seen his Bankai for a couple of chapters, there is still a lot of future potential for it. I am confident that we have barely scratched the surface as to what he can do with it. Can Urahara restructure the molecules in the air, manipulate the bodily functions of his opponents by changing the composition of their blood or manipulating their brain? Is it possible for him to restructure the memories and make them see illusions, or even distress his enemy in weird ways by messing with their minds? This Bankai is another power that I can see being used during the Hell arc whenever Kubo drops another chapter of it. So we are definitely far from seeing the last of Urahara's Bankai. I think that this Bankai really matches the personality of Urahara and his existing powers perfectly. The giant puppet woman that is manifested is a creepy touch, and the power to restructure anything allows Urahara to heal, strengthen, or weaken anything that he wants to. The surgical theme of the power also complements Urahara well. I will be interested to see how this Bankai evolves over time, if there are other powers and uses of it that we have yet to see. But as with all transformations within Bleach, the characters don't like to give away away all of their secrets and prove to do an excellent job of concealing any tricks that they may have up their sleeves. Kubo loves to make sure that the Zanpakuto of each of the Shinigami follows some sort of theme, and they are designed or based off of Japanese folklore tales or concepts from Shinto Buddhism. So as Urahara Shikai restructures Reiatsu, his Bankai reconstructs actual matter. Until the 1000-Year Blood War arc, Kenpachi was known as the Shinigami who had barely known anything about his Zanpakuto. Originally, he was the only Shinigami throughout the history of the Gotei 13 who didn't even know the name of his Zanpakuto prior to becoming a captain of the Gotei 13. We are aware that achieving Bankai is a prerequisite for becoming a captain, but the exception to this rule was Kenpachi Zaraki, who was unable to attain both releases of his Zanpakuto. Throughout the various battles that we see Kenpachi take part in, we see a considerable change in his character, most notably that he becomes stronger after each battle. Even after his battle with Ichigo, he had lamented about how he had wanted to learn the name of his Zanpakuto. When Zangetsu was speaking to Ichigo, he had also commented upon Kenpachi's relationship with his blade. Zangetsu was able to hear the cry of Kenpachi's blade, but despite this, Kenpachi was ignorant of it. This is because Kenpachi had never made a proper effort to form harmony with his blade, and because of this, his Zanpakuto Nozarashi had little spiritual energy, thus explaining why his blade is so easy to damage, and why it looks so worn down, with several chips running down its edge. It is truly a testament to how powerful Kenpachi is, as even in the sealed state of his Zanpakuto, he was still able to cut through virtually anything, and this was with no formal training. We see this when he cuts entire buildings in half, and even when he stabs through Ichigo's Zanpakuto after he removes his eye patch. Now, the topic of this video is going to be about Kenpachi's Bankai. I want to discuss the change that occurs with his blade after his training with Unohana, whereby he was able to remove all of the subconscious limits that he had placed upon his power, and he was able to awaken his Zanpakuto Nozarashi for the very first time. Kenpachi's Bankai is revealed to us in chapter 669, during his battle against the Sternritter Gerard Valkyrie. Prior to this payoff that occurs towards the end of the series, Kenpachi takes part in several battles during the 1000-Year Blood War arc, most notably his fight against Gremi, Unohana, and right at the start of the arc where he challenges Hashwart and Yhwach. In chapter 502, we see Kenpachi, after having defeated 3 Sternritters, appear before their leader Yhwach. Typical of Kenpachi, he heads towards the strongest individuals on the battlefield. Hashwart recognizes that Kenpachi is indeed a freak. He has no interest with fighting against the second in command, as he states that he was here to challenge Yhwach. Wasting little time, Kenpachi draws his blade and strikes the leader of the Quincy. Unfortunately, their encounter does occur off screen. As we cut back to the battle in chapter 505, we see Yhwach holding Kenpachi up in the air by his neck. He is disappointed by the captain, as he states that he had not lived up to his expectations. The Quincy had assigned Kenpachi to be the first of their 5 great war potentials that they were hoping to recruit. Because of his battle with a very unrefined Kenpachi, Yhwach states that the Soul Society is on the brink of collapse, and that the Quincy have nothing to worry about, because their opponents have grown weaker with the times of peace. The start of the 1000-Year Blood War arc was the perfect prelude to the training and development that several Shinigami undergo between the first and second Quincy invasion. It highlights the weaknesses of the characters, and in particular the glaring problem with the character of Kenpachi, which is that he has no bond with his Zanpakuto. The newly assigned head captain Shunsui realizes that Kenpachi possesses tremendous potential, and he is a valuable asset if the Shinigami desire to win their battle against the Quincy. In response to all of this, he orders Unohana to train Kenpachi so that he is strong enough to face off against the enemy. Kenpachi's training with Unohana takes place between chapters 523 to 527. We learn about their long-standing history, which explains how Unohana was responsible for Kenpachi subconsciously limiting himself. In an attempt to redeem herself for the sin that she had committed, she gives her life for the sake of Kenpachi returning to his prior state, one where he no longer holds back and is concerned about prolonging his battles through suppressing his own power. After his training with Unohana, he mourns her death and cries out in frustration, but then for the very first time he is able to hear the voice of his Zanpakuto, the very blade that has been calling out to him for decades. His Zanpakuto is now finally heard by its master. It reveals its name to be Nozarashi, which means the weather beaten, and it's pretty obvious that this name complements and perfectly describes the appearance appearance of Kenpachi Zanpakuto when it is in its sealed state. Nozarashi states that it has always been by Kenpachi's side. It has always been watching him. His blade formally introduces himself to its master, revealing its name as well as its loyalty to the Kenpachi from Zaraki. In chapter 114, after Kenpachi's battle with Ichigo, he actually tries to listen to his Zanpakuto, but he is unable to hear anything as he passes out. Nozarashi physically manifests and appears before Kenpachi in chapter 668. It seems as though his Zanpakuto has taken the form of his former lieutenant Yachiru. Nozarashi tells Kenpachi that if he uses the Zanpakuto correctly, then there is nothing that he cannot cut. She touches Kenpachi's hand, which appears to release Reiatsu, as she reveals that this power is what is referred to as Bankai. It was thanks to Nozarashi manifesting that Kenpachi was able to unlock and activate his Bankai. In chapter 577, we had seen the Shikai release of Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. His blade had taken the form of a giant axe, and it was quite an impressive release. We know that the key emphasis surrounding Kenpachi's blade is that it has the ability to cut through anything, and this is demonstrated in chapter 578, where he uses his Shikai to split a meteorite in half. So with Kenpachi being able to effortlessly cut through anything, how is this motif instilled into his Bankai? Well, we finally get a glimpse of Kenpachi's Bankai in chapter 669. There is a change in both Kenpachi's physical appearance and in the appearance of his Zanpakuto. The spiritual energy that is released by this activation levels nearby buildings, and when the dust settles, we see that Kenpachi now has red skin color. He has grown horns from the top of his forehead, and he has these distinctive black markings all over his body and his face. He resembles an Oni, which is a creature that exists in Japanese folklore. It is pretty similar to what we would describe as a demon or an orc. From the traditional folklore tales, Oni are known for being evil in nature, and they have a deep-rooted lust for murdering and devouring others. Stereotypically, an Oni is often colored in red, wearing very little clothing, and having those distinctive horns growing out of their head. The appearance of an Oni signals great misfortune, as they often come bearing plagues and illnesses, as well as earthquakes and wars. And in these Japanese folklores, they are known to have destructive power. And lastly, Oni are known to have a craving for human flesh. It is said that they can eat a person whole with a single bite. It is evident that this appetite for human flesh is correlated to Kenpachi's desire or lust for battle. While in his Bankai state, he adopts the traits of these creatures of folklore. We see Kenpachi unlike we have ever seen him before, as he has activated his full potential and in effect goes full berserker mode. Kenpachi's blade also transforms into a modified version of his Shikai. It is considerably shorter in size with jagged edges, which makes it appear as though the blade has been cut in half. After this transformation, Gerard states that Kenpachi has undergone a rapid rise in spiritual pressure. He also degrades Kenpachi's blade, as he states that that broken blade cannot be a Bankai. When the Sternritter is about to attack him, we see Kenpachi's demonic face, as he easily cuts off the Sternritter's right arm. By utilizing his Bankai, we see him demonstrate incredible physical strength and cutting power. With a single blow, he is easily able to topple a gigantic Gerard Valkyrie. When the Sternritter attempts to counterattack, Kenpachi easily cuts him into two. Hitsugaya and Byakuya, who are standing by, comment on the situation, as they state that it would be best to maintain their distance from Kenpachi, as it is evident that he cannot be reasoned with in this current state. From what we can see, it is evident that this is a very unrefined Bankai transformation, and it is one that Kenpachi has very little control over, and we're not entirely sure whether if he would even attack his own allies if Gerard wasn't on the battlefield, as it seems as though he is just blindly attacking the strongest person in front of him. When Gerard reforms and activates his holy form, Kenpachi tries to continue the battle, but his right arm effectively bursts, as Nozarashi appears and apologizes to Kenpachi, as it seems as though his Zanpakuto had released too much of his power, and his body couldn't handle it. Because of this, Gerard is able to turn the tables and pin Kenpachi to the ground. This effectively puts a stop to Kenpachi's Bankai state, as we see him in the following chapter back to his normal self. While in his Bankai form, Kenpachi was mindlessly attacking the Sternritter, with very little care about the consequences to his own body. It is a stark contrast to his appearances throughout the story, as we see him fight with his fullest potential. He has so much power that it is destructive to his own body. From this brief glimpse that we had of Kenpachi's Bankai, it is evident that there is a lot of room for growth. We know that the epilogue of Bleach takes place 10 years after the end of the 1000-Year Blood War arc, so it would be interesting to see if Kenpachi has refined and mastered his Bankai in that time, as we do see him make an appearance within the No Breeds from Hell special chapter.
Over the course of Bleach, Renji is a character that we've come to know and love, but unfortunately a good chunk of his appearances are compiled of multiple defeats and losses that he's taken throughout the story. Unfortunately, this has earned him a terrible reputation amongst fans as a top tier jobber, despite him being a genuinely good character. But during the 1000-Year Blood War arc, a lot of power-ups and shining moments were given to several characters, and thankfully Renji was among them. His power-up within the final arc was so impressive that some fans had considered it to break the general power hierarchy of Bleach's Shinigami due to the impressive nature of his new power, as well as the context behind why it was revealed. So with all of this said, let's deep dive into the incredible power-ups that Renji gains within the 1000-Year Blood War arc, as we pay particular attention to his true Bankai. To understand Renji's true Bankai, let's take a closer look at the nature of Bankai itself. The concept of Bankai is first introduced during the Soul Society arc in chapter 121 as the second and final form of a Zanpakuto, and it is described as an evolution of Shikai, which is a Zanpakuto's first release. A Bankai reveals the full power of a Zanpakuto and the full power of a Shinigami who has achieved it. A minimum of 10 years of training is required in order to attain Bankai. While this appears to be a fixed rule within the manga, there have been several Shinigami who have attained Bankai in quite a short duration of time, as Urahara had attained Bankai within 3 days using the Tenshintai, a special device that he had created to facilitate Bankai attainment, and additionally, Ichigo had acquired Bankai within 2 days using the exact same device thanks to the help of Yoruichi. And then you've got prodigies like Toshiro Hitsugaya and Genichimaru who had attained Bankai within just a year without the use of any external help like Urahara and Ichigo did. Now Renji had also attained Bankai at the same time as Ichigo, but it was already implied that Renji had started his training for his Bankai quite a while before that. Now this training that Renji speaks of is the core requirement of acquiring Bankai. When you're training to acquire the final form of a Zanpakuto, you need to learn to manifest your Zanpakuto spirit into the real world, and this is the opposite of the training that is required to attain Shikai, which requires the Shinigami to manifest into their inner world and interact with their Zanpakuto spirit and to learn its name. The process of acquiring Bankai is a profound metaphor on self-discovery, and it's an insanely cool power-up, and it's evident why the Bankai transformation has become one of the most iconic power-ups within all of shonen anime and manga. Kubo had continued to expand upon the idea of Bankai throughout the story, and it had culminated during the 1000-Year Blood War arc where he had introduced the concept of true Bankai. Several fans have criticized this introduction as being a lazy and poorly thought out excuse to give certain characters more power-ups during the final arc. I believe that this assumption couldn't be further from the truth, and the seeds of true Bankai were planted long ago, well before their reveal during the 1000-Year Blood War arc, and this is due to the existence of false Shikai, which Kubo had introduced via the 5th seat of Squad 11, Yumichika. He originally shows off a triple-bladed Shikai with no remarkable abilities for a good chunk of the story. That is until chapter 321, during the Fake Karakura Town arc, we learned that he had been limiting the full power of his Shikai so that he could hide the truth that his Zanpakuto possessed Kido-type abilities. This was just so that he could fit into Squad 11, who are known for their swordsmanship. Hilariously, he had pulled this off by calling his Zanpakuto the wrong name, specifically associating it with a color that his Zanpakuto dislikes. Now this implies that the full power of a Zanpakuto release could be limited if the relationship between the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto isn't fully actualized. Now the most important takeaway from all of this is the idea that if a Shinigami can restrict the full powers of their Zanpakuto release, then inversely it makes it possible for a Zanpakuto spirit to also limit the power that they give to the wielder upon release. It is this idea that becomes the foundation of this very concept of true Bankai, and through this example of Yumichika, it is evident that the idea of true Bankai or true Shikai had existed within the story long before the 1000-Year Blood War arc. Now coming back to Renji's character, we need to understand what his original Shikai was so that we can appreciate just how much of a power increase he had obtained after activating his true Bankai. He had in fact acquired Bankai around the same time as Ichigo, even though he had started to train for it much earlier than he did. He first had used it against Byakuya within chapter 141 of the manga. His Bankai is called Hihiō Zabimaru, and it appears as a massive skeletal serpent with its head sitting on the iconic red fur mane, and the tail of the serpent becomes the hilt of the blade. It seems to have some degree of individuality, as it appears to be alive and moves of its own accord as if it were a living snake, but it only attacks enemies under the command of Renji. Now essentially, Hihiō Zabimaru is a larger version of its Shikai, whose basic ability was a snake-like blade that could extend and attack attack enemies from a distance. His Shikai also has the ability to partition into multiple segments that he can control and to attack his enemies through the use of a technique called Higazeko. The major downside of this ability is that he is temporarily disarmed, as it takes him quite some time for his Shikai to reassemble after using this ability. The limitations of it, however, didn't stop there, as his Shikai was also limited to only 3 consecutive attacks per extension, after which it would have to return to its original shape before being able to extend again. His Bankai, on the other hand, gives him far more power than his Shikai alone. Zabimaru possesses quite a lot of power within its Bankai form, as it can crush enemies with its bites, as well as defeating enemies from even longer ranges through the use of Hikotsu Taiho. And now when it separates into segments, he is able to use them not to just attack his opponents but to also restrain them. The weakness of the Shikai extends to the Bankai, however, and in some ways we might even say that those weaknesses are worsened within its Bankai state, because Hihiō Zabimaru requires an incredible amount of precision and control in order to fully utilize it due to its difficult to manage size. His Bankai also comes with the additional disadvantage that is present within all Bankai, which is that it doesn't reform after it is broken. It's even stated by Mayuri that the segments of Hihiō Zabimaru which were broken during Renji's battle against Byakuya way back during the Soul Society arc have remained broken even within the 1000-year Blood War arc. With this inability to heal combined with the major precision Hihiō Zabimaru requires to be properly used, this particular weakness becomes a major hindrance to this Bankai, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of the fanbase consider Renji's Hihiō Zabimaru to be one of the worst or weakest Bankai, and you'll see it present in my top 5 worst Bankai list. However, it seems that Renji overcomes the struggle of controlling his Bankai after he first uses it against Byakuya, and this is most likely thanks to his Bankai training that he had done earlier. I guess those 10 years of training that are required to properly utilize Bankai don't seem so crazy after all, considering this lengthy training duration will prepare any Shinigami to be able to use the full capability of their Bankai. I think that this is a point that Kubo makes quite intentionally with how every character who has attained Bankai in a shorter time duration than 10 years all appear to have some sort of limitation with their Bankai ability. The notable examples are of course Ichigo, Renji, and even Hitsugaya. On a side note, it's fascinating to examine how Hitsugaya and Renji both had their true Bankai revealed during the final arc. Both of these characters demonstrated Bankai that were not too different from their Shikai. Before Hitsugaya could access the full power of his Bankai, the only real difference between his Shikai and his Bankai was the volume of ice that it could produce. And when we see him acquire the true power of his Bankai, we realize just how different it is from his Shikai, as it has granted him the ability to instantly freeze his enemies without the need to directly encase his enemies in ice, and he is even able to negate the supernatural abilities of whatever his ice freezes. Renji's old Bankai and his true Bankai differ in a similar manner, but before we get into that, how on earth did he acquire his true Bankai? Renji's journey towards attaining this power-up had started during the first invasion of the Quincy, when the Wandenreich led by Yhwach had invaded the Soul Society and had totally flattened the Serite. Now this invasion catches the Gotei 13 off guard, and it is because they had known very little about their opponents that they had found themselves on the end of a one-sided slaughter that would get increasingly worse as the invasion had continued. Now one of the most crippling factors of this invasion would be the Sternritter's possession of a medallion that could steal Bankai. Renji would come to see this power firsthand after witnessing the fight between Byakuya and Asnot within chapter 496, where once again, due to how little they had known about the enemy, they had assumed that they had the ability to seal Bankai and not steal them. Now this would lead to Hitsugaya, Soifon, Komomura, and even Byakuya using their Bankai in an attempt to instantly defeat their enemy before having their Bankai sealed. Much to their horror, they had found out that their Bankai wasn't being sealed, it was in fact being stolen. Asnot would use Byakuya's own Bankai against him, which would result in his brutal defeat, which had left him on the verge of death. Renji was powerless to do anything about it, and just as he was about to activate his own Bankai to help his captain, he was taken out by a single dropkick from Mask D Masculine. Asnot scolds Mask as he tells him that he should have allowed Renji to activate his Bankai so that it could have been stolen. The first Quincy invasion had ended before the Quincy could have totally destroyed the Soul Society, and this is because of Yhwach exhausting the amount of time that he could spend outside of the shadows. Now this leaves a battered and bruised Gotei 13 to lick their wounds and to pick up the pieces in order to prepare for the Quincy's next and final invasion. The Zero Division would descend from the Royal Palace to offer some support to the Soul Society, taken with them Ichigo, Renji, Rukia, as well as the critically wounded Byakuya in order to heal and train all of them to prepare for the return of the Quincy. Now after they reach the royal palace, Renji and Ichigo heal up within Tenjiro Korinji's hot springs as they begin their training with the Zero Division in chapter 522. After feasting at Kiryu Hikifune's palace, they recharge their spirit energy and head towards Nimaya's Hoden to have their Zanpakuto reforged. Now this is where they both find out that they have been totally neglecting their Zanpakuto, leaving them unloved and very brittle. Nimaya gives them a chance to redeem themselves by earning the trust of one of the Asauchi, who are very angry at them for how they have mistreated their blades. Renji succeeds in the venture after 3 days, but Ichigo ends up failing. Now this scene is very important in understanding the difference between Ichigo and Renji in not just how they relate to their Zanpakuto, but also how much they understand themselves. Renji succeeds because while he hasn't fully earned Zabimaru's respect, as will be revealed by Ichibe in chapter 564, there still exists a strong, valid bond between them. But Ichigo on the other hand fails because his entire relationship with his Zanpakuto was built upon a lie, and his crippling lack of knowledge on who and what he is makes the Asauchi reject him. Renji goes on to have his Zanpakuto reforged, and he joins Rukia as they're being trained by Ichibe in a different section of the royal palace, which is most likely Ichibe City. Now Renji and Rukia had in fact disappeared from the 1000-year Blood War arc for several chapters until we had seen them again in chapter 561. Now this is where Renji would save Captain Rose from being killed by Mask the Masculine, while Rukia had attended to the downed Rose and Kensei. Renji goes on to prepare to face Mask the Masculine as Rukia is about to leave with Rose and Kensei to get them healed. She tells Renji that he should have nothing to worry about since Mask should pose little to no threat to him with the kind of power that he possesses now, to which Renji would reply in agreement. Now this did give me PTSD flashbacks to when Ichigo had said that he can't imagine Chad losing after he was defeated by Shunsui during the Soul Society arc, but thankfully Rukia was right on this occasion because Mask was absolutely destroyed by Renji in his Shikai state. This had resulted in Mask needing to use the full extent of his power. Now this isn't because Mask is weak, but it's because of how powerful Renji has become now. Let's try to understand what had happened before Renji and Rukia had arrived onto the battlefield. We know that during the first invasion, Mask had completely taken out Renji with a single dropkick, and this immediately implies that Renji was very inferior to him before their fight in the second invasion. Mask easily had defeated Shuhei, and he would then go on to fight Kensei and to use the power of his Shrift, the Superstar, in order to empower himself to the point that Kensei could no longer keep up with him or even hurt him anymore with his Bankai explosions. Mask would defeat Kensei and start to fight Rose, who immediately kills James in order to prevent him from powering Mask up any further. Rose then activates his Bankai, and well, the less that is said about Rose the better, I think. After he defeats Rose, he'd have James cheer for him and to heal his injuries and to increase his power once more, and for further context, Rose had fought a full-powered Coyote Stark in his Resurrection without even needing his Bankai. Stark even praises both his and Love's power, so he's definitely not some fodder captain. And this is just to highlight how powerful Mask is. And this is what Renji was up against, an enemy who was pretty much on the same level of power as the first Espada, and of course he overwhelms the Sternritter without even using his Bankai. Now it's at this point that his regular Shikai shows no real change in its abilities, but this changes when James regenerates from being sliced apart by Renji. He ends up cloning himself a number of times and starts to cheer Mask on, empowering him an unquantifiable amount of times and giving him the upper hand against Renji. But to be honest, it doesn't seem like Renji is taking any damage from these hits, and they appear to be just strong enough to knock him off of his feet for now. Mask, preparing to finish him off, would activate his Holy Form and an additional power up to his already absurd current power level, with Yhwach's words echoing in our mind that the Holy Form is relative to that of a Bankai, as it allows the user to become 5 to 10 times more powerful than they currently were. So in terms of power scaling within this fight, it seems like Renji would have been totally outmatched. He ends up using his trump card, the Star Flash, and this attack completely engulfs Renji and the surrounding buildings, and when the dust begins to settle, we see a snake's skull become visible, and Mask immediately identifies that he has activated his Bankai. Now this is the first time that we have a proper look at his true Bankai, and it takes up a totally different design than before, and we just need to take a minute to appreciate just how cool this form looks. It works so perfectly with the tiger print bandana and the new armor that grows on his shoulders and collar. This is one of Kubo's many fantastic designs that have become a staple of the Bleach manga, and the greatest change that Renji has in this form is easily his Zanpakuto, as it looks completely different from his old Bankai. It's made up of two key components, his blade and a new baboon arm that floats above his own. His Zanpakuto has transformed into a massive snake skull with a blade that protrudes from under it. The whole sword itself is strapped to his arm with the blade being retractable, and it does slightly resemble his original Shikai but without the segmentation. The end of the blade's hilt is a skeletal spine that extends to wrap around Renji's waist. Now the part of his Zanpakuto embodies the snake aspect of its power, which he calls the Serpent King, while the left side embodies the baboon aspect of his Zanpakuto, as he calls it the Baboon King. It's a large floating baboon arm with green fur that exists right above his own arm. It mimics whatever motion his left arm makes, albeit with far more power. He uses it to grab and casually break the arms of Mask, as well as throwing him into a building. Now it is here where it is revealed that Ichibe had to reveal to him the true name of his Bankai, because what he had been using this entire time was born from a false name that Zabimaru had given to him. This is a callback to how Yumichika would limit his Zanpakuto's power by calling it the wrong name, but of course Renji's situation is an inverse of this example. His true Bankai gives him exponentially enhanced physical capabilities that dwarf that of the superpowered Mask D Masculine, but the real prize of this Bankai is its new technique, Zaga Teppo, which is the Snake Fang Cannon, and this requires Renji stabbing his target, twisting his blade and forming a massive snake made of Reiatsu which bites his opponent. It generates so much heat that it instantly incinerates his opponent, and this is ultimately the ability that he uses to defeat Mask D Masculine. This is everything that is revealed about Renji's true Bankai within the manga. He activates it, then utilizes the ability Hihiō, followed by the technique Orochio, and then he uses the finishing attack Zaga Teppo. Thankfully, episode 33 of the 1000-Year Blood War arc anime has revealed Renji's Bankai for a second time. This is during his anime exclusive battle against Uryu, and during this fight, Renji's true Bankai gets an extended moveset as we see several new abilities which were not showcased within the manga. Hihiō is the name given to that large skeletal arm covered in green fur which is over Renji's own left arm. Within the manga and in episode 33, we've seen that giant arm copy the movements of Renji's left arm, even down to the movements of individual fingers. The skeletal arm Hihiō has a lot of power as it's strong enough to crush opponents like Mask D Masculine, and at the very end of episode 33 we had seen a partially manifested form of Hihiō, following all of Renji's Reiatsu being drained by Uryu's new ability Vere's Ringer. Despite having little to no Reiatsu, Renji was still able to generate the skeletal arm Hihiō, but it appeared without the fur. And using this partial manifestation of Hihiō, he had fired off a very weak Hikotsu Taiho from it in his final stand against Uryu. When Renji had Uryu pinned up against a wall, he had closed in the distance and had charged up Hihiō with Golden Reishi, which had powered up the skeletal arm to punch Uryu through multiple buildings. Upon activating his Bankai, the first new ability that Renji uses against Uryu is called Zazeka. This transforms the blade on his right arm into segmented sections as it resembles his Shikai form. He whips these bladed sections around and attacks Uryu similar to how he would in his Shikai state. Renji then uses Orochio. This is where the vertebrae columns which wrap around Renji's waist loosen up. In the manga, he had used Orochio in order to impale Mask D Masculine, and in episode 33, Orochio is used in order to swing his blade around and smash Uryu into different buildings. After Renji returns his sword to its original state, he charges towards Uryu as his shoulder pads then launch off of his shoulders and attach to the bottom portion of the snake's head on his right arm. Following this, the blade then glows with Golden Reishi as he extends out the snake's head with the blade attached to it, with the Reishi empowered blade dissolving one of Uryu's arrows as it fires towards him. Uryu does a great job of dodging this attack because it is in fact very deadly if it were to have made contact. The snake's head with the blade attached effortlessly melts through the walls of a building as it then detonates, destroying all of the surrounding area. Renji also uses the arm Hihiō in order to defend himself from Uryu's Lichtregen. When Uryu takes to the sky, Renji responds by extending out the snake's head on his right arm by extending out the vertebrae column. Now what is very notable here is that the blade retracts back into the head of the snake as those shoulder pads remain on the bottom of the snake's head, and this all new technique that he uses in the anime is so similar to Hihiō Zabimaru, as the the snake's head grabs hold of a boulder and smashes it straight into Uryu, and we also see the head of the snake grab a hold of Uryu's body and pin it up against a wall. When Uryu is on the ground, Renji then uses the technique Zaga Teppo. Now this was the finishing attack which had defeated Mask the Masculine, and it involves Renji impaling his opponent with his blade as he then clenches his fists together and twists his sword into the opponent as the jaws of a head made up of golden reishi appear and they bite down into his target. At the same time, Renji also releases a blast of spiritual energy through his target as it results in a huge explosion. In episode 33, Zaga Teppo wasn't strong enough to defeat Uryu as he had defended himself from the attack by using Blute. After Uryu activates his holy form, Renji uses an ability called Hihi Tensho. Renji joins the thumb and index finger together of his left hand and his skeletal arm copies it as all of the green fur sheds from the arm. As we see several clumps of fur around Uryu, Renji then orders the fur to grow into multiple large arms which grab hold of Uryu and restrain him in place. Now this is because Renji is about to use an all new technique that we have never seen before, but it needs 20 seconds of time to charge up. He charges up his Reiatsu as he glows with this golden reishi. We then receive an anime exclusive flashback sequence during Renji's training with Ichibe. Renji appears to be exhausted as Ichibe comments upon Renji having just used his true Bankai, and it also appears as though Renji was practicing a new technique in front of Ichibe as he comments on how he was unable to maintain the form of this technique. And if he were to use the technique at his current state, then it will be undone within an instant. In order for him to properly use this technique, he needs to pour more Reiatsu into Zabimaru. He reveals that his new technique needs to have at least 20 seconds of charge time for it to do any serious damage against his opponent. Renji's all-new ultimate finishing attack from his true Bankai is revealed to be called Zagai Zeko. Renji uses the skeletal arm Hihiō in order to grab the Orochiyo part of his Bankai as he swings around the snake and its vertebrae above his head as he generates an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is large enough, he throws it towards his opponent, which results in even more of a larger explosion than what was generated in his Zaga Teppo technique. In the aftermath following this technique, we see a huge crater in the ground with Uryu laying in the center of it, as he appears to have taken a lot of damage from the attack, to the point where he had needed to utilize Sclaverai in order to restore himself. Now the last technique which Renji uses in episode 33 is Hikotsu Taiho. This is actually an ability from his old Bankai form which was first used in chapter 210. When Hikotsu Taiho was used by Hihiō Zabimaru, it was basically a concentrated blast of spiritual energy fired from the mouth of the snake, and this powerful blast takes up so much energy that it results in the breakdown of all of the segments of Hihiō Zabimaru in the aftermath of the attack. Now Renji's use of Hikotsu Taiho in his So'o Zabimaru form is very different. After he has all of his Reiatsu drained, he generates a partially formed skeletal arm, and from the palm of this hand he fires a very weak Hikotsu Taiho with what very little Reiatsu he has left. While this attack was easily overpowered by Uryu's Holy Arrow, this does reveal that Renji still has access to some of his old techniques from the Hihiō Zabimaru form of his Bankai. I knew that Renji was going to have somewhat of a new fight sequence within the 1000 Year Blood War arc anime, but nothing could have prepared me for a 10-minute anime exclusive fight where he truly went all out against Uryu. Now this fight sequence not only showed us new abilities for his new Bankai, but it also showed us very different applications of his Bankai techniques which were only briefly showcased within the manga during his fight against Mask the Masculine. He had used his skeletal arm Hihiō in several different ways here, and the snake's head with the blade protruding from its mouth was used in so many unique ways during this anime exclusive fight. I was really impressed with how the shoulder pads had attached to the bottom of the snake's head, and with the blade having retracted, as he essentially was using Hihiō Zabimaru here, which means that So'o Zabimaru Zabimaru retains all of the excellent long-range benefits of his old Bankai, along with granting him several new key abilities which strengthen Renji's close-range combat abilities. Hihiō was another very impressive ability which allows Renji to restrain his opponents, and this is what had allowed him to charge up his all-new special finishing attack Zagai Zeko. And even though Renji had lost in the end, I'm just impressed with all of the new additions which had expanded upon the details of So'o Zabimaru revealed within the manga. This 10-minute anime exclusive sequence revealed to us so many unique applications of Renji's true Bankai, from how that blade extending from the snake's mouth can change into different shapes including the shape of his Shikai, to the blade retracting with the snake's head extending out, essentially allowing Renji to use all of the perks of Hihiō Zabimaru, and then the reveal that abilities like Hikotsu Taiho, which were staples to Renji's false Bankai, can still be used in his true Bankai state. Even visual details like the green fur on that giant skeletal arm having a purpose, with Renji's new technique Hihiō using the fur in a very unique way. So this is absolutely everything that we have when it comes to Renji's new Bankai abilities, which expand upon his moveset revealed within episode 33 of the 1000-Year Blood War arc anime. Rukia goes through a lot of growth and development throughout Bleach, most notably how she comes to terms with the death of Kain Shiba, how she understands that her life has meaning after she is rescued by Ichigo, and lastly how she ends up saving Ichigo during the Fullbring arc. Now, despite how incredible each of these accomplishments are, in my opinion, they pale in comparison to the feats that she is able to achieve during the 1000-Year Blood War arc. In this video, I want to discuss everything that we know about Rukia's highly anticipated Bankai transformation, as well as how she was able to utilize and control her Bankai thanks to the help of Byakuya during her battle against the Sternritter Asnot. When Byakuya arrives on the battlefield during Rukia's battle against Asnot, the Sternritter declares that it is over for Byakuya, but he responds by stating that it is Rukia who will be the one to defeat him. Byakuya ends up reassuring Rukia by telling her that she should not be afraid of Asnot. As long as she holds no fear within her heart, she will be unaffected by Asnot's abilities, and in turn she will be able to see that it is Asnot who is in fact the one who is afraid. Rukia then activates her Bankai against the Quincy in chapter 569. It is called Hakka no Togame, which translates to White Haze Punishment. Upon activating it, it unleashes a blinding beam of light, which ironically freezes Asnot in his tracks, similar to how he attempts to psychologically freeze his opponents with fear. Rukia is able to defeat the Sternritter immediately upon activating a Bankai, as after freezing he begins to fade away. When the smoke clears, we see Rukia standing with a notable change in appearance. While in a Bankai form, her clothing is altered, and it is similar to how Ichigo and Renji's attire changes when they also activate Bankai. She is wearing a long white kimono with lines running down it, along with long flowing ribbons that are tied to her back, which form big hoops behind her. The robe of a kimono also has wide sleeves, and her collars and shoulders are decorated with a unique design that adds to the beauty of her Bankai. She also has a iced flower on the center of her chest, as well as her hair becoming completely white, as her Zanpakuto is also transformed into ice. We know that Rukia's Zanpakuto Sode no Shirayuki is an ice-type blade. It is truly an elegant weapon that features abilities that are labeled after dances, as the release command for her Shikai is dance, while Rukia holds and spins her Zanpakuto in an anti-clockwise manner, as we see the blade change color to white. In chapter 202, prior to activating a Bankai, it is stated that Sode no Shirayuki is among the most beautiful Zanpakuto within the Soul Society. Generally, her Zanpakuto is used to freeze her opponents, and we learn more information about how her Zanpakuto functions in chapter 567. After her training within the Soul King's palace, Rukia was able to call upon the true power of Sode no Shirayuki. We learn that her Zanpakuto is not the type to emit freezing air from the tip of its blade, but rather it is a sword that lowers the wielder's body temperature to below freezing. In doing so, whatever the wielder touches will end up freezing, and the Zanpakuto acts as an extension of herself, allowing her to increase the range of her ability. Because of this power, Rukia is able to momentarily suspend her life and bring herself to a lifeless state. She has the power to temporarily kill her body through controlling her reishi. She states that her body stops all of its molecular motion, so any substance that tries to infiltrate her body, attempting to affect her, will cease to be active at the surface of her body. She states that at -18 degrees blood freezes, and this prevents blood from flowing from an open wound.
At minus 50 degrees, the moisture in the ground beneath her feet will freeze and it will cause ice quakes. At minus 273 degrees, which is absolute zero, she can maintain this temperature and still function for only 4 seconds. Getting to absolute zero is the special ability of Rukia's Shikai. In addition to this, her Zanpakuto has 3 dances, which I mentioned earlier. These dances are the extent of Rukia's abilities prior to her activating her true power. The first is called White Moon, and we see this in chapter 201. It involves her holding her Zanpakuto upside down and drawing a circle with the tip of a blade, and anything within this circle will freeze. The second dance is called White Ripple, and we see Rukia use it in chapter 235. It involves her piercing the ground several times as ice particles float up and accumulate at the tip of her blade. This happens while she has taken a fighting stance, as she then releases a blast of cold air which freezes whatever it comes into contact with, completely covering it in ice. And the third dance of Sode no Shirayuki involves Rukia gathering the moisture in the air to the tip of a blade, and it allows her to lengthen her sword. When the sword pierces its target, it freezes them, along with its surroundings. From what we see of Rukia's Zanpakuto in its Shikai state, it is no surprise that it is one of the most powerful ice-type Zanpakuto within the Soul Society, and now during the 1000-year Blood War arc, it is on the level or even surpasses Hitsugaya's Hyorin Maru because of how it is able to reach absolute zero, the coldest theoretical temperature, and as demonstrated by Rukia, this requires a great deal of power to control over a prolonged period of time, as she was only able to sustain absolute zero for 4 seconds. Let's discuss more about her ability to reach absolute zero. If you think about this, then it means that she has one of the most powerful Bankai to feature within all of Bleach, and the only thing limiting its use is Rukia herself, due to the dangerous nature of sustaining her abilities at such a low temperature. Her Bankai Hakka no Togame is able to increase the reach of Rukia's ability, allowing her to affect objects and individuals with a low temperature at further distances. When she activates her Bankai, a tall pillar of cold air arises from her, covering anything within her range. It freezes solid everything, resulting in her target disintegrating within seconds of activation. Coming into physical contact with Rukia while she is in this state will freeze the individual, as demonstrated by Aznot freezing to death in chapter 570. Now, we only see Rukia utilize her Bankai once in the series. It is a power that is so powerful that it can even kill her if she loses control of it. After defeating the Quincy, her entire body is covered in ice. As she is slowly deactivating her power, her hand ends up cracking, as Byakuya is then seen holding her Zanpakuto with her. He supports her and tells her to undo her Bankai slowly, stating that she truly has a magnificent Bankai, but at the same time it is a difficult Bankai to control. He elaborates that the slightest mistake will result in Rukia losing her life. It is a very dangerous second release of a Zanpakuto. He advises Rukia to be cautious with it, and to never become impatient while utilizing it, because nothing can be protected by a sword if it is swung at the expense of one's life. Because this was the first time that we had seen her use her Bankai, and possibly the second time that she had actually used it, it is understandable that it is very unrefined and far from reaching its full potential. It is said that learning to activate Bankai can take over 100 years, and to master a Bankai it can take over 50 years of training. Rukia's display of power through her Bankai was a mere preview of what she will be capable of when she has full control and mastery over it. When her Bankai is deactivating, the ice melts away, and her clothing and hair return back to normal. Despite how powerful her Bankai is, we are aware that she has limitations that she needs to be careful of. After returning from the Soul King's palace and acquiring the true power of her Zanpakuto, we get to see the true form of her Shikai, as well as the activation of her unrefined Bankai. Now, because her Bankai is unstable, it has 3 key areas of weakness. The first most important limitation is the limited time that she has to use it. Rukia's entire body is altered and affected by her Bankai, as she too is frozen along with her surroundings. Because her body temperature is at absolute 0 degrees, it means that she cannot prolong the time that she is in her Bankai unless she wants to risk harming herself. The second weakness of her Bankai is in relation to the first. When she is undoing her Bankai and her body temperature is rising rising once more from an absolute zero, she needs to take great care to do this steadily, as raising her temperature too quickly will risk her damaging her body, as we see demonstrated in chapter 570 when her hand cracks and Byakuya has to assist her. The final weakness is stated by Byakuya when he tells her that she has a powerful and magnificent Bankai, but it is a difficult one to master and it is unforgiving. The slightest mistake will cost Rukia her life. Just as there are weaknesses, her Zanpakuto also grants Rukia several notable advantages. We know that her powers don't directly affect the outside environment. Instead, they cause her to internally change, and because of this change, it affects her surroundings. The limit of her ability is to reach absolute zero, but even before this, she is able to temporarily kill her body through controlling her spirit particles. Thanks to being frozen momentarily, any wound that she sustains will not bleed, meaning that she is immune to dying of blood loss. Because of how powerful her Bankai is, I foresee it being used to one-hit kill her opponents, like she did with Aznot. She is also able to impact her surroundings by removing the moisture within the ground, as she can cause ice quakes to occur, which is a great way to distract an enemy. Because the true power of her Shikai and her Bankai is showcased briefly during the final arc, it is difficult to say more than this, but we can speculate further from what we have seen so far. If Rukia is able to remove the moisture within the ground, then logically she may be able to do so from the atmosphere also. This means that she can, like Hitsugaya, use an ability like Hyoten Hyakuso, which is what Hitsugaya used to take out Haribel in chapter 359, when he stated that he possesses the most powerful ice-based Zanpakuto, and that all of the water in the heavens is under his command. Now, in terms of the future, there is so much room for growth when it comes to Rukia's abilities and her Bankai, as we know that during the epilogue of Bleach, Rukia was promoted to a captain, so during the 10-year time skip, she must have mastered some control over her Bankai in order to achieve such a high rank within the Gotei 13. It also leaves us wondering about the role that she will play in the future story of Bleach, including the upcoming Hell arc, as her powerful ice-type Zanpakuto will prove to be invaluable if indeed the Shinigami will be facing off against the denizens of Hell. One of the aspects of Byakuya's character that I want to explore within this video is his incredible Bankai. I'll be talking about Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's range of powers, abilities, and even some of its weaknesses. Kubo deserves a lot of praise for the way that he introduces Byakuya into the storyline of Bleach, as he sets him up as an unparalleled benchmark of power. Byakuya exudes an aura few antagonists in the story can match. His introduction is a defining moment within the Bleach story, and it's etched within the memory of many fans. Just as Ichigo had appeared to be gaining the upper hand over Renji, Byakuya appears like a swift shadow as he shatters Ichigo's blade and assaults him so rapidly that Ichigo is stunned, and he doesn't even have time to comprehend what on earth is going on. For the main character that we have been following, who appears to have been dominating a lot of his opponents in his previous fights, witnessing him fail so badly was both shocking and heartbreaking. This defeat establishes Byakuya as the height that Ichigo needs to reach, not just because he was stronger than him, but also because his power was the thing standing between himself and saving his friend Rukia. The more that we learnt about the Soul Society, the more we had found out about the inconceivable levels of power that captains like Byakuya possess. All of this had led to Byakuya being sold as a massive threat that nobody could stop. So when Ichigo and Byakuya finally stand on the same stage, face to face, blade to blade, you just knew that this battle was going to be special. Because in addition to Kubo revealing to us Ichigo's false Bankai, we get what I believe to this day is one of the most awe-inspiring Bankais in the entire series. I am of course referring to Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. It is so impactful that it's not an understatement to say that it's become the gold standard for Bankai throughout the series. So why do I think Byakuya's Bankai is so great, and what makes it so memorable even to this day after the multiple Bankai reveals that we've had within Bleach? Well, this is exactly what I want to explore in this video. Before speaking about Byakuya's Bankai, I think it would be difficult to actualize how much of an upgrade it is to his power if we didn't first discuss his Shikai. So purely for the purposes of scale, let's briefly run over Senbonzakura's Shikai abilities. His Shikai basically splinters his Zanpakuto into 1,000 almost microscopic blades that can be controlled by the hilt of the blade, which is all that is left behind in his hand. This hilt basically plays the role of a controller
power for the now segmented pieces of his blade. This allows him to basically fight with his sword, but instead of a singular blade, he can now swing thousands of small blades at once. Now this power alone would create a really difficult situation for any opponent to overcome within a fight, considering the fact that Byakuya is a master swordsman with over a few centuries of experience in swordsmanship, as well as all of the previous feats which we had seen him perform. His Shikai ability makes him exceptionally more difficult to deal with. The fact that neither Renji, who was more experienced than Ichigo, and Rukia, who was just as experienced as Renji, couldn't even see him draw his sword establishes the fact that Byakuya has superhuman speed when it comes to drawing and swinging his Zanpakuto. Now, if we take this into consideration and combine it with Byakuya's already imperceivable quick slashes, and add on the fact that his sword swings now control 1000 microscopic blades, fighting him head on would be out of the question. This is demonstrated perfectly when Ganju has the misfortune of encountering Byakuya. Byakuya's Shikai slices him apart faster than he's able to tell what is happening. So in actuality, it's Byakuya's own mastery of the sword that makes his Shikai ability so dangerous, because you might be able to hold your own against a swordsman with one blade, but the conversation completely changes when you're up against a master swordsman with 1000 at his disposal. It is fundamentally a Shikai that requires the owner to be a master of the sword in order to fully utilize it. These same advantages apply for Byakuya's defensive abilities also, because he's not only attacking with the force of 1000 blades, but he's also defending with the power of 1000 blades, giving him a perfect offense and defense. This is the exact same principle that all of his Zanpakuto abilities rely upon, but his Shikai and Bankai have one small weakness that makes them just a little bit less better. This is due to the fact that there's an ever-present risk of his own blades harming him. As such, there's a safe zone of about 85 centimeters from his own body, which places him outside of the effective range of his Zanpakuto. The outcome of most of the fights that Byakuya takes part in would be determined by the opponent's ability to not just detect this safe zone, but to also have the power and skill to capitalize upon it. It makes it so that knowing about the safe zone of his Shikai alone doesn't guarantee victory or anything remotely close to it, because as we continue to analyze his power, you're going to quickly realize that his skill with the blade is truly what makes this Shikai work, and when we go onto his Bankai, everything is enhanced to a crazy scale. Considering the terrifying capability of his Shikai, how could it evolve into an even greater threat? Well, the answer lies in Kubo's creation of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. But before I delve into this, let's touch upon its unique activation process. While for many, activating a Bankai is as simple as uttering a word, there are however specific Bankai that require equally specific means of activation. Byakuya's Bankai, in my opinion, easily stands out as the most dramatic. To activate, he extends his Zanpakuto with the blade pointing downwards as he releases it afterward, as his blade then submerges into the ground, creating a watery ripple effect. Following this, massive Zanpakuto blades emerge behind him, and it's almost as though they frame him in what appears to be a mixture of absolute terror and royal pedigree. It's almost as though the blades themselves have risen from the ground in order to honor him. Each of the gigantic blades then begin to separate into the cherry blossom-like blades of his Shikai, leaving behind an absolutely beautiful scene as Byakuya stands in the midst of cherry blossoms. It is truly one of the most visually spectacular Bankai in all of Bleach. However, any opponent who is unlucky enough to face off against this Bankai wouldn't be entranced by its beauty. They'd be more concerned with its devastating power. To put this into perspective, Byakuya's Bankai drastically multiplies the number of blades from his Shikai form. You might assume, given the original count of 1000 blades, it could perhaps double or maybe quintuple, but these estimates fall woefully short. Byakuya's Bankai doesn't merely add 10, 50, or even 100,000 blades, it escalates to an astronomical level, which is in the hundreds of millions. This dramatic augmentation signifies an exponential surge in both offensive and defensive power. Evidence of the dramatic increase in power of Byakuya's Bankai is highlighted when Ichigo in his Shikai state utilizes Getsuga Tensho, which once effortlessly had scattered the blades of Senbonzakura, but now it struggles against the formidable blade wall of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. The increased lethality of Byakuya's blade petals in the Shikai form is very obvious, as they quickly overwhelm and wound Ichigo, even though he had the upper hand when the fight had first started. The movement of the blade petals is also exponentially faster, and surprisingly, it doesn't require Byakuya swinging his arm in order to move them, but rather he moves them telekinetically. On the other hand, when he incorporates hand motions into the control, the speed of the blades doubles, enabling him to match the speed of Ichigo's
formidable Bankai. The concept of the blades accelerating with Byakuya's hand gestures does fascinate me. Now, if you recall the battle between Ichigo and Ulquiorra, as Ichigo grappled with Ulquiorra's rapid swordsplay, he ended up memorizing his opponent's attack patterns from when he had fought him barehanded, and I used that as his yardstick for predicting his movements. This implies that how he had swung his hands was reminiscent of how he had swung his sword. This brings me back to Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, where Byakuya's hand motions double its speed. This makes perfect sense when you look at it in that vein, because now he's essentially added the equivalent speed of his sword swings to the equation. This is a really cool detail that I feel should have played a much bigger role in the fights that Byakuya partakes in within the story. Nonetheless, I do still appreciate how Kubo had followed up on this idea hundreds of chapters later, which is really awesome. Within his Bankai form, we don't see Byakuya use that many dedicated techniques outside of him using the general blades that scatter, but in chapter 302, we see him utilize a new technique called Goke, where he surrounds Zomari with 100 million blades in a spherical formation as he directs the blade petals to shred him from within the sphere. It's an extremely brutal technique that is dedicated towards killing the enemy as painfully as possible. One of my favorite things about Byakuya's Bankai is how it manages to embody incredible beauty and equally incredible brutality. This duality is an almost perfect representation of what Byakuya has become. He embodies the beauty of nobility as well as the devastating power and authority that comes with his status as a captain of the Gotei 13. And Senbonzakura Kageyoshi is a perfect power which represents his position. Now moving on, Byakuya's Bankai is actually very different. Unlike many other Bankai that simply have one ability or just one technique, Byakuya's Bankai has multiple. As the story progresses, we learn that it's a Bankai with multiple phases. There is only about 2 other Bankai that match this description, which are the Bankai forms of Yamamoto and Shunsui respectively. Now considering that these two are among some of the oldest Shinigami in the story, it leads you to wonder if there's any connection between the depth of a Bankai's power and the age of a Shinigami. Kubo has already confirmed that Shikai release commands grow longer with age, and I wonder if the depth of a Bankai is also tied to this. Now I do think that this is a topic that's worthy of its own dedicated video that I hopefully will make in the future. The next phase of Byakuya's Bankai is referred to as Senke. He explains that this form exists as a result of him forsaking all defense and focusing solely on killing his enemy, and it's probably the most visually intimidating aspect of his power. The millions of blade fragments now condense into multiple swords that now encircle both Byakuya and his opponent. This formation resembles a deadly cage which is designed to ensure the inevitable demise of his opponent. So how is it that Byakuya fights within this formation? Well, he can telekinetically summon the swords into his hand, and he can fight with them directly or telekinetically, as he demonstrates that he can move them to stab his opponents. The condensation of the blades increases their lethality many times over, allowing him to pierce through most defenses with ease. This enables him to fight on the same level as Bankai Ichigo. This phase of his Bankai is only meant for those that Byakuya has sworn to kill. As such, there are only 2 people who have ever seen his Senke form, with one of them being Ichigo, so this is the reason why we don't see this ability very often within the story. Now during the 1000 Year Blood War arc, we get an exemplary showing of just how deadly Senke can be. This is demonstrated through Byakuya's use of his ultimate technique, Ika Senjinka. This technique allows Byakuya to control every single one of these Senke swords, and it allows him to shoot them at a designated target, Gilgamesh style. The attack is so deadly that it completely destroys Gerard Valkyrie's frozen hand, leaving 0 traces of it behind. I don't think I need to explain to you just how much of an incredible feat this is. This now leads us to the final phase of Byakuya's Bankai, and it just so happens to be one of the more mysterious aspects of his power. The next phase is called Shuke Haku Teiken. It's a beautiful form that condenses all of Byakuya's Bankai blades into a singular sword, which is complemented by structures on his back that evoke the image of wings and a halo. It is the ultimate form of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, where its lethality and power are primed to the max. I'd also like to think that the wing-like structures that appear exist to enhance his speed. There isn't a lot to be said about this form because we only really see it once, which is rather disappointing because it's actually one of my favorite designs in all of Bleach. In my opinion, Hakuteiken and Ika Senjinka are 2 sides of the same coin, and they serve very different purposes. Hakuteiken is best for facing an enemy one-on-one, while Ika Senjinka is best for causing destruction on a massive scale. Basically, imagine the difference between a super drill and a missile. A drill is able to cause deeper damage, while a missile style does damage on a larger surface area but without as much depth. Byakuya's Bankai is truly an incredibly powerful inclusion within the Bleach story, and it really cements him as one of the greatest characters in the story. Hitsugaya is the young prodigy of the Gotei 13 because he is the youngest Shinigami to have ever attained the rank of captain. Leading the 10th division, he takes his role seriously, and he appears to have the correct attitude to fulfill the responsibilities that are expected of him. One of the key requirements needed to become a captain is to have achieved Bankai, which is the second release of a Zanpakuto. As we are already aware, Bankai is a powerful transformation that can take over 10 years to learn and master. Hitsugaya, for the most part, had been utilizing an incomplete version of his Bankai, and it isn't until the final arc that we learn that there is yet a further level to his power that he has yet to reveal. One of the earliest instances of foreshadowing that we have about Hitsugaya's latent potential and the fact that his Bankai is not complete is when he reveals in chapter 359 that he does not like to use the ability Tenso Juren because it is an aspect of his powers that he has not completely mastered. He can use this ability in both his Shikai and his Bankai, as it allows him to control the weather around him through manipulating the water in the atmosphere. He prefers not to use this ability in his Bankai state because he isn't certain that he can control it enough to prevent any injuries to his comrades who are nearby. In chapter 538, through his inner monologue, we learn that Hitsugaya had started to train intensely after his battle against Aizen during the Fate Karakura Town arc. Realizing that he wasn't strong enough to stop Aizen, he had started work on strengthening his Bankai over the course of 18 months. He states that at the end of his training, he leveled up his Bankai to a true Bankai state. So we can safely confirm that Hitsugaya's pre-1000 Year Blood War arc Bankai was incomplete and not the final form of his power. Daiguren Hyorinmaru wasn't fully matured, which explains why he was always losing in pretty much every battle that he had taken part in. This was one of the reasons why the popularity of his character declined over the course of the serialization of Bleach. Hitsugaya during the Iranka arc was actually one of the most popular characters as voted for by fans in the character popularity polls, but in 2022 the hype surrounding his character has notably died down. Thankfully, the endgame of the 1000 Year Blood War arc manages to squeeze in one of Hitsugaya's greatest moments, which reminds us of why he is such a beloved character within the series. During the 1000 Year Blood War arc, we had the reveal of several Bankais, like Urahara's, Shunsui's, and Kenpachi's, just to name a few, and the true Bankai reveal of Ichigo and Renji. We know that a Bankai can continue to grow and evolve through Mayuri's Bankai, which he can modify to take up a new form with enhanced abilities. Hitsugaya's Bankai, on the other hand, was not fully matured. It wasn't that he was using a false Bankai like Renji or Ichigo, or that he had modified it like Mayuri. Hitsugaya in fact needed to undergo further training to unlock the completed form of his Bankai. This makes him a unique case study in understanding the progression of a Bankai form from its incomplete to complete state. This is pretty believable because he is a boy wonder who has a long way to go before he reaches his full potential. His height alone should reveal to you that he isn't a fully grown Shinigami. Hitsugaya is an easy target for being underappreciated, but factually he has achieved more than any other Shinigami at his current age. He has made history for being the youngest Shinigami to have attained captain rank, and all of these facts put together helps us to understand why Kubo had made him undergo this incredible, unexpected transformation at the end of the 1000 Year Blood War arc. Hitsugaya's Bankai Daiguren Hyorinmaru is first revealed within chapter 170, and upon activation, ice covers Hitsugaya's body, with his hands and his feet turning into ice claws. He has two large ice-shaped wings that form from his back, which are also accompanied by an ice tail. During certain instances of his Bankai being activated, 3 flowers appear behind him. Each flower is made up of 4 ice-shaped flower petals. Over the course of the battle, these flower petals gradually disappear, and we learn in chapter 670 that his Bankai reaches its completed form once the final flower petal falls to the ground. In his incomplete Bankai form, Hitsugaya can freeze anything around him, including the surroundings and nearby people, which is pretty similar to how he uses his power in his Shikai state. In chapter 234, we learn that his Bankai can be continuously healed as long as there is moisture in the atmosphere. This was after his Bankai was damaged during his battle against the Arrancar Lupi. Another useful ability that he has within his Bankai form is the power to create an ice puppet. This is a lifelike replica of himself, which he typically reserves to use at the end of a battle, because he can only trick his opponents with this replica once. We see him use this ability against Haribel in chapter 355. Prior to his completed Bankai reveal, his most powerful ability was Hyoten Hyakaso. He had used this to defeat Haribel. This power is an extension of his Shikai ability Tenso Juren, which I'd spoke about earlier. This involves him creating a hole in the clouds as snow begins to fall onto his opponent, and when it comes into contact with the target, ice flowers begin to appear all over their body, as it traps them in a tall tower made up of ice. The first Quincy invasion had served as a harsh wake-up call for the Soul Society. They were ambushed by an enemy who they had believed was defeated long ago, and had suffered immense losses. Significant casualties had resulted from the invasion, including the deaths of Head Captain Yamamoto and his Lieutenant Chojuro Sasakibe. Many members of the Gotei 13 were also left severely injured, and with some in critical condition. Kenpachi was beaten so badly by Yūhabak that he was unlikely to ever regain consciousness. Byakuya's situation was even worse, as he was brutally injured using the power of his own Bankai. Furthermore, Byakuya Kuchiki, Hitsugaya, Komamura, and Soifon had all lost their Bankais to the invading Quincy. Because we're focusing on Hitsugaya in this video, I'm going to be talking about the challenges that he had to overcome. After losing his Bankai, Hitsugaya had quickly assessed his situation, and he had worked to bridge the gap in his power that was left by the loss of his Bankai, which he and the other captains have become very reliant upon. Unlike characters like Soifon and Komamura, who had abandoned their Zanbakuto and had sought other means of strengthening themselves, Hitsugaya had focused on the basics of Zanjutsu in order to overcome his newfound weakness. This unique approach reflects a very commendable character trait of Hitsugaya's. In order to compensate for the decreased quantity of ice that he could produce, Hitsugaya had used Rangiku's Hinako ashes in order to reinforce his now thin ice, thus boosting the defensive and offensive properties of his ice. Unfortunately, despite this clever strategy, the results were fairly disappointing when implemented in battle. The second Quincy invasion had started in chapter 547, with the Quincy once again surprising the Shinigami. Despite having already experienced a surprise invasion, the Shinigami were still caught off guard when the Quincy had swapped their Serete with the Wandenreich city. During the second invasion, the Shinigami quickly mobilized, with Hitsugaya and Rangiku saving several Shinigami from a massive torrent of flames that was produced by Bazb. However, their new strategy had failed against Bazb's power, leaving Hitsugaya severely injured and close to death. Then the arrival of Kangdu had only made matters worse, as it had seemed like the end for Hitsugaya. However, the story then shifts to Mayuri receiving a message about a method to restore the Bankai for all of the Shinigami who had theirs stolen. Urahara reveals that he has discovered the antagonistic relationship between Quincy and Hollows and has found a way to exploit the Quincy's weakness by using his shadow infiltration pills in order to temporarily holify the stolen Bankai that they possess. This would result in the Quincy's body rejecting the Bankai and thus allowing it to be returned to its rightful owner. These shadow infiltration pills are teleported throughout the Soul Society to the various different captains, with one landing in front of Hitsugaya. After touching it, Kangdu's body begins rejecting Hitsugaya's Bankai, thus allowing it to return to him. After he regains Daiguren Hyorin-maru, it takes up a new form. An ice construct runs diagonally across his body, while a visor extends across his left eye and ear, which gives him this really cool eye patch. However, upon regaining his Bankai, Hitsugaya doesn't demonstrate any new special abilities like the Vizards had done, nor does he gain anything beyond the cosmetic changes. It seems as though this process has simply added a holo attribute to his Reiatsu, rather than fully holifying it in the traditional sense. Urahara was very careful not to emulate what Aizen had done with his Hokyoku, so his shadow infiltration pills had a temporary effect, which was done to make the stolen Bankai poisonous to the Quincy, by giving it a spiritual attribute that they cannot tolerate. Now, it's up for debate whether if Hitsugaya's holified Bankai had made him stronger or not. I will be intrigued to see a holification form of the various different Bankai in the series, where characters could theoretically access holo powers and have even holo variants of their powers, with each of them manifesting their own unique holo masks. I think that Bleach Brave Souls has an opportunity to incorporate this into its roster, and as for having this implemented into the story, I think that Kubo had decided against this in order to avoid redundancy. For example, Soifon's Bankai doesn't offer much room for development, because it's already a massive missile launcher with highly destructive capabilities. By combining holo powers with it, it would only result in a larger explosion without any other significant changes. And in terms of Komamura, his Bankai already had a new appearance during the final arc, and adding holo powers might have detracted from the impact of his dehumanization technique. Therefore, it's understandable why Kubo didn't pursue this direction, and why he didn't have hollow powers manifesting with all of the Shinigami. Now, as for Byakuya, he doesn't use his Bankai during the onset of the second Quincy invasion, while their powers are still hollowified. So unfortunately, speculating about how his powers could have been hollowified is not even up for consideration. Despite these limitations, this development was a great addition to the lore of Bleach, building upon a dynamic that was established very early on in the series. As much as I would have loved to see more of Hitsugaya's battle against Bazbi and Kangdu, the outcome of the battle makes total sense. The completed Daiguren Hyorenmaru is revealed within chapter 670, during his battle against the Sternritter Gerard Valkyrie. Byakuya and we as the audience had assumed that Hitsugaya was at his limit, as we had thought that the flower petals behind him had represented his remaining power. He tells Byakuya that he had never said that his limit is reached after all the flower petals fall. He reveals that once all of the ice flowers have fallen, this is when his Bankai Daiguren Hyorenmaru is complete. The final form of his Bankai is revealed as we see an incredibly cool adult form of Hitsugaya. Now, everything that I have stated about Daiguren Hyorenmaru not being fully mature is confirmed by Hitsugaya here, as he reiterates that his power is not fully developed yet to gain full control over his Bankai. This is why he transforms into an adult form when his Bankai activates its completed state. He goes on to say that he doesn't like this adult form much, which is such a typical Hitsugaya thing to say. It is like he enjoys the challenge of battle, and these powerful forms and abilities make it too easy for him to have the upper hand against the enemy. This is once again further emphasized in chapter 673 when Renji and Rukia see him in this new form, and they assume that it is Hitsugaya's older brother, which he is more than happy to play along with. Through becoming older, he is now able to use his power at its full potential, as he appears to have had a significant growth spurt. He has a new taller appearance with ice covering his shoulders, knees and arms. He demonstrates the power to instantly freeze objects that are fired at him when Gerard launches his shield towards him, and he freezes it solid with a simple raise of his hand. He does the same thing when the Sternritter attempts to cut him down with his oversized blade. After he freezes it, he cuts the blade in two, stating that once something is frozen, it ceases to properly function. When Gerard materializes a Quincy bow, Hitsugaya activates the ability Shikai Hyoketsu. This attack takes about 4 seconds to charge up, and it has the power to freeze the 4 elements of earth, fire, water and wind. After breaking free, he grabs him in his hand, but Hitsugaya asks him if he had really thought that he would be unscathed after touching him in this new form. We learn that his opponent can also be instantly frozen after touching him only momentarily. In chapter 672, after it seems as though Gerard has been defeated, Hitsugaya is seen to be incredibly exhausted. He is stopped from falling to the ground by Byakuya, who comments on how his completed Bankai form seems to be taking a heavy toll on his body. Hitsugaya admits that he is almost at his limit, after having been in this form for such a short amount of time. Chapter 680 is the last time that we see Hitsugaya in his adult form, as he reacts to Gerard having his powers taken from him after Yhwach activates Aswalan. Hitsugaya's transformation justified a lot of the hype surrounding his character after the Bleach manga had ended. This form reveals that he has the potential to become one of the strongest captains of the Gotei 13. Because he is fairly young, he needs to age his body to use the completed form of his Bankai. That I can only assume he had awakened during the 17 months after Aizen's defeat. We only got to see him use this form for a couple of chapters, and he only showcased 2 abilities, so there is plenty of room for elaboration and growth when it comes to this form. Despite being able to summon the completed form of Daiguren Hyorenmaru, Hitsugaya is far from mastering and controlling its power. At some point when he is older, I believe that he has the potential to wield a blade that is as powerful as Ichibe's or Head Captain Yamamoto's. But at present, he is doing incredibly well for his age, and I really look forward to seeing him activate this form again during the Hell arc of the Bleach manga, whenever Kubo gets around to releasing more of it. Kubo knows how to masterfully captivate the audience by giving each of the Shinigami a unique and distinctive Bankai form. Now, the eccentric leader of the 12th Division, Mairi Kurotsuchi, is no exception to this. He definitely stands out as having one of the most outlandish Bankai in the series. In this video, I'm going to be deep diving into all of Mairi's Bankai abilities and how he has developed and evolved his own Bankai considerably from its first appearance during the Soul Society arc to its most latest appearance during the 1000-Year Blood War arc. In chapter 120 of the manga, we learn that a Bankai transformation can increase the power of a Zanpakuto by 5 to 10-fold, and it can take up to 10 years for a Shinigami to master their Bankai. Aside from certain instances like Ichigo, Renji and Shunsui communicating with their Zanpakuto, we don't really see characters like Mairi communicating with the manifested spirit of their respective Zanpakutos. Despite this, we still know that Mayuri has achieved his own Bankai called Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo, and he is still one of the most powerful characters in the series. His Bankai has been revealed to us several times within the story. I want to begin my breakdown of his Bankai by discussing its first appearance within the story. Mayuri's Bankai is first revealed to us in chapter 125 of the manga, and it's during his battle against Uryu. During the heat of the battle, Uryu uses his Sanrei glove in order to reach the peak of his Quincy powers in an attempt to defeat Mayuri. This of course happens right after Mayuri brutally taunts Uryu about the gruesome death of his grandfather Soken Ishida. Uryu is successful in his second attempt to injure Mayuri, causing the scientist to retaliate by releasing his Bankai Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo. The panel where Mayuri's Bankai is revealed is absolutely stunning. It's drawn incredibly by Kubo. The baby's head located on Mayuri's Zanpakuto guard opens its mouth in order to produce a frightening, colorful large creature which has the body of a caterpillar. The bulbous yellow head of this grotesque creature has two large white eyes with no pupils whatsoever. It's honestly amazing to witness this transformation, and I have always asked myself, why is there a silver halo hovering above this creature's head? And to top all of this off, this halo has two bells on either side. Beneath the body of this caterpillar baby monstrosity is a collection of swords. This Bankai is truly the stuff of nightmares, as the razor-sharp blades are sure to violently slice through any opponent within its reach. Within this form, the creature that is Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo is able to hear and follow the commands of Mayuri, as the Shinigami explains to Uryu that his Bankai sprays a lethal poison that is made from his blood. This poison will spread to a 100-mile radius, and it is impossible to avoid. Obviously, the poison does not affect Mayuri or Nemu. Following the battle with Uryu, we find out that there is a cure for breathing in this poisonous gas. The only two people who possess the antidote are of course Nemu and Mayuri. In chapter 126, we find out that Nemu keeps the antidote hidden within her uniform. She has it carefully tucked away beneath the badge on her left arm, whilst Mayuri keeps his antidote hidden somewhere on his body. Now, what is so deadly about the poison emitted is the fact that even if an individual does not inhale the deadly gas, it can still work its way into the bodies of individuals by permeating through their skin. In chapter 304, when Mayuri uses his Bankai again, both Renji and Uryu inhale the poisonous gas. Uryu believes that he has probably developed antibodies against it, but this quickly appears not to be the case. Uryu of course had immunity to an older version of the poisonous gas, but Mayuri, being the scientist that he is, always changes the composition of the poison following every fight in an attempt to stay one step ahead of his opponents. Throughout the course of the story, Mayuri has plenty of opportunities to showcase the abilities of his Bankai, especially during the final arc of Bleach. During Mayuri's battle against the 8th Espada Xylopodograns, Mayuri releases his Bankai and uses it to devour the Espada. The Arrancar proves to be very formidable as he uses the rebirth power of his Resurrection in order to implant himself within Nemu's body and to return to battle. As Mayuri then taunts his opponent, Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo appears from behind in order to attack its master. This is definitely a massive shock, and everyone present is stunned at this strange turn of events. Mayuri's own Bankai is being used against him. Breaking into a hysterical bout of laughter, Xylopodor begins to explain how his own powers work. If his body is devoured, then it will invade the nervous system of whoever consumes it. This even includes biological creatures created from a Bankai. This appears to be a weakness of Mayuri's Bankai. The fact that it is a living organism means that it's susceptible to attacks on its nervous system. Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo then explodes out of nowhere as Mayuri reveals to his stunned opponent that he was able to modify his Bankai so that it would self-destruct if anybody had attempted to use it against him. Mayuri's Zanpakuto then reverts to its sealed state. Now this is fascinating because we don't really see any other Shinigami being able to modify their own Zanpakuto in such a manner, but this is to be expected from the mad scientist Mayuri. After all, he is an expert when it comes to modifications and experimentation. Mayuri further demonstrates his skill of modifying his own Zanpakuto during the 1000-Year Blood War arc in chapter 637. When the left arm of the Soul King Pernida appears onto the battlefield, Mayuri and Kenpachi both initially struggle on how to combat it. As expected from the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi dives straight in for the attack, but he gets his arm folded, which he then proceeds to cut off, relentlessly pursuing the attack without without knowing the Quincy's powers, Kenpachi is put down temporarily by Mayuri. He stabs him in the back using a new form of Ashisogi Jizo, activating an ability called Fear Factor 4. This involves Mayuri making his Zanpakuto open its mouth in order to scream. Anyone who doesn't have Mayuri's blood, who hears the scream for longer than 4 seconds, ends up being paralyzed. This is different to Mayuri's Zanpakuto ability, which simply stops the neural impulses of movement. This new power, Fear Factor 4, completely paralyzes anything biological. Mayuri had used his modified Shikai in order to learn some essential information about his opponent. He is able to deduce that the source of Pranaida's power is in the nerves. The left arm of the Soul King is able to sink his nerves into his enemy's body and forcefully control their movements. This information is then utilized in order to create an alternative form of his Bankai, which he refers to as Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo Matai Fukuen Shotai. This new version of his Bankai has an even stranger design than its previous iteration. His new Bankai takes on the form of a monstrous, overweight, purple-skinned baby dressed in a golden loincloth. The head is completely out of proportion with pure white eyes, and there appears to be 2 horns protruding from the side of its head. Each of the horns form to make a balancing scale, which are holding up large boxes, and the baby's belly has a large vertical gash within the center with the kanji text for the word conceal written across its stomach. The purple baby rests on a large pile of thick umbilical cords with visible veins. Now, I'm completely blown away by this incredibly unique design, and I'm really interested to see how this is going to be animated within the 1000-Year Blood War arc anime. Mayuri proceeds to explain to a horrified Ikkaku and Yumichika that his Bankai's power is to give birth to a new Ashisogi Jizo based on the data that he accumulates during battle. The modified Bankai screams loudly as a new form of Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo is literally birthed from its old form, as Mayuri explains that this new iteration of its Bankai has all of its nerves exposed on the surface of its body. It looks super painful when you observe closely just how many nerve endings are protruding on every inch of its body. Mayuri states that this new form goes through excruciating pain whenever its body comes into contact with the ground or the air. He casually dismisses this and highlights that what is important is the fact that these surface nerves are divided into 70,000 layers. Even if Pranaida's nerves were to penetrate its body, this would only affect the surface layer of nerves. In chapter 640, we see just how long this modified Bankai is able to stand against an opponent. When Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo devours Pranaida, Mayuri seems extremely ecstatic with the result. However, Pranaida is able to break free by exploding itself out of Ashisogi Jizo's body. Chapter 642 reveals some important information as to the way in which Mayuri had created his Bankai. During a brief flashback to Nemu's childhood, we learned that Mayuri and his lab workers were conducting extensive research for a project called the Nemuri Artificial Soul Project. In the beginning, it was one failure after another. The first attempt to create life had resulted in a brain being developed. As subsequent technologies were implemented, the 5th attempt had developed all the way into a fetus. Using this technology is what had allowed Mayuri to create a modified version of his own Zanpakuto, and this is how he ended up becoming a captain of the 12th Division. This definitely explains why Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo is manifested as a gigantic baby, as it's a byproduct of the Nemuri Artificial Soul Project. I really love the modified version of Mayuri's Bankai. The ability to create modified versions of Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo with new information and data that Mayuri provides it allows him to create the perfect version of Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo, which is able to counter the specific abilities of whoever Mayuri is facing off against. Mayuri's Bankai takes up the form of a caterpillar-shaped monstrosity. It is a Bankai that takes up the form of a living biological weapon that has lost all sense of control. There is a lot of symbolism when it comes to Konjigi Ashisogi Jizo. We are aware that a Bankai is the reflection of a Shinigami's soul. The body of his Bankai takes up the form of a caterpillar. We know that caterpillars cocoon themselves and then eventually emerge as a butterfly. The fact that Mayuri's Bankai takes up the body of a caterpillar could suggest that Mayuri's soul is one that is yet to reach its full potential. The theme of perfection is closely tied to Mayuri's character. Perfection is a state that he loathes, because it distracts a scientist from constantly evolving and improving. If they believe that they have already reached the pinnacle and have attained perfection, then there is nowhere else to go from there. The caterpillar body body of Mayuri's Bankai is contrasted against the resurrection form of Xyle, who is the scientist that Mayuri is contrasted against during the Arrancar arc. Xyle resurrection was butterfly-like, complete with painted wings. When this form was consumed by Mayuri's Bankai, Xyle went through a cocoon-like stage while he was implanted within Nemu. He ended up hatching himself again into his butterfly form, fully reborn. At this time, he had claimed that he had attained perfection, not by overcoming death, but by making it a part of his own life cycle. Ultimately, Xyle was defeated by Mayuri because of the differences in how they had perceived this concept of perfection. Mayuri refused to accept that there is an end to growth. Mayuri's beliefs on perfection are perfectly represented by his Bankai, which takes up the form of a baby that has the body of a caterpillar. Both of these states of being represent growth and evolution. Additionally, the name Jizo in Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo is a reference to the Bodhisattva. Often regarded as the guardian of children's souls, Bodhisattvas are enlightened beings who delay their ascension to assist others on Earth. Typically depicted with childlike faces and adorned in red bibs, these statues symbolize protection against evil. This concept contrasts with Mayuri's Bankai, which is designed for destruction rather than protection. Interestingly, Jizo statues are known as Earth Bearers, and they are traditionally crafted from stone. They are believed to possess protective and enduring spiritual power which predates Buddhist beliefs. This is in stark contrast to Mayuri's name Kurotsuchi, which translates to black soil. Now, the similarity in Mayuri's name and the nature of his Bankai further highlights how complex Mayuri's character is, and how Kubo interweaves themes of perfection, Buddhist concepts, and different naming conventions into the characters and abilities that they possess. Mayuri's Bankai is truly exceptional, and while making this video, I've learned a great deal about its power. Its main ability to poison those who inhale its gas is a deceptively simple surface layer of this complex Bankai. Genichimaru is a character that we are suspicious of from the very beginning of the Bleach story. From his physical appearance alone, he appears to be somebody that you cannot trust. He has an unrelenting stench of villainy, which is just really hard to shake off. Genichimaru is iconically remembered for his two-faced personality, as well as being central to an incredible plot twist from chapter 414 of the manga, which reveals that he hasn't been completely honest about the true nature of how his Bankai functions. Now, when Gin reveals his true motives to Aizen, it is evident that he has been concealing the real abilities of his Bankai, and for a very good reason. In this video, I'm going to be dissecting everything that there is to know about Genichimaru's Bankai, as I'll be uncovering why Gin had decided to work alongside Aizen, and why he had concealed the abilities of his Bankai from Aizen for close to 100 years. Also, I'm going to be breaking down and analyzing the meaning behind the name of his Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. In chapter 129 of the manga, we learn more about Genichimaru's past via a flashback told from Rangiku's perspective. Here we see Gin as a child handing out some dried persimmon to Rangiku, who is lying on the ground within the forest of the Rukongai district. Gin comments on the fact that she must have spiritual energy if she has collapsed and exhausted, and she responds by commenting on the strangeness of his name. Since then, both Gin and Rangiku became close friends, and it is evident from their flashbacks that Rangiku and Gin are more than just casual acquaintances. Their story is actually told in segmented flashbacks that are scattered throughout the manga. Now, as Gin and Rangiku began living together, one day there was a chance encounter in the forest that sealed Gin's destiny. In chapter 415, we see Gin collecting some firewood as he looks up to see a strange gathering of Shinigami. There appear to be 3 men who are bowing their heads to another man who is wielding a glowing pink orb in his hand. We quickly learn that this individual is of course Sosuke Aizen, and the glowing orb that he is holding is in fact the Hokyoku. This device is a source of much conflict within the series, because when it becomes the completed Hokyoku, it propels Aizen to unparalleled heights of power. The Hokyoku was initially invented by Kisuke Urahara, and Aizen had ended up creating a replica of it. He had made it for the sole purpose of breaking down the barriers that exist between a Shinigami and a hollow. We can see from the manga panels that it is a tiny spherical device, but it is powerful enough to be able to manifest the desires of its wielder. In chapter 415, Aizen is seen taking some form of spiritual energy from one of the Shinigami. This scene is juxtaposed against Rangiku lying helplessly on the ground. We eventually learn that Aizen was feeding the soul souls of hundreds of Rukongai citizens to his incomplete Hokyoku. Rangiku was among these Rukongai citizens who fell victim to Aizen's experimentations. But the difference is that Rangiku had a fragment of the Soul King within her, which ended up being taken away from her and was used in order to empower the Hokyoku. Now, it is because of this very vital aspect of Rangiku's soul which was stolen, which had resulted in Gin forming an enemy out of Aizen. It was at a young age that Gin had formed the desire to destroy Aizen, and his decades of loyalty had culminated into the reveal of his Bankai during the fake Karakura Town arc. This was during one of the most pivotal plot twists in all of Bleach. Since we know that Gin was a former captain, we are aware that he is among some of the most powerful characters within Bleach. Before diving into his Bankai abilities, I want to first explain how his Shikai works. This is because in chapter 507, we are reminded that no Zanpakuto in existence has a Shikai and a Bankai which are unrelated in their abilities. Depending upon a Shinigami's ability to communicate and control their Zanpakuto spirit, a Zanpakuto can manifest itself into two additional forms before it returns to its sealed state. These two forms are referred to as Shikai and Bankai. Shikai is the initial release stage of a Zanpakuto, where we get to see the partially manifested powers of the Shinigami's personified inner soul. A Shikai typically transforms the Zanpakuto into another unique weapon, or it remains unchanged and instead displays a unique ability. A Shikai can only be activated once a Shinigami learns the name of their Zanpakuto. Gin's Shikai is referred to as Shinso, which translates to God Spear, and his Bankai is called Kamishini no Yari, which translates to God Killing Spear. Now, names are incredibly important within the story of Bleach, and Kubo makes it obvious that Gin was destined to at least try and kill Aizen, who himself is a false god who had the desire to sit atop of the heavens, taking the vacant throne of God that the Soul King occupies. One of my favorite quotes within Bleach is Gin's Bankai release command, which is kill Kamishini no Yari. The way that he utters this is so simple and straight to the point. Gin's delivery makes it an epic one-liner that sends chills down your spine every time you read it. So after Gin had activated his Bankai, what was it able to achieve, and how did it fare when it was executed in a battle against a Hokyoku evolved Aizen? We see a demonstration of Gin's Shikai abilities in chapter 75 when Ichigo attempts to bypass him and enter the Serite. He ends up being forcefully pushed back by the force of Gin's Shikai. We see his Shikai once again when Gin faces off against Hitsugaya in chapter 132. He activates his Shikai using the release command shoot to kill, pierce him. Even in its released form, his Shikai looks like an ordinary sword. In its Shikai state, we can see that Shinzo's blade grows white and extends at high speed in order to pierce Gin's opponent from a distance. In chapter 75, we get a demonstration of the powerful force that is generated when his Zanpakuto is extended. Gin is able to effortlessly push back both Ichigo and the giant Jidambo out from under the Serite gate. Now, when Rangiku had intervened in the fight between Gin and Hitsugaya, her Zanpakuto Hinako had started to crack from the sheer force generated from blocking Shinzo. In addition to these abilities, Gin can maintain the extension of his Zanpakuto in its Shikai state, and he can swing his blade around in wide arcs, attacking multiple targets at the same time. When he retracts his Zanpakuto Shinzo, it displays the ability to also bend. In chapter 339, we learn that Shinzo's maximum length is equivalent to 100 times its original length. Gin explains to Ichigo that this fact alone had ended up earning his Zanpakuto the nickname 100 Swords. Before Gin's Bankai Kamishini no Yari was revealed, we could probably deduce that it's an extension of its Shikai power, because even in its Bankai state it does not change in appearance, aside from having the ability to extend its length. In chapter 399, Gin states that his Zanpakuto can extend up to 8 miles in its Bankai form. This ability absolutely crushes the laws of physics, as we see how easily entire buildings are shredded in half. The force, cutting power, length and speed generated from Kamishini no Yari are vastly amplified to the point where Gin is capable of swiftly cutting an entire town in half with a single slash of his Zanpakuto while standing a considerable distance away. Now, the next statement has caused a lot of debates amongst fans, as in chapter 400, Gin states that his Zanpakuto can extend itself up to 8.1 miles at 500 times the speed of sound. sound. This would be exactly 106.6 miles per second in order to arrive at its full length in under 0.08 seconds. I don't know about you guys, but these statistics sound way too impossible to even imagine. This means that Gin's weapon is not just the longest Zanpakuto but the fastest. The extension and contraction speed of Kamishini no Yari is highly dangerous, and Gin does attempt to downplay its speed whenever he talks about his Zanpakuto. Ichigo in chapter 399 states that the scariest thing about his Zanpakuto, it's not its destructive force or its length, but rather the speed of its lengthening and contracting. Kamishini no Yari may seem relatively harmless when compared to other Bankai, but it's probably one of the most dangerous when applied to a practical situation. Prior to him revealing the true abilities of his Bankai, Gin focuses on the length and power of his Zanpakuto so that he continues to have this psychological advantage over Aizen. In chapter 404, Gin uses another ability of Kamishini no Yari. This power is known as Buto, as he adopts a stand where he firmly grips his Zanpakuto with both hands and places the hilt of his blade squarely on the center of his chest. Gin is then able to utilize the tremendous extension and contraction properties of his Zanpakuto to an even more terrifying extent than its normal state. Kubo shows us how fast this is by illustrating how Ichigo barely has any time to register what is happening. Gin's attack occurs in the form of a piercing maneuver where the extension and contraction of Gin's blade becomes almost completely unseen no matter how closely you observe it. Gin then releases another command for his Bankai called Kamishini no Yari Buto Renjin. This ability repeats the action of extending and then contracting his Zanpakuto as it happens multiple times in rapid succession. This generates an apparent mass of blades that leaves little opportunity for his opponent to evade successfully. Ichigo is thrown across the buildings with such force that his hollow mask ends up being activated. Now during the final stages of the battle against Aizen, Gin reveals Kamishini no Yari's true abilities. Before his big deception is unveiled in chapter 414 of the manga, Aizen states that he is surprised by Gin. He thought that after seeing Rangiku that he would have shown her mercy. Gin then gives one of his most iconic speeches which links back to why the true abilities of his Bankai remained hidden. He says that he is a snake who has no heart. He swallows people whole, and true to his snake-like nature, Genichimaru betrays the man that he has been following for a century. Everything is going smoothly and Aizen contemplates his ascension within the Soul Society as he then casually remarks about creating the Oken, but he doesn't know what's about to happen next as Gin then impales Aizen with the true form of his Bankai. Now the true beauty of how all of this is executed is the composure of Gin. In one instance, he appears to be walking away and then in a flash, Aizen doesn't know what has just hit him. Gin gives us some exposition relating to why he is the only one who is able to catch Aizen off guard. This is where we learn about the weakness of Aizen's Shikai Kyōkotsu Getsu. Gin had spent a decade spending time with Aizen in order to learn its weakness, which is you need to touch Aizen's Zanpakuto while it's in its sealed state so that its complete hypnosis will have no effect on you. Nobody else within the entire Gotei 13 had known this weakness except for Gin. I've always admired a lot of characters within Bleach, but Genichimaru tops my list for having some of the most insane levels of dedication for his goal. Now unfortunately for him, Aizen had known all along that Gin was planning to kill him, and this is why he had kept him close. Gin then pulls out an Uno reverse card and states that he has lied to Aizen about his Bankai's true power. He explains that Kamishini no Yari's true ability does not lie just in its length or speed, but it's the power of the Zanpakuto to turn into dust for just a second at the moment when it expands and contracts. There is a deadly poison within his Zanpakuto which is released into his opponent's body when his blade impales them, with his poison dissolving into the blood and beginning to break down cells. Gin's Bankai enables him to leave a small portion of his Zanpakuto within his opponent's body when his Bankai retracts. This effectively allows him to kill an opponent at any time that he chooses to. Gin had left a fragment of his blade within Aizen's heart, and he literally does this within a fraction of a second after piercing his chest. Gin then utters his super cool release command, Kill, God-Killing Spear. We then see Aizen's body breaking apart with the upper right portion of his torso completely disintegrating. Despite the well thought out plan, Aizen ends up evolving into his chrysalis stage, and he states that he has now finally ascended into a being that transcends both Shinigami and Hollows. And this of course is thanks to the Hokyoku. What happens after this is absolutely heartbreaking as Gin is impaled through his body and thrown to the ground. At the very end of his life, Kamishini no Yari was obedient to its master. The god-killing spear, however, was unable to fulfill its mission of killing the false god that is Aizen. Gin's Bankai would have definitely been able to kill Aizen, but he was unable to foresee how effective the Hokyoku would have been in assisting Aizen in this situation. After failing his mission, Gin apologizes to Rangiku for not being able to return what was stolen from her. This just highlights how much of a burden Gin had placed upon his shoulders for the sake of his desire for revenge. In a recent question and answer on Kubo's official fan club Club Outside, in question 545, a fan had asked Kubo that if Gin continues to leave pieces of his Zanpakuto within his opponent's body, will his Zanpakuto eventually cease to exist? With the fan rightly assuming that Gin's Zanpakuto may not be able to restore itself. This is in line with what Mayuri had told Ichigo about a Bankai in chapter 515. He states that a damaged or broken Bankai can never be returned to its former state, but Kubo reveals that over time the pieces that are missing from Gin's Bankai end up being restored, similar to how a snake's venom replenishes over time. In summary, Gin has an incredible Bankai. It amplifies several qualities of its Shikai like its force, cutting power, length and speed, and the most incredible ability of his Bankai is that he can leave a piece of his Zanpakuto inside the body of his opponent, which he is then able to dissolve into a deadly poison which kills them at a cellular level. I really love Gin's Bankai and I wish that we got to see more of it within the actual manga, but its brief showcase plays into the tragic story of Gin.
One of the highlights of the Soul Society arc was in chapter 146 when we see the Bankai release of Kaname Tozen during his fight against Kenpachi Zaraki. When all hope had seemed lost, Kenpachi was easily able to find a weakness within Tozen's Bankai, thus setting himself free in the process. In this video, I'll be breaking down everything that there is to know about Tozen's Bankai Enema Korogi. In order to do this, we need to first understand the Shikai ability of Tozen's Zanpakuto Suzumushi. This is a unique blade because instead of obtaining it as an Asauchi, Kaname inherited this blade from his deceased friend Kakyo. As a Shinigami, Tozen is firm in his convictions for delivering justice. When he was a captain within the Gotei 13, he had the strength to match any opponent. However, when it came time to manifest the full potential of his Zanpakuto, he was utterly crushed by Kenpachi Zaraki. Many fans have criticized this fight on the basis that Tozen was being too talkative after he had released his Bankai. This had allowed Kenpachi to overcome it simply because of his innate raw power. Suzumushi is the name of Tozen's Zanpakuto, and in English it translates to cricket. Since crickets are nocturnal creatures, we can infer that this is a symbolic name that reflects Tozen's views of the world. Because Tozen is blind, his Zanpakuto has developed abilities based on sensing sound or spiritual pressure. Suzumushi is a Kido type Zanpakuto, which means that it is designed around a special ability rather than being centered around close range combat. Within the Can't Fear on World light novels, it's confirmed that Tozen had in fact inherited his Zanpakuto Suzumushi from his deceased friend Kakyo Tsuneyashiro. Over on Kubo's official fan club Club Outside, a fan had asked him whether or not if the essence of a Zanpakuto's soul can be overwritten if it is inherited from another person, like in the case of Tozen or Kenpachi. Alternatively, the fan had wondered whether if the soul of the Zanpakuto will be made to mix with the essence of the previous owner. Kubo revealed that in such cases, the soul of the inherited Zanpakuto is usually overwritten. However, in other cases, the souls may mix. I found Kubo's answer here to be very insightful, especially when you reflect upon the fact that Tozen had dedicated himself to pursue justice on behalf of his murdered friend. So I want to begin my analysis of Tozen's Bankai by first examining the abilities of Suzumushi's Shikai. This way we can examine the link between his Shikai and Bankai so that we can determine the thematic concepts that Kubo had wanted to convey through the abilities that Tozen possesses. This is because in chapter 507 it was confirmed that no Zanpakuto possesses completely unrelated Shikai and Bankai abilities. Suzumushi is unlike any Zanpakuto since its Shikai has two release commands, each command corresponding with a unique ability. We first witnessed the true power of Suzumushi's initial Shikai form in chapter 126 after Uryu was barely able to beat Mayuri. When Tozen confronts him at the top of the stairwell, he releases his Shikai with the command Cry Suzumushi while maintaining its regular katana form. The blade releases a devastating high-pitched tone that blankets a massive area, instantly rendering rendering Uryu unconscious as he was within the range of his attack. This non-lethal approach embodies Tozen's interpretation of justice, as he claims to walk the path of least bloodshed, and his Shikai reflects this philosophy by subduing opponents without causing physical harm. We see this ability again in chapter 368 when Tozen uses Suzumushi's vibrations to break free from Hisagi's Kazeshini. We are able to clearly see how the piercing sound is created through the vibration of Suzumushi. The second technique of Suzumushi's Shikai is known as Suzumushi Nishiki Benihiko. This ability allows the Zanpakuto to transform into its Benihiko form, meaning that Tozen is able to create a swarm of blades which fall onto his opponent from above. In order to achieve this, Tozen swings his blade around in a semicircle before releasing his attack. During the Soul Society arc, when Tozen decides that Kenpachi is beyond redemption, he unleashes his Bankai Enma Korogi. When the Bankai is released, Suzumushi maintains its form but without the ring on its hilt. In order for the Bankai to be activated, Tozen holds his Zanpakuto in his right hand whilst his left palm stays attached to the ring. As the ring begins to spin in a clockwise direction, it releases large amounts of Reiatsu. The tiny ring is eventually transformed into a large sphere which is comparable in size to Tozen's body. This ring is then multiplied into 10 rings of equal size that surround Tozen. They appear to form a protective barrier around him, and with one decisive swing of his blade, these rings spread outward to establish a wider perimeter before manifesting a massive dome of pure darkness, which is anchored to the ground by the 10 rings. If you pay close attention to the manga panels here, then you'll notice that each of the rings of Enma Korogi is inscribed with a unique kanji. These kanji are translated into 10 words which include skeleton, scatter, squander, and daring, just to name a few. And there is a fan theory which suggests that Tozen's Bankai is a direct reference to the realm of hell. This theory, proposed by Atoll over on the Bleach subreddit, suggests that each of the words inscribed in the kanji was meant to represent the stages of a rotting body as it passes through hell. For example, the kanji for fester is referring to the fact that a corpse will swell up from the inside due to the gas produced by decomposition. The next kanji represents the word inflamed, and this is a reference to the fact that the decomposed corpse is so rotten that the skin begins to break down. The final kanji for skeleton implies that the flesh and skin will disappear, leaving only bones. This theory is further supported by the fact that the title of chapter 146 is Demon Loves the Dark. In addition to this, the title of Enma within his Bankai Enma Korogi could be in reference to the ruling god and judge of the dead from Japanese mythology who rules over the underworld. The special ability of Enma Korogi is to create a vacuum within the dome which negates all of a person's senses, which includes spiritual energy, sight, sound, and scent. This special ability is known as Mumio. Kubo does an excellent job at foreshadowing this ability when Tozen reveals that he has been without light in his eyes since birth. In Buddhist mythology, Mumio is a term that is used to describe those who are unwise or ignorant. It also describes someone who is unaware of the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. This is why Tozen refers to Kenpachi as someone who is beyond redemption. He is symbolically trapped in darkness due to his ignorance. When he enters Mumio, Kenpachi is physically trapped in darkness, and once a person is trapped within Tozen's Bankai, the only sense that they have left is touch. Tozen's Zanpakuto doesn't transform into this dome, but is instead a separate aspect of his Bankai. The dome remains as simply an extension, and this means that Tozen has an advantage during battle as he is able to wield the sealed form of his Zanpakuto whilst he is inside of the dome. The only limitation to this Bankai ability is that anyone touching Suzumushi's hilt is immune to the effects of the dome. Kenpachi had grabbed Suzumushi after he was stabbed in order to locate him, and when Kenpachi had launched a counterattack, the dome ended up disappearing. In order to understand the link between the Shikai and Bankai of Suzumushi, we must remember that Tozen is a man whose character arc is shaped by his desire to follow the path of least bloodshed. However, his desire for peace and justice is corrupted by the revenge that he seeks. These opposing sides of his personality are manifested in the first and second release of his Shikai. In the first Shikai of Suzumushi, an opponent suffers the least harm. them. Contrastingly, Tozen's tendency towards violence is manifested in his Zanpakuto's second Shikai release, Benihime. Benihime unleashes a violent and damaging attack on the opponent. This violence feeds into the hidden anger within Tozen's personality. Tozen's desire for revenge also creates a bloodthirst which is seen within his Bankai and Makorogi, where the opponent is literally sentenced to hell, as they are stripped from all senses but touch, which allows them to experience pain. I do think that Tozen's character had a lot of potential to do good within the story, however his intentions were to never assimilate into becoming a Shinigami, since he harbored a desire for revenge against the Gote 13 who had denied him justice for the murder of his friend Kageyoshi. Tozen's lust for revenge had corrupted the values and ideals that he had inherited from Kageyoshi, and Tozen's Bankai symbolizes his innate desire to judge and punish those who have wronged him. I think that the concept of Enmakorogi is really cool, and it was a shame that Tozen's battle against Kenpachi was the only real time that we had seen this Bankai showcased within the series. There is potential for Tozen's character to return if the Bleach manga continues via the Hell arc. It would be fascinating to see how his abilities have altered if he has in fact been sent to Hell. Tozen is one of Bleach's most tragic characters, a man who began on the path of justice only to be consumed by his thirst for vengeance. The symbolism of his Bankai with its connections to Hell and Judgment adds a lot of depth to his character arc, but Seijin Komamura's Bankai is still one of the most visually striking in all of Bleach due to its massive size and imposing presence. Komamura has activated his Bankai in critical battles during the Soul Society arc, the Fake Karakura Town arc, and the Thousand Year Blood War arc. In chapter 497, when Yhwach Sternritter steal the Bankai of the Shinigami, Komamura finds himself feeling powerless to avenge head captain Yamamoto. Now it's this sense of helplessness which drives him to learn the humanization technique, which leads to an evolved form of his Bankai. Now in this video I want to break down and analyze the intricacies of Komamura's original Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō. One of my favorite aspects of Bleach is the subtle layers of depth that Kubo writes into his characters, and when we see individuals partake in battle when they activate a new ability or a transformation, these layers of depth are pulled back and we learn so much more about the character. By analyzing the abilities and appearance of Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō, I do believe that we can gain a better understanding of Komamura's character. Komamura is introduced to us as the captain of the 7th Division, and he first reveals his Bankai Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō in chapter 148, during the Soul Society arc when he battles against Kenpachi Zaraki. His Zanpakuto Tenken translates to Heavenly Retribution or Heavenly Punishment. His Bankai Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō translates to Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination. Another translation of his Bankai name is Vidya Raja of Kala Sutra's Heavenly Punishment. In Eastern Asia and in Hinduism, it's believed that deities that embody wisdom are referred to as Wisdom Kings, which in Sanskrit is Vidya Raja or in Japanese Myō'ō. Understanding these concepts will help us to grasp the deeper meaning behind the giant which manifests when Komamura releases his Bankai, because in some way Komamura is summoning wrathful deities in order to deal out his heavenly punishment. The black ropes which are draped around the giant symbolize bondage, which is in reference to the realm of hell which is intended for sinners. This imagery ties back to Komamura's background, which is revealed in chapter 556, when we see him meeting with the elder of the Wolfman clan. It's revealed that members of the Wolfman clan were originally cursed to dwell within the beast realm due to their sins. They were then returned to the Soul Society in a beast-like state, as they are destined to live out their mortal lives with a sense of shame for sins that were committed by themselves in a past life or by the ancestors of their clan. Tenken Komamura Zanpakuto is a living type Zanpakuto, which explains why its Bankai manifests as a giant. This giant is depicted in armor which resembles that of a samurai, and it mirrors all of Komamura's movements. After Komamura undergoes the humanization technique, Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō manifests as a giant stripped of its armor. This iteration of his Bankai is called Dangaijo.
Now, with this understanding of the significance behind the name and appearance of Komamura's Bankai, we can now delve deeper into his Shikai. As stated during the battle between Yamamoto and fake Yū'ō in chapter 507, no Zanpakuto possesses a Shikai and Bankai with unrelated abilities. Therefore, it's critical to explore the thematic connection between Komamura's Shikai and Bankai. After examining the abilities of his Shikai, we will then discuss the powers of Kokujo Tengen Myō, and then finally we'll break down the ultimate form of Komamura's Bankai, Dangaijo, as well briefly explain the purpose of the humanization technique. A Shikai release represents the partial manifestation of a Shinigami's inner soul. Upon activation, the Zanpakuto either transforms into a unique weapon or it exhibits a special ability. Now, achieving Shikai requires a Shinigami to learn the name of their Zanpakuto. During the invasion of the Soul Society by Ichigo and his friends to rescue Rukia, we witness a pivotal moment in chapter 139. This is when Komamura and Tozen join forces in order to confront Kenpachi Zaraki. Unfazed, Kenpachi provocatively claims that he can handle both captains single-handedly. Irritated by Kenpachi's overconfidence, Komamura decides to unleash his Shikai. In the subsequent panel, a colossal limb materializes and it brings down a massive sword upon Kenpachi. This dramatic display reveals that in its Shikai state, Komamura's Zanpakuto Tenken can manifest the body parts of an invisible giant to attack his opponents. These limbs flawlessly mimic Komamura's movements, but they lack the full strength of the giant's completed form, which we see in its Bankai state. Komamura's Shikai makes another appearance during his confrontation with Aizen in chapters 175 and 176. Despite Komamura exerting a lot of energy, Aizen effortlessly holds the incoming blade with his bare hand in chapter 176. Moments after this, Komamura finds himself unconscious after falling victim to Aizen's Hado number 90, which is one of the highest ranking Kido spells. Komamura's Shikai is utilized once again during the fake Karakura Town arc when Komamura attempts to attack Tozen. Now at this point, Tozen has undergone holification and he is empowered by Aizen's Hokyoku. Komamura's Shikai summons a segment of the giant as it aims to crush Tozen under its feet. However, this strategy proves futile as it forces Komamura to activate his Bankai in order to challenge his former friend. These encounters highlight that Komamura's Shikai lacks the strength required to contend with really strong opponents like Aizen, Kenpachi, or even Tozen. Tenken's release command is raw, and intriguingly, its appearance remains unchanged from its sealed state upon activation. Bankai represents the completed manifestation of a Shinigami Zanpakuto. This second release of a Zanpakuto represents a huge power boost as it typically increases the capabilities of a Shikai by up to 5 to 10 times. Attaining Bankai requires learning to forcibly subdue one's Zanpakuto spirit, and once Bankai is obtained, it can take up to 10 years of rigorous training in order to master it. In chapter 516, Mayuri reveals a crucial fact about Bankai. Once a Bankai is destroyed, it can never be fully restored to its original form. The only exception to this rule is Komamura's Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myō, and this is due to the profound bond that it shares with its wielder. This unique connection means that any damage inflicted on the Bankai is mirrored as a physical wound on Komamura's body. But conversely, once Komamura's injuries are healed, his Bankai is also fully restored. Komamura first unleashes his Bankai in the Soul Society arc against Kenpachi Zaraki, and Kokujo Tengen Myō manifests as a towering giant, dwarfing the buildings within the Serete. The giant is fully clad in armor with a sword that differs in appearance from Komamura's Zanpakuto, as it features a string attached to the sword guard. Later, in chapter 179, Komamura attempts to use his Bankai against Aizen but is stopped by Aizen's Hado 90, which forcibly subdues him. During the fake Karakura Town arc, when Komamura faces off against Baragon's Frashion, he uses his Bankai in response to his opponent releasing a Saro towards him. The design of Kokujo Tengen Myō is breathtaking, and it's always a highlight to see it in action. With a single strike from his Bankai, Komamura defeats Baragon's Frashion, and the giant dissipates into a flutter of Reishi, thus signaling the end of their battle. The connection between Komamura's Shikai and Bankai is evident. incident. While Tenken manifests partial aspects of the giant, Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō brings forth the full body of the giant as it significantly amplifies the strength of Komamura's attacks. In chapter 384, Tozen taunts Komamura about being foolish if he believes that he can be defeated with just a Bankai, as he also notes that any damage that is inflicted on the giant is going to be mirrored onto Komamura himself. This of course is a huge weakness, but it also underscores the idea that Komamura activates his Bankai as he truly believes in its destructive power, and in most instances he probably just wants to one-shot his opponents without expecting them to survive the attack and retaliate. In the end, Tozen severely wounds Kokujo Tengen Myō'ō, which knocks Komamura unconscious. Later in chapter 391, Komamura joins the other Gotei 13 captains as they launch a combined assault against Aizen, but even after he unleashes his Bankai, he is swiftly defeated. The injuries that Komamura sustains are immediately reflected onto his Bankai, thus leaving him unable to continue the battle. Following the first Quincy invasion of the Soul Society, Komamura's Bankai is stolen by Bambietta in chapter 497. Now, unlike the other captains who had their Bankai stolen, Komamura does not resort to conventional means of training in order to strengthen himself, as he instead turns to the elder of his clan for guidance, as he wants to learn a secret technique which hopefully will be a sufficient replacement to his Bankai. In chapters 538 and 539, we see the elder of Komamura's clan scolding him for trying to reclaim his heritage after having previously hidden his true identity. Despite Komamura's attempts to convince his grandfather that the world might accept the Wolfman clan, he is ultimately forced to engage in a battle with the elder of his clan in order to gain the hidden knowledge of the humanization technique. Now, before even going into the conversation between Komamura and his grandfather, I'd like to take a minute in order to just talk about how little we know about Komamura's clan. The Beast clan is in fact one of the greatest mysteries within the entirety of Bleach. Where did they originate from? What great sin did they commit in order to be punished in such a manner? Are they connected to hell in some way, since they were condemned to the hell of beasts? Is their existence also a part of the Soul King's creation? Was it influenced by an external force? How do they interact with the cycle of souls in the universe, and how many of them are there? In all honesty, they are such an interesting mystery in their own right, and I pray that Kubo expands upon their backstory a bit more in the future, possibly during the Hell arc if he decides to continue it. Now, Komamura would have a very interesting conversation with his grandfather as he tries to convince him to teach him this mysterious technique, and it is strangely reminiscent of the conversation that occurs between Ichigo and Tensa Zangetsu when he was trying to learn the final Getsuga Tensha from him during the Fate Karakura Town arc. And this isn't the only similarity between the two scenarios, which I'll elaborate later on in the video. His grandfather questions why he has come back because he considers Komamura an outsider who had not only abandoned his people, but he had also hidden his appearance in shame just so that he could live in the outside world. Komamura tries to convince him that things have changed, and it's because the world has become more accepting of their kind that it is now worth protecting. It is worth noting that while trying to get his grandfather to teach him this technique, Komamura is very considerate and self-sacrificing here, as he claims by helping him defend the Soul Society and the world, it would become a more accepting place for their kind, meaning that the Beast clan would no longer need to live in isolation from the Soul Society. Komamura does try his best to convince his grandfather, and it would seem that negotiations would fall through, resulting in the two of them fighting. But once again, this points out another similarity between this situation in comparison to Ichigo trying to learn the final Getsuga Tensho, where he too had no choice but to fight Tensa Zangetsu as he had tried to force him to teach him the technique. I believe that this is another intentional parallel that's been placed by Kubo. Now, after Komamura and his grandfather begin fighting, the story would move on to other things, and we wouldn't see Komamura again until chapter 556 during the second invasion of the Quincy. It's at this point that Yhwach and the Sternritters had invaded the Soul Society once again, as Urahara at this point had found a way of restoring all of the stolen Bankai, which had returned them to their respective captains, including Komamura.
Komamura. Now because of this, unfortunately the Sternritter are now free to use their holy forms, a power that allows them to fight on par with any given Bankai. Hitsugaya and Soifon defeated their respective opponents Kangdu and BG9, but in the process they too had fallen unconscious. Bambietta, after losing Komamura's Bankai, would activate her holy form, as she would begin to devastate the Soul Society with a deadly shrift called the Explode. Komamura would then appear as Bambietta is about to kill Shinji, as he protects him from the Quincy's dangerous explosions. He's shown to be wearing an armor which is very similar to the one that he had first appeared in during the Soul Society arc, and he wastes little time as he begins to fight her. During their battle, Komamura's armor ends up being destroyed, and it shockingly reveals his new form, as he has taken up a humanoid appearance which still retains some aspects of his original beastly form. It is then revealed that this new form is an ability called the Humanization Technique, or Jinka no Jutsu. We then cut to the end of his battle with his grandfather, where we learn in order to learn the Humanization Technique, Komamura had to willingly rip out his heart and to give it to his grandfather. And another interesting way, this parallels to Ichigo learning the final Getsuga Tensho, where he had to willingly allow himself to be stabbed in the heart by Zangetsu. But unlike Tensa Zangetsu, who had admitted that his desire was to always protect Ichigo, Komamura admits that he had gone through such lengths in order to avenge the death of Yamamoto. Bambietta begins to attack Komamura, who activates his Bankai, and she notices that his Bankai has taken a completely new form, one that is missing the trademark armor that it usually wears. Bambietta would try to use her bombs to kill him, before realizing that neither Komamura nor his Bankai have taken any damage from her explosions. Now this is quite bizarre, as we know that Komamura's Bankai reflects any damage that it receives on Komamura's own body, and vice versa. But in this case, with his all new Bankai, neither the oversized puppet or Komamura's body has taken any damage. He then explains that he was able to use the Humanization Technique because he had cast aside his life, and as long as he is in his human form, he is practically immortal. He then goes on to defeat Bambietta by cutting her with his Bankai, forcing her own explosions into her body and thus ending her attack on the Shinigami. Afterwards, he would notice that his body was beginning to change as the technique would start to wear off. He then remembered that his revenge wasn't complete until he had killed Yhwach, but it was at this point that he would only be able to take a few steps forward before his body would begin to drastically change. Unfortunately, he wasn't reverting to his original beastly form, he was in fact being turned into a literal wolf. Komamura had lost his sense of reasoning as he was transformed into a wild beast. And this is similar to how the final Getsuga Tensho had given Ichigo the power to literally become Getsuga itself, but this was at the cost of all of his power. It is very poetic how Komamura had gained the power to assume a human form temporarily, but it was at the cost of his humanity and his sense of reasoning. While Ichigo sacrifices his power for the noble cause of defeating Aizen, Komamura had sacrificed his humanity in exchange for revenge. A revenge that he never ends up getting. And this is a callback to the advice that he had given to Tozen, and it is really eerie in a way, because Komamura had literally changed who he was for the sake of revenge, something that he had told Tozen not to do. In Komamura's final moments where he still has some humanity, his grandfather laughs at him from his cave about how he didn't listen to his own advice, and states that this was truly who Komamura was from the beginning, and that all of the members of the Beast Clan are simply just beasts of revenge. It is through using this technique that Komamura would lose his position as a captain of Squad 7, and he would be replaced by his lieutenant Tetsuzaimon Iba at the end of the 1000-year Blood War arc. The Humanization Technique is one of the most tragic pieces of Kubo's writing, and honestly it's very ironic that an ability called the Humanization Technique is a power that robs the user of their humanity, but in the very little time that it was active, its user had become completely immortal and indestructible, and if its repercussions were not so heavy, then it would be quite the powerful technique to use in the story of Bleach, and it certainly would have helped to turn the tide of the battle in the Shinigami's favour much sooner during the 1000-year Blood War arc. The themes and philosophy of Komamura's character is encapsulated in his words that he speaks to Tozen in chapter 387. After Tozen is defeated by Hisagi, he reflects that the three of them were destined to face each other in battle someday. In one of the most emotional moments in all of Bleach, Komamura pleads with Tozen to let go of his grudge, as he urges him not to let his thirst for revenge change who he is at his core. Tragically, Komamura himself fails to heed his own advice, as Komamura had also succumbed to this thirst for revenge after Yhwach had taken Yamamoto's life. Via Komamura's character, Kubo masterfully explores the theme of vengeance and its destructive consequences.
weaknesses. Komamura ultimately becomes the embodiment of everything that he had once implored Tozen to avoid. Komamura's fate is an ironic tragedy which highlights the futility of revenge. This symbolism of Komamura transforming into a wolf illustrates how revenge can strip away a person's humanity. Komamura's conviction is reflected within his Zanbakuto, which translates to heavenly punishment, and it's rooted in this concept of punishment that is received within hell. And all of this is linked to the burden of sin that the Wolfman clan carry. There is definitely a lot here for Kubo to expand upon when it comes to the history of Komamura's clan, but from everything that we do know, it does paint us a picture of Komamura's struggle and the tragic weight of the decisions that he had made. Following the conclusion of the 1000-Year Blood War arc, Komamura spent the rest of his days as a wolf, and we learn more about this within the We Do Not Always Love You light novel. Many fans have characterized Soifon as a detached and merciless assassin due to her two-hit kill Shikai. This characterization is further reinforced by her dedication as Commander-in-Chief of the Onmitsukido, and as well as being the captain of the 2nd Division. However, a closer look at Soifon's Bankai reveals a very fascinating contradiction within her soul. Despite her fairly stoic demeanor, Soifon's Bankai manifests as a large missile which has a violently destructive power. This stark contrast suggests that beneath the composed exterior lies a hidden, turbulent, and emotionally sensitive nature. And we saw glimpses of this at the end of Soifon's battle against Yoruichi during the Soul Society arc. Soifon's Bankai makes its debut appearance within chapter 360 of the manga. Due to its large size and sturdiness, Soifon had hoped to defeat Baragon without resorting to her Bankai. By this point in the story, Soifon has established herself as a master of stealth thanks to her role as Commander-in-Chief of the Onmitsukido. Her Bankai, however, contradicts everything that Soifon stands for. Soifon explains that her Bankai is too big to conceal, too heavy for movement, and its attack is too flashy for an assassin. Known for her proficiency in Shunpo, Hakuda, and Shunko, Soifon wields her Zanbakuto less frequently than some of her colleagues, like Hitsugaya or Kenpachi. And this is in line with her predecessor Yoruichi, whose Zanbakuto we have not even seen. A Zanbakuto is the standard weapon that is used by Shinigami, and it can also be possessed by an Aranka or a Vizard. The concept of a Zanbakuto makes Bleach memorable as it provides insight into each character's personality. We can infer about a character's weaknesses, their fears, and even strengths through the Zanbakuto that they wield. Within the Bleach universe, there are a variety of different Zanbakuto, including power type, elemental-based, and even Kido-based Zanbakuto. Unfortunately, Soifon's Suzumebachi is characterized as unclassified due to its unique abilities. Suzumebachi literally translates to Hornet, and its release command is Sting all enemies to death, and this command activates the initial release known as Shikai. A Shikai is a partial manifestation of a Shinigami's inner soul. The Zanbakuto either transforms into another unique weapon, or it displays a unique ability in its Shikai state. This stage can only be achieved after learning the name of one Zanbakuto spirit. The Shikai of Suzumebachi has a very special ability known as Nigeki Kisatsu, or Double Strike Finisher, and this allows Soifon to target her enemies for destruction, as her Shikai needs to strike twice in order to deal a finishing blow. The Bankai of Suzumebachi is entirely different, however. Jakuho Rai Koben is the manifestation of Soifon's innermost being, and it appears as a giant golden missile launcher. Its special ability allows Soifon to direct a one-strike attack towards her enemy, and not only does it take approximately 10 years to master a Bankai, but a Bankai also increases the combat capabilities of a Zanbakuto's Shikai by 5 to 10 times. Since a Shikai and Bankai cannot possess unrelated abilities, I will begin the analysis of Soifon's Bankai by first examining the name and abilities of her Shikai. We will then follow this up with a deep dive into two major battles which had showcased the Bankai of Soifon. It's important to note that the connection between a Shikai and a Bankai may be literal or even symbolic in nature. By linking the concepts of Shikai and Bankai together, we can gain a deeper understanding of the theme that Kubo wants to convey through Soifon's
Soifon's final release of her Zanpakuto. During the Soul Society arc, Soifon's confrontation with Yoruichi in chapter 157 showcases her using her Shikai against her former mentor. When Soifon activates Suzumebachi with the command Nigeki Kisatsu, she stabs Yoruichi with a Zanpakuto, marking the laceration with a emblem known as Homonka, and it takes on the shape of a hornet. Soifon explains that the Homonka's purpose is to carve a death crest onto her opponent's body on the first strike. If Soifon is able to strike her opponent in the same spot again, then it will be fatal. In chapter 158, she reveals that the Homonka no longer has a time limit for causing injury, disappearing only if she chooses to spare her victim. Although the anime suggests that Suzumebachi's Shikai secretes venom and has a counter poison, Kubo has in fact never confirmed this. During Aizen's invasion of fake Karakura town, Soifon is among the captains sent to defend the city from Aizen and its espada. In chapter 330, we see Soifon impale her opponent Gio Vega as she presses him against a building using Kido, as she then activates her Zanpakuto. After a prolonged battle in which she stabs Gio with her Shikai, the Aranka releases his Resurrection as he utilizes Tiger Fang Swift Wind Great Swords. His transformation is short-lived as Soifon proceeds to stab him for a second time with her Shikai. Omaida celebrates, assuming that Soifon's Shikai doesn't need to strike the same place twice, but she corrects him, revealing that she had struck in the same spot in Gio's right lung from the front and then the back. This means that Soifon's Shikai doesn't need to hit the exact same spot if she is targeting something internally like an organ. In chapter 391, Soifon tries to use Nigeki Kisatsu against Aizen, but she fails. Aizen explains that battles between Shinigami are ultimately battles of Reiatsu, and he can suppress Soifon's technique and powers with his superior Reiatsu. When Soifon activates her Shikai by uttering its release command, her Zanpakuto transforms shape into a black and golden armored glove with a sharp blade attached to her middle finger. This tiny, elongated blade makes it easier for Soifon to attack her enemies without being detected, and its design resembles that of a hornet. The appearance and function of Suzumebachi's Shikai is in stark contrast with its Bankai, which I'll be now breaking down and analyzing. Immediately after her fight against Gio Vega, Soifon engages in battle with his master, Baragon Luisenbahn, known as the self-proclaimed King of Hueco and the second-ranking espada. Baragon proves to be an extremely tough opponent. In chapter 356, Baragon reveals that each espada governs a different aspect of death, and his aspect of death is senescence, or aging with time. After having her arm deteriorate due to its ability, Soifon hides behind a building and begins executing a plan in order to unleash her Bankai. At the end of chapter 359, it's revealed that Soifon has wrapped a steel band around the building in order to prepare for the massive explosion from her Bankai. In chapter 360, she appears in front of Baragon with her Bankai ready. Jakuho Raikoben is divided into two sections. The first section consists of golden armor wrapped around Soifon's right arm, and it extends to form a shield which protects the right side of her face. The second part is a massive golden projectile decorated with black streaks, and it's encased within the armor. Omaida notices that Soifon is wearing a steel band as he thinks that it will severely restrict her movements due to its weight. And he isn't wrong, because every aspect of her Bankai is characterized by its huge overbearing weight. When Soifon fires the projectile at Baragon, the detonation is so powerful that her steel band is instantly torn apart and she is thrown into a nearby building. Unfortunately, in chapter 364, Baragon emerges from the smoke unscathed. Now, following the arrival of the Vizards onto the battlefield, Soifon and Hachi team up and they formulate a plan to defeat Baragon. Hachi reveals that Baragon escaped the explosion by releasing his aging energy against it, thus allowing him to project the missile away from himself. Hachi then utilizes the Bakudo technique known as Shiju Saimon in order to trap Baragon in a barrier, and this creates an enclosed space where the force of Saifon's blast cannot escape from. This time, the projectile is released close enough that Baragon's aging ability Respira cannot be activated in enough time. After firing the projectile from her Bankai for the second time, Saifon is visibly exhausted and she falls to the ground. Hachi comments on the sheer power of Jakuho Raikoben as he notes that it was even able to crack his Bakudo technique. Saifon explains that her limit for using her Bankai is once every 3 days, and now that she has used it twice in such a close proximity, she has understandably expended all of her strength and energy. But even then, this wasn't enough to kill Baragon, but he does appear to be severely injured, because after the Bankai attack, he is visibly missing almost half of his body. The third time that Saifon uses a Bankai occurs during the 1000-Year Blood War arc. At the beginning of the first Quincy invasion, Saifon's Bankai is stolen by BG9 in chapter 496. However, during the second Quincy invasion, Urahara's invention, the Shadow Infiltration Pill, allows the captains to retrieve their stolen Bankai. By chapter 553, Saifon is able to use her Bankai again, and she immediately blows BG9 into the sky. Although the Sternritter meets his end at the hands of Hashward later in the story, the blast from Saifon's Bankai leaves him weakened and unable to fight. Interestingly, we never see BG9 use Saifon's Bankai against her, nor do we witness any other abilities from Jakuho Raikoben, so I do hope that future installments of the series, like the upcoming Hell arc in the manga, will provide us with more opportunities to see maybe an evolved or improved version of Saifon's Bankai. One of the core themes in every arc of Bleach is identity. Throughout the series, Kubo skillfully portrays the inner state of a Shinigami through their relationship with their Zanpakuto. The symbolic evolution from Saifon's stealth-based Shikai to her artillery-based Bankai highlights the duality within her character. Outwardly, she is an assassin who excels in strength. Her Shikai Suzumebachi is light and nearly unnoticeable. It epitomizes the covert nature that is expected of the leader of the Onmitsukido. Nigeki Kisatsu operates by delivering 2 stings, which emphasizes precision as well as close-range combat. In stark contrast, Jakuho Raikoben is a one-hit strike weapon that can be fired from a distance, and it's highly conspicuous. It hampers her mobility, and it is completely opposite to her role as an assassin. The aesthetic of both her Shikai and Bankai is inspired by a hornet. By rarely using her Bankai, we can infer that Saifon either denies her true self or she struggles to accept her identity. This is highlighted by the fact that even her Lieutenant Omaida had never seen her Bankai until the fake Karakura Town arc. This reluctance speaks volumes about Saifon's internal conflict and the relationship that she has with herself. As noted by Shunsui in chapter 361, Bankai is essentially an ace up the sleeve for any Shinigami. However, Saifon is not a character who willingly embraces her Bankai. Another character who embodies duality is Unohana Retsu, as outwardly she is a gentle healer, but during the final arc, it's revealed that she once held the title of Kenpachi. Her Shikai and Bankai, both named Minazuki, possess vastly contrasting abilities. In the Shikai state, Minazuki heals people within its stomach, whereas in the Bankai form, it is a deadly weapon capable of harming powerful opponents like Kenpachi Zaraki. The weapons that are revealed within Bleach usually reflect the true nature of the characters, revealing their fears, goals, and hidden desires. Saifon was born into a family that served the heavenly bestowed Armament Guardians clan. She was meant to function as Yoruichi's arms and legs as a part of the punishment force, which explains her cold and ruthless demeanor, and it's mirrored in her Shikai. However, her explosive Bankai suggests a wild and sensitive temperament. In chapter 159, Saifon breaks down in tears, questioning Yoruichi about why she had left her behind when Yoruichi had escaped to the world of the living. Additionally, in chapter 515, she is visibly devastated after the death of
Head Captain Yamamoto, and she lashes out at a soldier who is delivering news about Byakuya and Renji's current condition. Kensei reprimands her, and Komamura even has to yell at her to regain her composure. While typically Soifon tries to maintain an outer shell of dignity, her true authentic self though is filled with unexpressed emotions. The lieutenant of the 1st Division, Chojiro Sasakibe, is one of the most overlooked characters within Bleach. Despite him having served under Head Captain Yamamoto for over 1,000 years, he was even looked down upon by other members of the Gotei 13. It is only during the 1,000-year Blood War arc that we learn about Sasakibe's Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikyu. This translates to Golden Lightning Palace. Sasakibe's Zanpakuto is called Gonryo Maru, which translates to Solemn Spirit. It falls under the rare lightning type classification, and it is capable of producing and manipulating lightning. Among the various elemental subtype Zanpakuto, Sasakibe's is unique in this regard, as the other elemental types include fire, ice, earth, and wind, but they do not include lightning. This unique elemental type makes Sasakibe's Bankai even more interesting once it is finally revealed. At the very beginning of the 1,000-year Blood War arc, Sasakibe's Bankai is stolen from him by Sternritter O the Overkill Driscoll Bercy. In chapter 504, we witness the Bankai for the very first time in the series, though it is wielded by Driscoll. It is revealed that Sasakibe had not used his Bankai for over a millennia, thus Hisagi is astounded by the immense Reiatsu that his Bankai releases, and he is particularly struck by the fact that another Zanpakuto besides Hyorin Maru is capable of influencing the weather. Before delving into the flashback where Sasakibe uses his Bankai, it is important to first talk about his Shikai. The reason for this is that we learn in chapter 507 that there is no Zanpakuto in existence whose Shikai and Bankai do not share related abilities. A Shikai is the partially manifested power of a Shinigami's inner soul, as a Shikai typically transforms a Zanpakuto into a unique weapon or it displays a special ability. Now this stage is achievable only after learning the name of one Zanpakuto. Bankai on the other hand is the fully manifested power of a Shinigami's inner soul, and in order to achieve Bankai it requires a Shinigami to subdue their inner Zanpakuto spirit. This will enable them to activate Bankai, and the process of mastering Bankai can take up to 10 years. A Bankai increases the combat abilities of a Zanpakuto Shikai by up to 5 to 10 times, thus making this complete release of a Zanpakuto a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Sasakibe's Shikai is first revealed during the Soul Society arc in chapter 152. This happens after Ichigo arrives to rescue Rukia from the Sokyoku, as Soifon orders all of the lieutenants to pursue Renji. As Ichigo intercepts them, Soifon orders the lieutenants to go after Renji, who is leaving with Rukia, as Ichigo intercepts them. In the following panels, we catch a brief glimpse of Sasakibe alongside Omaida and Isane as they simultaneously release their Shikai. The Shikai of Gonryo Maru is activated with the command Bite, as it transforms the Zanpakuto into a rapier. Now a rapier is a traditionally straight two-edged sword with a narrow pointed blade. The Shikai design is inspired by the real-world dress sword, which is a type of sword which was used within Renaissance Spain during the 16th and 17th centuries, as it was a symbol of nobility and it was often used as a weapon for dueling and self-defense. This type of sword is referred to as a dress sword because it was typically used as a piece of fashion, as it was an accessory added to clothing. Now let's go back to Kubo's manga. Now it doesn't delve deep into how Sasakibe's Shikai harnesses its lightning-based abilities, as it leaves this up to fans to speculate, as unfortunately Sasakibe doesn't get a chance to showcase his Shikai power again after this, as Ichigo swiftly defeats the lieutenants without even drawing his own Zanpakuto. One of the disappointing aspects of Sasakibe's character is the lack of clarity regarding the lightning capabilities of his Shikai. My personal headcanon is that Sasakibe's Shikai possesses the ability to precision target his opponents, allowing him to strike a single opponent with lightning as he focuses the power of his Zanpakuto on that one strike. This is in contrast to the power of his Bankai,
which has a bit more of a wider ranging attack, as he is able to control the weather over a large area. Therefore, it would make sense that his Shikai is a bit more of a tamed version of his Bankai, thus possessing more of a concentrated lightning-based attack which targets individuals rather than entire areas. Since the manga does provide minimal information, I'll briefly touch upon what we see in the anime regarding Sasakibe's materialized Zanpakuto spirit. During the filler Zanpakuto Rebellion arc, which takes place between episodes 230 to 265, Sasakibe Zanpakuto Gonryo Maru appears as a young man with long dark hair and a white cloth tied around his forehead. Interestingly, the other Zanpakuto spirits don't recognize him, which might be an inside joke created by Kubo or the animation team. Despite Sasakibe's admiration for English culture, Gonryo Maru manifests as a traditional Japanese samurai. Curiously, he uses a pike to fight rather than a dress sword. In episodes 242 and 243, Gonryo Maru demonstrates his ability to manipulate lightning effectively, thus gaining an advantage in stormy weather and even limiting his enemies' movements by surrounding them with bolts of lightning. While this is all filler content, it's worth noting that Kubo was heavily involved in designing all of the Zanpakuto spirit designs, which he had given over to Studio Pero for this filler arc. So this does suggest that Sasakibe's Shikai does likely have some form of lightning based ability. We learn a lot of information about Sasakibe's Bankai via a flashback in chapter 503, where Sasakibe was motivated to master his Bankai because he had aspired to become Yamamoto's right hand man. Now the anime does elaborate upon this by showing us an anime exclusive scene, and it does an excellent job of adding to Sasakibe's character as it truly showcases the impact of his Bankai Koko Gonryo Rikyu and just how powerful it was when it was wielded by its original owner. And this is in contrast to the manga, where we had only seen Driscoll Bercy use a weakened version of this Bankai. Now Sasakibe raises his Zanpakuto into the air during this anime exclusive scene, and he calls out the name of his Bankai as dark clouds gather ominously above him. A powerful bolt of lightning is then summoned from his Zanpakuto, and it pierces through the clouds as the bolt of lightning quickly anchors itself to the ground, creating a loose but striking structure of lightning bolts. As Sasakibe charges towards Yamamoto, he is able to infuse his blade with the spiritual energy from these lightning bolts, thus creating a visually impressive effect where he appears cloaked in lightning. This ability is known as lightning infusion, and it's both powerful and visually stunning. If you pay close attention to the anime, you'll notice a distinct difference in the color of the lightning bolts between Sasakibe's and Driscoll Bercy's versions of this Bankai. While Sasakibe's lightning bolts are depicted with crackling yellow energy, Driscoll's version manifests with purple energy. This difference in color likely signifies the variation in Reiatsu between the two wielders. The anime further supports this idea by showing that while Sasakibe was able to leave a scar on Yamamoto's forehead with his lightning-infused attack, Driscoll on the other hand barely managed to scratch Yamamoto, thus highlighting the gap in their power and the mastery of this incredible Bankai. Kubo does an excellent job of helping us to better understand his characters via the varied power system within Bleach. In the case of the Shinigami, it's well established that a Zanpakuto's shape and abilities are reflective of the user's soul. While the connection between a Shikai and a Bankai can be either literal or symbolic, both of these phases of a Zanpakuto's release offer insights into different aspects of a character's personality and their inner world. Unfortunately, we never fully discover the true capabilities of Sasakibe's Shikai, and it makes it challenging to explore the exact link between his Shikai and Bankai. However, we can infer that the thematic consistency of lightning-based abilities hints at a deeper aspect of Sasakibe's nature. Outwardly, he appears as a composed and authoritative figure, always at Yamamoto's side, and he has a very
regal and noble demeanor similar to Byakuya Kuchiki. Beneath Sasakibe's calm exterior, we have seen him capable of ruthless and destructive actions when necessary. For instance, via another anime exclusive scene over 1,000 years ago, we had learnt that Sasakibe demonstrated his lethal potential by hiding beneath a pile of dead Quincy bodies, and he was responsible for delivering the decisive blow against Yhwach, which had led to the defeat of the Quincy back when the original Gotei 13 had fought against Yhwach's army. Sasakibe's reserved nature, especially when it comes to battle, mirrors the saying, lightning never strikes the same place twice. Despite Sasakibe never openly having revealed his Bankai during the present timeline of the story, he is not the type of person who would release it again merely just to satisfy the curiosity of others. Sasakibe is factually the longest serving lieutenant within the Gotei 13. This wasn't because of his lack of ability, but rather because he did not want to be promoted to the rank of captain, as he had preferred to serve under head captain Yamamoto, the man that he had aspired to be like and the one that he had looked up to. I do think that the 1000 Year Blood War arc anime had done an excellent job with putting a lot of respect on Sasakibe's name, and I for one still get goosebumps whenever I go back and look at that flashback sequence where Sasakibe utilizes his Bankai against Yamamoto. It's gut-wrenching to know that Yamamoto was the only individual who truly understood the talents of his former subordinate. Despite this fact, Sasakibe had remained steadfast towards the very end. Even during his funeral ceremony in chapter 486, Byakuya states that no matter how other people had thought of him, Sasakibe had remained a proud and upstanding lieutenant. He never harbored his own secret ambitions to become a captain, but instead he had sworn an oath to support Yamamoto for as long as they were both alive. It was incredibly emotional to say goodbye to Sasakibe at the beginning of the 1000 Year Blood War arc, and I hope that this video has helped you to better appreciate his character. It is fascinating to speculate whether if Sasakibe will return during the Hell arc, and if we'll get another chance to see his Bankai Koko Gonryo Rikyu. We all know that Sasakibe was at a captain rank, so therefore his spirit class will be either 1, 2, or 3, which means that he has most likely been sent to Hell, along with Yamamoto, Unohana, and Ukitake. So if Kubo does decide to continue the manga via an all-new story arc, it does give an opportunity for us to see more of Sasakibe's powers, hopefully. The Vizard Rojiro Otoribashi, or as he is known as Rose, has a pretty interesting Bankai. Kinshara Butoden is conceptually brilliant, it's visually stunning, and thematically it's perfect for the type of character that Rose is, with his Bankai being an illusion type which uses music to create devastating false realities that are so convincing that they cause actual physical harm to his opponents. On paper, this should be an A-tier ability, something that could legitimately rival the likes of Kyōkotsu Getsu or even Sakanade in terms of sheer effectiveness, but Rose himself absolutely sabotages his own Bankai through what might be the single most baffling tactical decision in any fight in Bleach, and it's so stupid that you cannot help but to facepalm every time that you think about it. Rose's Shikai release command is play as it transforms his sealed Zanbakuto into a golden whip tipped with a flower. During the Fate Karakura Town arc, he utilizes a Shikai technique called Arpeggio, where he levitates his sword and scabbard in a cross formation, conducting them like he's playing piano. Wires appear wrapping around his target while he plays different notes, and his victim gets progressively constricted until they are eviscerated. The special ability of his Shikai is called number 11, 16-day-old Moon Rose. This is where the flower at the whip's tip attaches to his opponent, and Rose taps the whip like strumming a guitar string. The sound travels up the length of the weapon to the flower as it creates this huge vortex of reverberating sound which acts as a shockwave. It literally destroys everything within range, and this now brings us over to his Bankai Kinshara Butoden. This Bankai makes his debut appearance within chapter 561 of the manga. We see it after Kensei has been beaten by Mask the Masculine, and Rose steps up, immediately activating his Bankai. The golden whip of his Shikai unravels and it extends, transforming into this troupe of tall, doll-like dancers arranged in 2 rows. Now, they appear to have flowers where their faces should be and hollow torsos that are missing everything from the groin to the chest. They appear ghostly in their appearance, and there's this aspect of the uncanny valley with them.
Rose holds a smaller baton which he uses to direct his dance troupe of death. Kinshara Butoden has the incredible ability to use music which Rose states is able to capture the target's heart, thus casting illusions which appear to be trickery, but as long as the opponent hears the music and their heart is deceived, then those illusions will be real to them and powerful enough to cause physical damage. Rose even states that his illusions can make his target stop breathing. The different techniques of his Bankai are referred to as different programs, and they are accompanied by dancers performing their dance, and Rose controls them like a musical conductor. The first program is Sea Drift, and it has the dancers surround Mask and spin around him, creating the illusion of a whirlpool that makes him feel like he's drowning in surging water. The next program, called Prometheus, manifests as fire, with the dancers generating fireballs between their hands before incinerating the target. This ability is named after the Greek Titan who gave fire to humanity and was chained to a rock as punishment by Zeus. Then the final program, A Hero's Life, was intended to be used by Rose as a finisher on Mask, but its effects remain to be seen, as before it could work on the Stenritter, Mask crushed his eardrums to free himself from Kinshara Butoden's effects. This Bankai could have been truly incredible if not for Rose standing there in the middle of a fight as he explains everything that there is to know about his Bankai to his opponent. He tells Mask that it's all illusions and none of it is real, and that the power comes from music. As long as Mask's heart believes the illusions, then they'll affect him. The instant that the Stenritter understands the mechanism of the Bankai, he does the obvious thing. He bursts his own eardrums. He can no longer hear the music, so he can't fall under the illusion of the Bankai. It's a simple, effective, and complete counter. Within 4 pages of this Bankai being activated, Rose is absolutely destroyed by Mask's Star Flash. He is literally left with a star-shaped hole through his chest. And that's pretty much everything that there is to know about the Bankai of Rojiro Otoribashi. The captain of the 9th Division, Kensei Muguruma, wields one of the most unique and underrated Zanpakuto within Bleach. His Zanpakuto, Tachikaze, is the only wind-type Zanpakuto in the series. We see Kensei use his Bankai both during the Fake Karakura Town arc as well as the 1000-Year Blood War arc. I believe that Tachikaze is one of the most interesting Zanpakuto because of how the Bankai manifests as a sort of armor on the user's body. Despite its limited screen time, Kensei's Bankai Tekken Tachikaze showcases a devastating, close combat orientated fighting style which definitely rivals some of the most explosive abilities in the series. Tekken Tachikaze amplifies Kensei's raw strength into earth-shattering punches. Because Bleach has such a wide cast of characters, sometimes individuals like Kensei can often fade into the background, and they only make an impact during a select few moments. Kensei is a pretty underrated character considering that he has served as a captain since before the events of the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. Despite him being subjected to Aizen's holification experiments, Kensei did eventually return to the Soul Society after the defeat of Aizen and had resumed his position as captain of the 9th Division. One of the interesting aspects of the Vizard captains is that we never really witnessed them utilizing their holo forms together with their Bankai during battle. I believe that by holofying within their Bankai form, it would significantly enhance their abilities, as demonstrated by Ichigo when he had donned his holo mask after activating Tensa Zangetsu. The 1000-Year Blood War arc anime is attempting to rectify this, as towards the end of Core 3, we had seen the Vizards appear together to confront Gerard Valkyrie in a scene that was very similar to their arrival within the Fate Karakura Town arc, so there is every chance that in Core 4 we'll get some anime exclusive scenes featuring the Vizards donning their holo masks combined with their Bankai. Within Bleach, Kensei's most memorable battles are against Mask the Masculine during the 1000-Year Blood War arc, and his brief but impactful battle with Wonderwise, as well as with the Menos Grande during the Fate Karakura Town arc. So let's first dive into the abilities of Kensei's Shikai before we start breaking down the destructive power of Tekken Tachikaze. It's important to understand Kensei's Shikai because typically a Shinigami's Shikai and Bankai often have interconnected or similar abilities. So hopefully by the end of this video you'll understand the symbolic and functional connection between Kensei's Shikai and Bankai. Typically, a Shikai transforms a Zanpakuto into another unique weapon, or it results in the activation of an all-new unique ability. Achieving Shikai requires a Shinigami to harmonize completely with their Zanpakuto spirit and to learn its name, thus symbolizing a deep connection to the blade's inner soul. Kensei Zanpakuto Tachikaze makes its first appearance during the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. In its sealed form, Tachikaze takes the appearance of a wakizashi, which is characterized by a compact size and a rectangular sword guard. His Shikai is activated with the release command Blow Away. When his Shikai is activated, it results in a powerful torrent of air swirling around Kensei. The swirling air then engulfs Tachikaze as his Zanpakuto transforms into a small knife or dagger which Kensei carries around with him. Kensei's Zanpakuto has the unique ability to manipulate wind in the atmosphere. It also has a far more destructive main ability, as he can generate explosions along the path of where his Zanpakuto strikes. Both of these functions are seen in his Shikai abilities called Air Blades and Bakudan Suki. Air Blades is a technique that's first showcased during the Turn Back the Pendulum arc when Kensei unleashes multiple blades of compressed wind, and these wind blades can damage enemies from a distance and detonate upon impact. This results in devastating explosions that destroy targets within seconds. This method proves to be effective as it enables Kensei to swiftly defeat a hollow during the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. Bakudan Suki is a far more concentrated and lethal ability, as Kensei charges his Zanpakuto with an insane amount of spiritual energy, causing it to glow intensely like a radiant sphere. He then directs this charged up energy towards his opponent with explosive force. This ability is demonstrated within chapter 220, where Kensei uses it while training Ichigo to control his inner hollow. The sheer power of this attack is shown as it blows off Ichigo's arm in his hollowified state. Similarly, during the Fake Karakura Town arc, Kensei uses this ability to target the mask of a Gillian, and the resulting explosion is so powerful that it destroys the entire head of the Menos. Kensei's Shikai abilities are concentrated and destructive, allowing him to deal great deals of damage with minimal effort. These Shikai abilities are particularly effective within close range combat, where the explosive effects of these powers mean that Kensei doesn't even need to move his blade that much to inflict serious damage. A singular stab from his Shikai Zanpakuto enhanced with these abilities is enough to secure him victory. Kensei's Bankai Tekken Tachikaze was first revealed within chapter 377 during his battle against the Arrancar Wonderwise. Upon release, a massive gust of wind swirls around Kensei as his Bankai takes on the shape of a sleek but powerful suit of iron-like armor. This transformation equips Kensei with a pair of knuckle blades, each curved with razor-sharp edges. The armor extends over his shoulders, creating a distinctive arch behind him, as we learn that the main feature of Tekken Tachikaze is to channel the explosive power of Kensei's Shikai into the knuckle blades, thus increasing the impact of his punches, as he can cause explosions around whatever he hits. When Kensei utilizes his Bankai to attack Mask the Masculine, we see that with each blow, the concentrated force of Tekken Tachikaze causes continuous explosions which wreak havoc upon contact. These relentless attacks highlight the true power of his Bankai, which is a weapon designed to overwhelm opponents in close quarters combat with unparalleled destructive force. As a Bankai, Tekken Tachikaze is very adaptable. The knuckle braces on his hands can be transformed into brass knuckles or spiked gloves, enhancing their offensive capabilities. What I love about this Bankai is that it causes implosions upon impact, granting it the ability to bypass almost any defensive measures that an opponent may use in close range combat. For instance, if Kensei had battled Kangdu, it's likely that his Bankai could have effortlessly pierced through even Kangdu's iron defenses. The name of Kensei's Bankai and his entire fighting style may draw inspiration from military principles. Historical references from this name suggest that Tachikaze was a class of naval destroyers used during the Cold War in the 1970s. These ships were known for their precision and power, and they were primarily tasked with escorting small vessels in convoys, emphasizing their tactical importance. This military connection mirrors Kensei's personality as well as his demeanor, as we see that he wears combat boots, has a buzz cut, and even his shihakusho is sleeveless to show off his toned muscular arms. So we can speculate that his Bankai is a reflection of his personality, which is highly disciplined and suited to be a soldier. The phrase Tachi from Tachikaze is used to refer to a specific type of Japanese sword, and the meaning behind this name is used to refer to a great cutting wind or a hurricane. The link between Kensei's Shikai and Bankai lies in how Tekken Tachikaze builds upon and amplifies the destructive force which is inherent within his Shikai. As a wind-type Zanpakuto, Tachikaze uses wind to unleash long-range attacks in its Shikai form, whereas its Bankai Tekken Tachikaze shifts the focus to close-quarters combat, maximizing its destructive potential through explosive hand-to-hand strikes. It's evident that Tachikaze is a Zanpakuto designed around delivering explosive force with every attack, and we even see Kensei utilize his Bankai during the Can't Be Your Own World light novels during the confrontation against Tokinada in the Valley of Screams. When Tokinada is pursued by the group of Shinigami, Quincy, Fullbringers and Ranka, he survives a kick from Yoruichi but is struck immediately afterwards by Kensei's Bankai. The light novels describe how Tokinada, after being hit by Kensei's fist, experiences a series of devastating explosions which tear through his organs, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Despite this devastating attack, Tokinada emerges unscathed with only his kimono showing signs of damage. Unfortunately, Kensei's character is often sidelined in the story, leaving his abilities largely underutilized. If Kensei were given more opportunity to shine, then I do believe that his Bankai could easily stand out as one of the most devastating weapons in close-range combat. For a character who wields such a explosive and tactical ability, it feels like a missed opportunity not to see him more. Hopefully Core 4 of the 1000-Year Blood War arc anime rectifies this, as we have been teased that the Vizards will get an anime-exclusive fight sequence against Gerard Valkyrie, so I do hope that Kensei's Bankai is highlighted a bit more during this fight. Overall, I love Kensei's Bankai. I think that it looks visually incredible, and it also matches his personality, with his Bankai suited for close combat. I know I'm not the only one who wants this, as most fans want to see more of the Vizards, especially with their hollow masks, utilizing their respective Shikai and Bankai abilities, which hopefully will be amplified by their holification. The 1000-Year Blood War arc anime does have this opportunity to expand upon each of the Vizards with this anime exclusive fight against Gerard. And then we have the possibility of the Bleach manga continuing via the Hell arc, which I have no doubt will showcase more of the abilities of the Vizards, including Kensei's destructive Bankai. Kensei's Bankai causes powerful implosions, as seen when he battles against Mask D Masculine, as he transforms the insides of the Sternritter into shreds. I also think that it's very cool that Kensei is able to alter his fighting mode by using brass knuckles and then switching to black armored gauntlets, and it's just a shame that these abilities weren't showcased more within the manga. It would be hard to find anyone who would disagree with you that Ikkaku Madarame has one of the greatest Bankai reveals within the Bleach anime. The Bankai of a third-seated officer was surprisingly unleashed while he was facing off against an Ranka that was about to kill him. What makes Ryumon Hozokimaru fascinating is Ikkaku's decision to keep it a secret, as well as the consequences of him using his Bankai recklessly. The Shikai of Ikkaku has the release command Extend, as it transforms his sealed blade into this deceptively elegant weapon with a red tassel. It looks every bit like a traditional Yari spear. With the command Split, Hozokimaru reveals its true nature as a Sansetsukon, a 3-section staff connected by chains. This allows him to implement misdirection in combat, forcing opponents to assume that they understand his weapon, only to be blindsided by its actual capabilities. Ryumon Hozokimaru appears for the first and only time when Ikkaku's getting demolished by Edrad, an Ranka that is pushing him to the brink of death. He is covered in blood, barely standing, holding up Edrad's fist through sheer willpower alone, and Ikkaku genuinely doesn't want to use his Bankai here. He doesn't want the word to get out that he's achieved a Bankai level because he doesn't want to be forced to accept a captain's position elsewhere. That would mean he'd have to leave Zaraki's side, abandoning the only thing that he truly wants, to fight and die under Captain Zaraki's Minazuki's command. So even when faced with death, he hesitates to use his Bankai. When he finally activates Ryūmon Hozokimaru by slamming the two broken pieces of his Shikai together, it feels earned in a way that few Bankai transformations do. Ikkaku's Bankai is one of the most visually striking to appear within the series. It consists of three massive sections: a Chinese monk's spade, a Guandao blade, and between them a central axe piece which is decorated with an engraved dragon crest. Now these weapons are colossal in size. Each blade is larger than Ikkaku himself, with these huge red tassels that are connected by thick chains, and the whole configuration floats around him as he wields the blades in each hand. And when he starts spinning them, building up momentum and spiritual pressure, it looks like some kind of ancient war god preparing for battle. The dragon crest is the key visual indicator of the Bankai's strength. As it slowly fills with this red light, you know that Hozokimaru is slowly waking up, reaching its full potential. Edrad notes that Ikkaku's Bankai doesn't enhance speed, it doesn't boost defensive capabilities, and it doesn't unlock Kido powers. It's been made purely for offensive force. It is a massive amplification of Ikkaku's already considerable strength. But there is a catch that perfectly reflects Ikkaku's fighting philosophy and his Zanpakuto's personality. When Ryūmon Hozokimaru is first activated, it is actually asleep. The weapon is lazy and it requires either extended combat or deliberate charging through spinning the blades to reach its max capacity. That dragon crest acts as a visual meter. The more red that it glows, the closer that the Bankai is to full power. Once the dragon is completely red, Ryūmon Hozokimaru becomes this unstoppable force of devastation. Despite Ikkaku ultimately winning against Edrad, Ryūmon Hozokimaru is severely damaged. One of the massive blades is nearly destroyed after a single clash, and by the end of the fight, one weapon is reduced to nothing but a handle. According to Mayuri in the 1000-Year Blood War arc, even though Akon managed to restore its physical appearance, the Bankai never recovered its original strength. Now think about what this means. Ikkaku trained for who knows how long, probably decades or even centuries to achieve Bankai. He unlocked this incredible power that should have been his trump card for the rest of his life, and then he uses it one time recklessly against a Fraction level opponent, and it's permanently been crippled. The reveal that his damaged Bankai cannot be truly repaired, and once broken they remain weakened forever, it makes Ikkaku's single use of his ultimate power feel almost wasteful. But I think we don't have too much to worry about, because Renji Abarai was in a very similar situation. When he had used his Bankai against Byakuya, his Hihiō Zabimaru was permanently damaged, but then during the 1000-Year Blood War arc, we learned that Hihiō Zabimaru was not the true name of his Bankai, as his Zanpakuto did not completely recognize Renji at the time, thus unlocking his true Bankai Sō'ō Zabimaru. So fans have theorized that there is potential for Ikkaku to awaken his own true Bankai. This is because Ryūmon Hozokimaru, when it is first activated, it is asleep, so his true Bankai may be a form which doesn't have this limitation. But for now, Ikkaku definitely has one of the greatest Bankai reveals in all of Bleach, but unfortunately it's for the worst Bankai in the series.
Ichigo is one of those characters within Bleach who we know very little about. Prior to the reveal of his character, the Soul King was in fact one of the greatest mysteries within the series, but thanks to the Can't For Your Own World light novels, we actually learned quite a bit more about the Soul King. And incidentally, Ichigo still remains a mystery. We know very little about who he is and the world that he comes from. He has been alive longer than any soul within the entire Bleach universe, and you may even say that he's older than the universe as we know it, since his existence predates its creation. This hints at how old he is and how much power he must have accumulated in that time. He is stated to be the oldest and most powerful of all Shinigami, having earned that praise from none other than Yhwach himself. Ichigo has given a name to everything within the Soul Society, even including all Shikai and Bankai. When it comes to names, he has an almost omniscient knowledge of them. He is even aware of the true names of Zanpakuto with just a glance. For example, he was able to discern the true name of Zabimaru's Bankai just with a simple glance, despite the fact that its owner Renji had no idea of what his Bankai's true name was. Ichigo even possesses his own branch of Kido that he calls Secret Hado, and if this isn't enough to add to his accolades, he also possesses an unchallengeable control over the color black.
he is even able to stop the voices of people that he deems unworthy of mentioning his name, like he had done with Yū'ō. It's incredible how every facet of Ichibe's character seems to expand into complicated webs that lead you to question who exactly is he? What role did he play before the birth of the Bleach universe? Where did Ichibe come from? Did he just appear into existence like the Soul King had done? And what in fact are his secret Hado abilities? There's so much to ask about who and what he is that I can probably fill this entire video with those questions alone. But for now, I want to dial down and focus on his Bankai. And in order to understand it fully, we need to take a journey through the story of Bleach and even outside of the immediate use of his Bankai in order to fully understand how it works and how it ties into the very heart of Bleach's power system. Names have an integral role within the Bleach universe, and the very means by which Shinigami gain power is tied to learning the names of their respective Zanpakuto. The first step of a Shinigami's power progression is Shikai, and it's locked behind this key requirement. They must speak out the name of their Zanpakuto in order to activate its power after learning its name. Similarly, whatever Zanpakuto ability that comes with the Shikai release must also be correctly called out so that it can function at its full power. When I'd first started reading Bleach, I didn't think much of this concept, since it's a common trope within all other shonen series where characters shout out the name of their attacks while using them. We've seen this in Naruto, Dragon Ball, and even One Piece, so I'm pretty certain that a lot of people had this same train of thought. There was no reason to think into why Bleach was any different. For all we knew, it was just following this simple shonen trope. But after delving deeper into the Bleach story, it becomes apparent that names are an intimate part of the Bleach universe, especially its power system. There have been several examples of where characters have been unable to activate their true power due to not knowing the true names of their Zanpakuto. We had seen this with Renji, and we also meet characters who intentionally limit their power by calling their Zanpakuto the wrong name, like Yumichika. We also come to notice multiple spells and abilities outside of Zanpakuto powers that require the mentioning of their names in order to manifest, like the myriad of Kido spells that we see casted by multiple different characters in the story. Unlike other extra abilities that incorporate some degree of Kido, like Shunko, this also encompasses other abilities like Hakuda. When all of this is pieced together, you understand the true significance and the meaning of names within the Bleach universe. So what happens when we come across a being who has named every single spiritual phenomenon that's ever unfolded within the story? This is a character who has an unbreakable power over those very names. Ichibe is one of the most powerful beings, and it's all because of the control that he has over names. And after everything that we've gone over, we can understand why I've given this description to his character. But in order to understand the actual greatness of his Bankai, we need to go over his entire power set, because his Bankai requires some aspects of his Shikai in order for it to properly work. Ichibe first appears within the manga in chapter 516, along with the other members of the Zero Division after the events of the first Quincy invasion. They descend from the royal palace in order to offer support to the Soul Society after they have been devastated by Yū'ō and the Sternritter. We don't really get to see the Zero Division take part in any battles until chapter 597, where they find themselves defending the royal palace against Yū'ō and his elite Sternritter. We even see Ichibe fight later on in chapter 605, when Yū'ō reaches his city and asks to be let through so that he can reach the Soul King's personal quarters. Ichibe stands his ground and he's prepared to fight to protect the Soul King. At this point of the story, we only really had a vague idea of Yū'ō's true power, so the battle between these two characters did a lot to introduce us to both of their movesets. The fight begins with Ichibe sealing the path to the Soul King's tower and manifesting a massive hand which hurtles Yū'ō through the air a great distance from where they were fighting. Ichibe flash steps to the flailing Yuha and explains that this is an ability called the Heavenly Hand of 1,000 Ri, an attack that pushes whatever it touches 300 miles away, and he uses it again to knock him down to the ground. While Yū'ō falls, he realizes that he has lost the ability to speak as a result of carelessly mentioning Ichibe's name. The leader of the Quincy ends up restoring his own voice, and he manifests a holy bow that shoots arrows directly into his body, which slows down his fall and shoots him back up to Ichibe's floating city. Ichibe tends to face Yuha and states that he is being stubborn, and the only option that he has left is to kill him. And this is when Ichibe finally draws his Zanpakuto as the two clash. Ichibe's Zanpakuto in its seal state takes the form of a large paintbrush with ink on its bristles. The fight continues on in the middle of chapter 606, where Ichibe and Yū'ō begin to fight seriously, as Yuha observes that Ichibe's face has taken on a much more sinister expression after he had announced that he was going to kill him, and it seems as though Ichibe is taking a great deal of pleasure in examining exacting out his desire. The leader of the Zero Division smiles as the two continue to exchange blows. Now this exchange ends with Yuha brushing off one of Ichibe's strikes, as he exclaims that despite Ichibe's increased enthusiasm, he was disappointed by the power that Ichibe was displaying. Now this sentiment is immediately turned to horror as Ichibe reveals that his Zanpakuto doesn't cut flesh, but it in fact cuts names. He explains that the arm which Yū'ō had just used to brush off his Zanpakuto has had its name cut in half, and as a result will only function at half of its true power. Now this results in Yū'ō's swing getting considerably weaker, and it's weak enough for Ichibe to actually land a full hit on Yuha's body. Ichibe ends up cutting Yū'ō's name and his power with that attack. This reduces his power to half of what it was, severely weakening him. Ichibe then casually knocks him all the way back to his city where the fight originally had begun. He arrives just as Yuha is getting up, asking him how he feels now that he has had his power cut in half, and that he's going to be crushed by the head of the Shinigami which he hates. Yuha responds mockingly, asking Ichibe if he had looked like he was struggling, as he then proceeds to restore the power that is being taken from him. He tells him that nothing can be stolen from him, and that all things in the universe exist for Yū'ō to take. He punctuates this sentence with a torrent of reishi beams as he shoots them towards Ichibe. Now this epic speech unfortunately falls flat as Ichibe easily dispels the reishi beams with a clap of his hands. He laments that Yuha has no gratitude for the kindness that he has shown him, since he had only limited his power to save his reputation, so that his subordinates will be able to have an excuse to justify the defeat of their leader, knowing that his power was cut in half. But now that Yū'ō has restored his full power, Ichibe has no choice but to kill him at his full power, creating no room for the Quincy to have any justification for their leader's defeat. He jumps towards Yuha as he states that honor means nothing to the dead, and it makes no difference if he defeats him at his full power. He fires Bakudo number 62 towards him, which he easily counters with a variation of Blutveen called Stilled Bloodshed. It's an externalized version of the Quincy Blutveen that creates a barrier outside of the body instead of protecting the body from within like a typical Blutveen would do. Ichibe then uses the secret Hado Iron Wind of Murder, a technique exclusive to him alone. It manifests a giant green dragon that blows a gust of wind so strong that it completely shatters Yuha's armor, leaving him open to Ichibe's attack. Now the leader of the Zero Division doesn't let this chance slip as he grabs Yuha by the throat, only to realize that the second part of Yuha's technique is that it corrodes anything that comes into contact with Yuha's body, as a vein-like pattern appears on Ichibe's body, with Yuha celebrating that Ichibe was about to lose the left half of his body. But he scoffs at the idea and shrugs off the invading veins and launches an attack that heavily wounds Yuha in the process. Now he is visibly irritated as he exclaims that he's had enough of Yuha's disrespect, and he releases his Zanpakuto. The release command of his Shikai is painted black Ichimonji. His release trades his Zanpakuto's bristles for a blade, or at least that's what it looks like. As the fight continues, within chapter 607, Yuha observes that Ichimonji was neither a blade nor a brush, because it is switching between both forms. Ichibe mocks Yuha's confusion as the two clash again, as Yuha thinks that aside from Ichimonji spilling a load of ink, the blade doesn't seem to be doing much. He assumes that Ichimonji still possesses the same power that it had before its release, and he laughs at the idea of his power being cut in half again, since he was easily able to restore his power. Yuha states that he's about to do something with his sword, but then he realizes that he cannot remember the name of his sword, and this is where the terrifying power of Ichimonji is first revealed. It is explained that whatever its ink touches completely loses its name, and if anything loses its name, it also loses its power. The ink had erased the name and power of Yuha's sword as well as his medallion. This is the same medallion that he had used to steal Yamamoto's Bankai, and this is why he never gets the chance to use his Bankai against Ichibe. After he fails at stealing Ichibe's power for himself, Yuha is fully struck by Ichimonji. Its ink covers a massive portion of his face and effectively erases his name. Now the fight continues in chapter 609 as Ichibe mockingly expresses sympathy for the now nameless Yuha, who is simply frozen in place. The ink of Ichimonji has erased his name as well as all of his power, so Ichibe decides that the kind thing to do was to give him a new name, and this is when he unleashes his Bankai, or to better put it, his Shin-uchi. Now because Ichibe's Zanpakuto was the first one to ever take up a Bankai form, way before the term Bankai had even existed, that's why he calls out his second release as Shin-uchi, which means true blade. Upon activation of his Bankai, the blade of Ichibe's brush turns white, growing longer in size, with with long thick threads wrapping up around him in the air. Ichibe's Bankai is called Shirafude Ichimonji, which is translated as white brush one written character. Now the white trail that appears above Ichibe's head seems as though it's writing on the air itself. It's like it's painting over reality. It's an amazing way to visually represent the abilities of his Bankai, as it possesses the power to grant a new name to those whose names have been erased by Ichimonji. When Ichibe assigns a new name to something, it also comes with the attributes of whatever that name has. For example, Ichibe renames Yhwach as Black Ant, giving him all the attributes and powers of a literal black ant. He does so by using his Zanpakuto to write the new names onto the body of those he chooses to rename. Now this is the true power of Ichimonji, and Kubo uses some very interesting imagery in how Ichibe renames his targets. And unlike the usual style of black ink on a white canvas, Ichibe does the opposite, which is a fascinating idea. After he renames Yhwach, he stomps him through the floor and crushes him between two giant hands, similar to how you would squash a fly in midair. But even this wasn't enough to kill Yhwach, as he unlocks his almighty ability and rewrites his fate, demonstrating just how broken the almighty ability is, as he prevents his demise at the hands of the monk who calls the real name. He restores his name and power using the almighty, and he heavily wounds Ichibe, as the leader of the Zero Division realizes that Yhwach was a far greater threat than he had imagined, and he decides to use his trump card, which of course is the magnificent Death Mausoleum. It's a technique that seems to have no association with either his Shikai or Bankai, but it rather stems from his ability to control the color black. Using the color black, he erases his opponent's soul completely, to the point that he can't even reincarnate ever again. But even this is no match for Yuha's power, as the leader of the Quincy then brutally kills Ichibe. Despite the fact that Ichibe had lost against Yhwach, there is no other Shinigami within the entire story who can measure up to his insane level of power and the role that he's played within the creation of the Bleach universe. It is truly terrifying to think about what could have happened if Ichibe's power was turned against the Soul Society, considering its entire structure and form are upheld by Ichibe's power. He is responsible for all of the names within the Bleach world, so he can effectively deactivate any Zanpakuto or power that is used against him. So if he were to ever turn his powers against the Soul Society for whatever reason, I believe that the Shinigami wouldn't stand a chance against him. And if it wasn't for Yhwach's broken ability, the Almighty, I believe that even he would have been defeated by Ichibe. The only real downside of Ichibe's Bankai is that it relies upon his targets having been struck by the ink of his Shikai. Only then is he able to write upon their bodies a new name. Shirafude Ichimonji only makes one appearance within the manga, and it's definitely one of the most incredible Bankai that we've ever seen. Within the entire history of Bleach, it is literally the first ever Bankai to have ever been revealed. It's reasonable to assume that Shinigami who fail to form a proper bond with their blades are the ones who stagnate in power. Rangiku, who dislikes her Zanpakuto for being lazy and ironically quite similar to her, avoids interacting with it, and this is partially why she never achieves Bankai and she doesn't develop any new abilities with her Shikai. Yumichika also seems to dislike his Zanpakuto for being extremely self-centered and obsessed with its own beauty. Now these narcissistic traits are what he himself possesses. Due to this and his own aversion to his Zanpakuto's Kido-based abilities, he's incapable of learning Bankai or gaining any new abilities. Interestingly, the Zanpakuto that are most similar to their wielders are also the ones that their users find the hardest to get along with. The Can't Fear Your Own World light novels have gained immense popularity amongst fans for various reasons. They serve as a solid bridge between the ending of the 1000-Year Blood War arc to the epilogue of the manga, and it clarifies some aspects that Kubo wasn't able to address within the source material. The novels provide a deeper understanding of certain characters' motivations and their ideals, as well as featuring some incredibly well executed reveals, such as the Bankai transformation of Shinji Hirako, as well as learning about the world before the Soul King had split the universe into 3 realms, and the resolution of plot points that were foreshadowed in the manga. The events leading to the Bankai attainment of Shuhei Hisagi begin much earlier on in the story. We see that he gets caught up in Tokinada Tsuneyashiro's plan to overthrow the Soul King and to replace him with his own creation, the hybrid Hikone. Hisagi's involvement in this conflict arises from his desire to uncover information about the events surrounding the Great Soul King Protection War, which is how the Soul Society referred to the events of the 1000-Year Blood War arc. As the editor-in-chief of the Serete Bulletin, he needs to gather all of the necessary information in order to publish a true account of the events that had taken place. His pursuit of the truth sends him to various different corners of the Soul Society, as he attempts to interview several characters, questioning the Shiba family within the Soul Society, and even
even Kisuke Urahara within the world of the living. In all of his attempts to find answers, he is met with evasive responses from both the Shibas and Urahara, which is unsurprising since he is trying to extract information from one of the most cunning men in the entire universe. His questioning is interrupted by a sudden attack from numerous human enemies who can interact with souls. The battle results in Urahara's capture and an eventual showdown within the Valley of Screams, where the Gotei 13 gather for a final clash with Tokinada and his allies. Before we delve further into the details of the story, it's essential to review what we already know about Hisagi and his relationship with his Zanpakuto Kazeshini. In the manga, Hisagi doesn't get much screen time, but some details carry over into the novels. We first see his Zanpakuto revealed within chapter 324 during his battle with Findor Kallias during the Fate Karakura Town arc. Kazeshini demonstrates enhanced cutting abilities, allowing Hisagi to effortlessly slash through Findor's high-speed water barrage and his claw. However, aside from showcasing Hisagi's skill with the weapon, we don't see it manifest any other special abilities. Now this detail becomes more apparent within the Can't For Your Own World light novels, where we get a better understanding of Kazeshini's abilities. Although we don't witness any special powers, we do hear Hisagi talk about Kazeshini quite a bit. If it was sad to see how Ichigo had treated Zangetsu, then hearing Hisagi openly state his dislike for Kazeshini is even more disheartening. Hisagi explains that Kazeshini's blades disturb him because they appear to be designed solely for taking lives, which is one of his greatest fears. He doesn't want to become someone who neither fears the blade that he wields nor the act of murder. This idea is deeply ingrained into the psyche of Hisagi because of his former captain Kaname Tozen's teachings. Tozen had taught Hisagi that anyone who fights without fearing the blade that they wield does not deserve to wield it. However, Hisagi had taken this teaching to an extreme level, leading to his hatred and fear of Kazeshini. He views it as the embodiment of his worst fear, becoming a cold-blooded killer. Now this fear persists beyond the manga's continuity and into the light novels, where we see Hisagi's struggle reach its resolution. Now returning to the events of the light novel, I do plan to talk about everything that happens within Can't For Your Own World, but for this video I'm just focusing on Hisagi's Bankai reveal. Within volume 3 of Can't For Your Own World, we learn that Kazeshini had been repeatedly urging Hisagi to offer it life and blood. Hisagi, fearing the act of murder, consistently rejected and denied what Kazeshini was asking for. He had interpreted this as a demand for the lives and blood of his enemies, believing that it was asking him to become a killer. This was the last thing that he had wanted to hear, especially since he had grown fond of the young and immensely powerful Hikone. He had wanted to save him from Tokinada's influence, but had realized that he might have to kill them or let them be killed. Hearing his Zanpakuto request for the lives of others was something that Hisagi had wanted to ignore. He also gets a rare glimpse of another inner world within the story. Now one thing that I wish Kubo had done more within the manga was to show us a lot more of the Zanpakuto's inner worlds, and how their states reflect the Shinigami state of mind. I was particularly interested in this because of how much time we had spent within Ichigo's inner world, and how its state changes in response to his emotions. It would have been fascinating to see something similar for the other Shinigami, and seeing Kazeshini's world only intensifies this desire. Now this inner world is described as having a massive tree and a windmill, which represents the forces of life and death. The leaves of the tree darken and die as a result of the windmill turning, and inversely the tree becomes healthy when the windmill stops. Now this is a remarkable analogy for Hisagi's state of mind. It turns out that Kazeshini had meant something very different from what Hisagi had thought, and if only he had understood this earlier, his journey would have been much more smoother. As the battle between Tokinada and the Gotei 13 unfolds, a severely injured Tokinada was betrayed by Ora Michibane. He summoned Hikone, who was fighting Kenpachi, to come and kill her immediately. Hikone had obediently left their battle with Kenpachi in order to carry out their master's order. Upon reaching Ora, their attack was intercepted by Hisagi, who pleaded with them to stop. He explains to Hikone that Ora had betrayed Tokinada in order to protect them. However, Hikone was still determined to kill her until Kenpachi had intervened and called Hikone to resume their fight. Knowing full well that a battle against Kenpachi would likely result in Hikone's death, Hisagi had decided to do the unthinkable. He tells Kenpachi to leave Hikone to him, as they were too weak an enemy for Kenpachi to fight. This had shocked all of the Shinigami present, as they knew that this request could result in Hisagi getting killed himself. However, Hisagi was able to successfully convince Kenpachi, much to everyone's surprise. His reasoning was that his position as the Kenpachi would be called into question if he was fighting an opponent like Hikone who was beneath him. Kenpachi leaves Hikone to Hisagi, but he promises to kill him if he doesn't put up a worthy fight. Now this feat of negotiating with Kenpachi successfully is something that no other the character has done within the world of Bleach. Now returning to the fight, right before it had started, Kensei mutters to himself that Hisagi should be careful since he hasn't even attained Bankai. Now this statement is interesting because it seemingly contradicts what he had stated within chapter 560. When Hisagi was defeated by Mask, Kensei had arrived just in time to stop Mask from killing him, and he says that it was a shame that Hisagi was defeated before he could show off the results of his training. Now this follows Hisagi's training from chapter 538, where he was supposed to have attained Bankai. It implies that while Hisagi had gained his Bankai, he was defeated before he even had a chance to use it. However, within the light novels, this has changed to mean that he never got a chance to demonstrate how much stronger he had become after his training. In my opinion, I believe that this retcon was done so that we could have the reveal of Hisagi's Bankai here. Kubo never had the chance to return to Hisagi using his Bankai, so he instead used the last chapter of the manga to reference the events of Can't Fear Your Own World, knowing that it would be written eventually. While it's a retcon, I believe that it was another byproduct of Kubo's health issues, and it isn't worth scrutinizing over too much here. Now another reason that I feel this minor retcon is irrelevant is because of how much that it adds to the original training scene from the manga. Within the light novels, it is revealed that despite the heavy blows that Hisagi was sustaining from Mashiro, he just refused to die. Kensei had started to wonder if this was mere luck since Hisagi had suffered numerous defeats during the 1,000-year Blood War, but had refused to die. Now this detail becomes important after we see Kazeshini's chains bind to Hikone, who ends up breaking free easily. It's not surprising that Hikone could break Kazeshini's chains, but in a shocking turn of events, Hikone appears in front of Hisagi and quickly slashes him, much to everyone's shock and horror as Hisagi falls in two cleanly cut pieces, as it seems that the young hybrid being has killed Hisagi. At the moment of his death, Hisagi is pulled into his inner world by Kazeshini. His Zanpakuto asks Hisagi what he was thinking to pull such a reckless move, to which Hisagi replies that it was the only way to save Hikone's life, since it would have been absurd to ask any of the other Shinigami to hold back against Hikone. The Can't Fear Your Own World light novels emphasize Hisagi's aversion to killing and the lengths that he goes to avoid it, even allowing himself to be mortally wounded in order to protect Hikone, whom he had believed to be an innocent child with misguided loyalties. Kazeshini explains that Hisagi's desire to become the ideal Shinigami had resulted in his Zanpakuto manifesting as it did. This revelation shocks Hisagi, making him realize that that which he had hated about Kazeshini the most was something that was reflected from his own soul. In other words, if Kazeshini was the manifestation of his own desires, then what he had truly hated was himself. By offering his life to save Hikone, he had embraced that aspect of himself and had earned the respect of his Zanpakuto spirit. Now this is where it is revealed that Hisagi's hatred for Kazeshini stemmed from a misunderstanding of what exactly it had meant by asking for offerings of blood. Hisagi apologizes and promises to offer all that he is, which is his flesh, his blood, and even his fear to the blade of Kazeshini. He then notices that the voice he now hears is from within him. It is coming from his inner world, indicating that he has now genuinely accepted Kazeshini as a part of himself. This cycle between the windmill and the tree suddenly stops within his inner world, and it perfectly foreshadows the abilities of his Bankai. Back in the outside world, Hikone turns their attention towards Kenpachi, intending to continue their fight, but Kenpachi refuses to engage, warning Hikone not to get ahead of themselves. As he speaks, a black chain then emerges and wraps around Hikone's arm, yanking them away from Kenpachi. Confused, Hikone gets up to see Hisagi, the individual who was just cut in half and killed moments ago. He now appears to be totally unharmed. Hikone decides to slash Hisagi and his chains apart once more so that he can turn to face Kenpachi again. However, their efforts prove to be futile, as Hisagi is once again standing and the chains just reappear in Hikone's body. Now this was in fact the true ability of Kazeshini. Hisagi's hatred for his Zanpakuto had previously prevented him from manifesting its power, which is infinite regeneration and healing. And this is regardless of the severity of his injuries, because the chains of Kazeshini would always be able to put him back together, thus making it a very formidable ability. Now this also explains why Hisagi had survived so much punishment even before gaining access to his true Shikai, because it was an incomplete manifestation of his true powers. After multiple failed attempts to kill Hisagi, he finally activates his Bankai. Haribel describes it as an ability that completely remakes the reishi in the surroundings. His Bankai, Kazeshini Fushi no Kojyo, manifests as a massive ball of chains that wraps around Hisagi and his opponent's necks like nooses. Not only Hisagi, but also his opponent gains immortality because of this Bankai. Hisagi doesn't use much offensive power in this state, but he is shown to be capable of manipulating the chains that he has manifested, using them like chainsaws to attack and slash Hikone. However, he doesn't bother with this because Hikone's arm regenerates instantly after being sawed off. His Bankai works this way because it creates a combined pool of both Hisagi and his opponent's spiritual energy, and it heals either combatant when they are wounded. It manifests a world similar to the primordial world where death didn't exist and life and death were intertwined. In that world, Hisagi's fear of killing and being killed is manifested as law. This ability essentially guarantees a stalemate against any opponent, regardless of their power. And this Bankai works best with allies nearby who can finish off the enemy after this battle of attrition ends. And this is how Hisagi defeats Hikone, but he pleads with the surrounding captains not to kill Hikone, which is a request that all of the captains agree to. It would be fascinating to see how Reiatsu powerhouses like Aizen, Yhwach, and Ichigo would fare against an ability designed to turn their world-shattering powers against themselves. Now, despite this incredibly powerful Bankai does have some weaknesses though. While it can perfectly heal all the wounds inflicted on Hisagi and his opponents, it doesn't erase the pain caused by the attack. This actually results in Hisagi writhing in pain for a while when Hikone attacks him, leaving him vulnerable even though he can't die. Another weakness is that it uses up the Reiatsu of both Hisagi and his enemies, leaving both of them completely drained. If he doesn't have allies nearby to finish off his enemy, or even worse, if the enemy has allies, then he is in serious trouble. So it's definitely not an infallible power. Overall, Hisagi possesses a fascinating Bankai ability, and the events leading up to it perfectly showcase the strengths of Bleach's Zanpakuto power system. It emphasizes the importance of forming a proper bond with one's Zanpakuto, and it brings together a beautiful character arc in the process, making it one of my favorite Bankai reveals in the entirety of Bleach. Following his first appearance in chapter 183, Shinji Hirako had quickly become a fan favorite character for good reason, and this can be attributed to his cool, powerful, and mysterious demeanor during his introduction, as well as the intriguing backstory that Kubo carefully creates for him later on during the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. All of this setup gives Shinji a valid place within the Bleach universe, but also giving him a great end goal for where his character ends up when he takes back his original position as a captain of the Gotei 13. Everything was perfectly laid out for Shinji to become a character with numerous highlights in the Bleach story, but unfortunately the fact that you're watching this video right now probably indicates that you're aware that this didn't happen. Despite being a character who is perfectly tailored to be a major player, he ends up being relegated to the background, and aside from appearing just so a random Quincy can defeat him, he never really gets a shining moment for himself throughout the story. I mean, things are so bad with Shinji's character that unlike Rose and Kensei, who at least got to show off their Bankai, Shinji never had the chance to reveal the second release of his Zanpakuto, which is just crazy to think about. So following the conclusion of the Bleach manga, fan speculation had went wild. People had theorized and talked about what Shinji's Bankai could possibly be, and what abilities that it would entail, but fortunately this didn't go on for too long, as Kubo had decided to answer this question for the fans with the advent of supplementary information that is revealed about Shinji's Bankai within the Can't For Your Own World light novels. In this video, I'm going to be explaining everything that we learned about Shinji Hirako's fascinating Bankai. While it is very disappointing that Shinji didn't live up to our expectations, what we ended up getting within the Can't For Your Own World light novels is better than nothing which we had received from the ending of the manga. Some of you may be wondering, why was it necessary to have Shinji's Bankai revealed in a light novel? A particular complaint often comes up during discussions of the Can't For Your Own World light novels, with some fans saying that these light novels exist as proof that Kubo had failed as a writer with Bleach's final arc. Now this would be a fair point if we ignore all of the factors surrounding why the finale of the 1000-Year Blood War arc was rushed, from Kubo's declining physical and mental health to his growing fear of not being able to finish the Bleach story. There were several story beats that were trimmed down or even cut entirely. While I'm not asking anyone to forgive this, the existence of these light novels doesn't only just flesh out certain parts of the Bleach manga, but they also expand upon ideas that had already existed within the story, and they actually do a really good job of spelling out the details of the Bleach world to the fans. So it is clear that all of the introductions and revelations made within the Can't For Your Own World light novels were always intended to be there from the very start, and they would have made it into the story if Kubo was still healthy. So it makes very little sense to use these light novels as a reason to discredit Kubo. Now with this disclaimer out of the way, let's get back to the topic of the video, which is Shinji Hirako's Bankai. I'll be talking about the events that had led to its activation, as well as going over its strengths and weaknesses, and along with my own personal analysis on the intricacies of Shinji's Bankai ability. It all kicks off for Shinji when he senses Grimmjow's sinister Reiatsu within within the Soul Society. Having fought Grimmjow in the past, he immediately rushes to the location in order to prevent him from causing any chaos. This is a nice callback to the fact that Shinji's first actual fight in the story was against Grimmjow, who he had effortlessly defeated in chapter 236. He actually humiliated Grimmjow so badly that he was about to release his resurrection. I have always wondered whether if Shinji could only casually defeat Grimmjow because he was missing an arm and was already heavily injured by Ichigo. So I'm assuming that Shinji had decided to head towards Grimmjow because he was confident that he could take him on in a fight, and additionally because he knows how much of a threat Grimmjow poses to the Soul Society. On his way to the location, he notices a seemingly familiar spiritual pressure heading towards the same direction, but upon getting closer to the spiritual signature, he realizes that it's a completely unfamiliar face. This individual is revealed to be Hikone, who was in fact heading towards Grimmjow's location. They revealed to Shinji that they had previously fought Grimmjow within Hueco Mundo and that they were the servant of Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. But the most shocking thing that Hikone reveals to Shinji was that they were going to become the next Soul King, and had actually attacked Hueco Mundo in an attempt to become its king as a preliminary step. This leads to Shinji starting to suspect that something was definitely wrong. This leads to him getting caught up in a fight between Grimmjow and Lupi, which would soon devolve into a free-for-all between the Iranka, my re-zombified Quincy, and the Fullbringers. And surprisingly, even in these parts of the story, Shinji doesn't actually do anything here. He doesn't fight, and he only observes and dodges any attacks that are sent his way. Now, after catching up on the current events and figuring out the attack taking place in the world of the living, Shinji suggests that they contact Hachigen in order to deactivate the barrier surrounding Karakura Town. And following this, we don't see him do much until the time comes for the final battle. After they all figure out the details of Tokinada's diabolical plan, the available captains, which include Shinji, gather up to go and face off against Tokinada and Hikone in the Valley of Screams. If there's one thing that I really love about the Can't For Your Own World light novels, it's how it makes use of the different aspects of the Bleach universe that didn't get as much attention within the manga, like the Valley of Screams. Seeing it used as the site for the final battle is nothing short of fantastic. It also feels like a cool callback to when the Shinigami had arrived at the royal palace in order to fight Yhwach and his Quincy. The final fight actually starts in volume 2 of the light novels. When the Shinigami arrive in Tokinada's new version of the Soul King's palace, they're immediately assaulted by a myriad of hollow-like monsters. Kenpachi, being Kenpachi, takes the lead and proceeds to slice and dice through them, and incidentally creating a new path to the tower in the sky. The surrounding Quincy and Shinigami begin to consider whether to fight them or to make their own path towards the tower. During this moment of consideration, Shinji interjects that considering how quickly the monsters were starting to surround them, it would be wise for them to go ahead and follow Kenpachi, who had already started cutting a path for himself. This had implied that they would leave him behind with the monsters. These monsters were described as being fast enough to catch up to them if they had tried to run. So while this was technically a reasonable suggestion, it almost sounded like Shinji was definitely going to die if they had left him behind. This remark shocks everyone who is present, and they start to question if they should actually go through with this idea. But after a quick exchange of glances between Shunsui and Shinji, Shunsui convinces everyone that they should go through with this plan and to begin to chase after Kenpachi. Right before Shunsui takes off, he asks Shinji if he was about to do something, to which Shinji confirms that he is sure that it would work where they are, so he'd intended to try it. Shunsui then asks him to try his best to catch up once he finishes up with them. One of my favourite things about this dialogue is the fact that Shunsui confirms that due to his role as the head captain, he has in fact read up on all of the other captains' Bankai and Shikai abilities, and his knowledge of exactly what Shinji was planning on doing was really cool to see. Not to mention, this is a very wholesome exchange between these two characters, and I loved seeing how much faith he appears to have in Shinji's power. Now getting back to the fight, following the exchange between Shunsui and Shinji, they begin to follow the trail of destruction that Kenpachi has left behind him. After the others have left, Shinji then says his release command and activates his Shikai. Now we don't see what happens immediately afterwards until quite a number of pages later. When the fight returns to Shinji, we find out that he had in fact activated Sakanade and was using its power on the hordes of monsters. Using its incredible sensory inversion abilities, Shinji had begun to invert the directions the monsters were moving in, causing them to not only move in the wrong direction but also find themselves attacking each other. Considering the fact that Sakanade's range was limited, the horde would move as intended when they began their advance against Shinji, but as soon as they got within range of Sakanade, all their attacks and formations would go haywire. This had continued for a while until a peculiar thing had started to happen. The hypnotized monsters had gradually began to coordinate again. With each passing moment, their strikes and swipes wipes become more and more accurate. Shinji had noticed that an extension resembling an eyelid covered their eyes. By intentionally blinding themselves, they had become immune to Shinji's hypnosis. They had used spiritual sense to detect Shinji's position and echolocation to scout the terrain. They used this as substitute for their eyes. Shinji starts to worry when he realizes that they were now heading for him without a problem, or at least that was what he had wanted us to think, as he then reveals that he can also invert the sounds that they hear, and this essentially disrupts all of the monsters' plans. In desperation, the monsters start to rapidly spawn new instances of themselves in an attempt to overwhelm Shinji with numbers, ensuring that he couldn't hypnotize all of them. Now this tactic had proved to be effective as he realizes that the battle is about to take a turn for the worse. Not too long after this, he was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of these monsters. However, he remains calm and reveals that he had prepared for this outcome. He smiles as he recalls Gerard Valkyrie's words and claims that he was going to perform a miracle of his own, as he then activates his Bankai. Now we don't immediately see it take effect until volume 3 of the Can't For Your Own World light novels. When we do, it is quite the sight. Shinji is shown standing on a flower-like construct with petals enclosing him. They open up to reveal an unscathed Shinji, who expresses disappointment that the Quincy's didn't attack in an organized group so that he could have defeated them with his own Bankai. We then realize that Shinji was surrounded by a white, motionless shroud. These in fact were the corpses of the monsters that were attacking him. Strangely, they didn't die from a massive attack by Shinji, but rather by their own hands. Using the power of his Bankai called Sakashimi Yokoshimi Happo Fusagari, he had switched their perception of friend and foe, making them perceive each other as enemies, and this had resulted in the mutual slaughter of the entire horde of monsters. Shinji's Bankai is extremely powerful, but it has one major drawback. He cannot use it when he has allies within its range, as they will also be indiscriminately affected by it, and this is similar to Shunsui's Bankai. This makes it a power that is best suited for fighting multiple enemies at once when he is on his own. It is a really creative ability that could have only been thought of by Kubo. With a character whose entire theme is inversion, it makes perfect sense that his Shikai is best used for fighting strong enemies, while his Bankai is best used against numerous weaker enemies, which is a total inversion of the way that the Shikai and Bankai abilities typically work. The flower-like construct is actually his Zanbakudo in its Bankai state, and once the inversion is activated, it encloses its petals around Shinji in order to protect him from the ensuing chaos. It then opens once everyone is dead. Ikomikidomoe is one of the most interesting Zanbakudo within the Bleach universe. This unique being had started out as a powerful hollow before being defeated by none other than Ichibe Hyosobe himself, and because the hollow was so powerful, it was sealed into a Zanbakudo by Uetsu Nimaya. What makes Ikomikidomoe particularly fascinating is that he can only be wielded by hybrid beings. So these are individuals like Hikone, Ichigo, and even Ginjo, who possess multiple spiritual powers within their souls. Within this video, I want to break down and analyze everything that there is to know about Ikomikidomoe's Bankai state, including its activation requirements and the true nature of its abilities. While Ichibe's name curse that he had casted from 1,000,000 years ago has kept Ikomikidomoe in a weakened state, his maximum power is still absolutely devastating on the battlefield. Can't For Your Own World introduces us to the nobleman Tokinada Tsuneyashiro and his plan to install Hikone as the next Soul King. In order to achieve this goal, Tokinada makes a calculated move during the chaos of the Vandenreich invasion, as he steals the sealed Zanbakudo Ikomikidomoe from Uetsu Nimaya's palace right after Zangetsu is reforged. What makes Ikomikidomoe fascinating is its origin as one of the most ancient and powerful hollows to have ever existed. During Baragon's reign over Hueco Mundo, Ikomikidomoe was already a force to be reckoned with, so much so that even Baragon acknowledged its strength and had made a pact of mutual non-conflict with it. However, Ikomikidomoe's insatiable hunger for power had led it down a path of endless consumption, as it devoured countless souls in its quest for evolution. Its insatiable ambition ultimately reached its heights when it had attempted the unthinkable, which is to devour the Soul King himself. This insane attempt proved to be its undoing. After an epic battle that even involved a young head captain Yamamoto, Ikomikidomoe was finally defeated through the combined efforts of Ichibe and Nimaya. Using the power of Ichimonji, Ichibe erased Ikomikidomoe's original name and had rewrote its very identity with Shirafushi
Fude Ichimonji. Due to the massive number of souls that it had consumed, normal purification was impossible for this hollow. So instead, Nimaya had sealed the hollow into a Zanpakuto, creating one of the most unique and powerful weapons in the entirety of the Bleach universe. What makes Ikomikidomoe stand out from the other Zanpakuto is its distinctive release system. As it was forged from a hollow, it possesses multiple release commands, each one drawing out different aspects of its incredible power. While these release commands superficially resemble Shikai releases, they function very differently. In this video, I'll be focusing specifically on Ikomikidomoe's Bankai form, where the Zanpakuto completely fuses with its wielder Hikone. In order to better understand this Bankai, it's worth noting the parallel to an Arrancar's resurrection. When an Arrancar releases their Zanpakuto, they essentially return to their original hollow form, regaining all of the power that was sealed away within their Zanpakuto. However, as we're about to discover, Ikomikidomoe's Bankai takes this concept to an entirely different level. During the final battle between Hikone and Kenpachi from the third volume of Can't Be Your Own World, we witness one of the most incredible revelations of power within Bleach. When Kenpachi questions if Hikone is about to unleash a Bankai, they respond with a intriguing clarification. Because Ikomikidomoe is a hollow, this release would be more accurately described as a resurrection instead of a Bankai. The stage for this revelation is set when Hikone finds Ikomikidomoe defeated after an overwhelming combined assault from the Arrancar trio of Neliel, Grimmjow, and Haribel. However, this weakened state of Ikomikidomoe proves to be exactly what Hikone had needed. In an unexpected plot twist, Hikone actually thanks the Arrancar for wearing down its Zanpakuto before uttering its true release command, which is Iko Mikidomoe Ho'o Raku Hake. This translates to 8 views of the fall of the Phoenix. What follows is a fascinating display of power as Iko Mikidomoe's physical form dissolves into streams of black and white spiritual pressure which surround Hikone's body. A transformation occurs which creates something very unique within the power system of Bleach. Hikone's appearance shifts to reflect a perfect fusion of Hollow and Shinigami, with Hikone's Shihakusho taking on a Arrancar-like appearance. Most notably, traces of Hollow Reishi become visible underneath Hikone's skin, while Ikomikidomoe returns to its sword form, but now with intricate patterns of Reiatsu which are embedded within its white blade. The significance of this transformation lies in how it affects Hikone's Reiatsu. Ikomikidomoe's overwhelming spiritual pressure acts as a catalyst, as it shatters the limitations which are placed upon Hikone's hybrid soul. This explains why Ikomikidomoe can only be wielded by hybrid beings. Its immense spiritual pressure has the unique ability to unlock pathways between different spiritual natures within a single soul. Hikone being an artificial being created from a mixture of human, Shinigami, Arrancar, and Quincy souls, not to mention Gremmy's brain and multiple fragments of the Soul King, they were pretty much the perfect vessel for the power of Ikomikidomoe. In its final released state, the result is a spiritual pressure that is so unique and overwhelming that it instills pure despair into all who sense it. While different from Aizen's Reiatsu, it carries the same weight of transcendent power, further confirming Hikone's potential as a Soul King candidate. Once the transformation is complete, their combat abilities skyrocket to insane levels, with speed and versatility which dwarf even captain level Shinigami. This final release from Ikomikidomoe perfectly explains Bleach's sophisticated power scaling while adding new layers to our understanding of hybrid beings within this universe. It's really interesting how Kubo and Narita continue to expand upon the lore of Bleach via these light novels. The true scope of Ikomikidomoe's power becomes evident when we examine Hisagi's observations during his battle with Hikone. While the external changes from this Bankai/Resurrection hybrid were evident, the internal transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Hisagi notices something extraordinary. Hikone's soul has become a perfect fusion of Shinigami and Quincy essences, which are all bound together by a hollow soul. This transformation was so profound that it completely warped Hikone's Reiatsu, manifesting in one of the most unique spirit ribbons which have ever been witnessed within Bleach. To appreciate the significance significance of this, we need to understand that spirit ribbons normally appear in very distinctive colors. They are typically colored white for humans, quincies, as well as souls, and they are red for Shinigami. But Hikone's spirit ribbon manifested as a swirling kaleidoscope of colors, as this represents the unprecedented fusion of multiple spiritual races within one being. This makes perfect sense when we consider Ikomikidomoe's nature as a hollow who had devoured countless souls during its reign in Hueco Its spiritual pressure would naturally contain the essence of thousands or if not millions of different spiritual beings. However, even this incredibly powerful Bankai state that Hikone was in had its limitations. After Hisagi manages to deplete Hikone's Reiatsu, we see a shocking turn of events as Ikomikidomoe breaks free and begins consuming more fragments of the Soul King, nearly killing Hikone in the process. These fragments start to weaken Ichibe's name curse, and if it wasn't for Kenpachi's intervention, we might have witnessed something very unprecedented. If you remember the full name that Hikone had called out, which was Ikomikidomoe Ho'oraku Hake, this was actually the name that was bestowed by Ichibe to the Hollow. Ikomikidomoe's true name still remains sealed away. This raises some very fascinating possibilities about Ikomikidomoe's ultimate potential if it were to have broken free from Ichibe's name curse. During Ikomikidomoe's appearance within the light novels, we had seen its previous release forms, like it transforming into various hollow forms ranging from Adhuchas to Vastalorde level, and it also gained abilities like spawning lesser level hollows from itself. But what would have happened if Ikomikidomoe had broken free of Ichibe's curse and had called out its original true name? The light novels give us some hints as to what would have happened, as after consuming more of the Soul King's fragments, its spiritual pressure began growing exponentially. The events within the Valley of Screams further support this theory, as Ikomikidomoe's hollow presence had become increasingly apparent. Shunsui's observation about Hikone absorbing Ikomikidomoe's hollow reishi is very interesting, and by all normal rules of spiritual mechanics, this should have triggered soul suicide. We've only seen this phenomenon occur twice before in Bleach, first with the Vizards during Aizen's early holification experiments, and later with Masaki when she was bitten by the Hollow White. But somehow, whether if it's through the fragments of the Soul King or Ikomikidomoe's own power, Hikone was able to prevent soul suicide from occurring. This leads me to a rather chilling theory that if Ikomikidomoe had fully broken free of its curse, then we may have witnessed an all-new super powerful form which transcends any Bankai or resurrection that we have seen up until this point in the story. And unlike any of the previous releases that we have seen from Ikomikidomoe, this form would have been unbound by the need for a wielder, potentially allowing the Hollow to consume the spiritual pressures of everyone and everything around it. While it's impossible to know exactly what its ultimate form might have looked like, the hints that were suggested within the Can't Fear Unworld light novels have revealed that it would have been truly catastrophic. These light novels have enriched the universe of Bleach, especially through the fascinating concept of a hollow-forged Zanpakuto. While Ikomikidomoe's various release forms and abilities can appear to be complicated at first, they represent something that is very unique within the power system of Bleach. The way that it fuses with Hikone and it fundamentally alters the very nature of Hikone's soul adds a lot of depth to our understanding of how hybrid beings exist within the Bleach universe. Following the events of the light novel, Nimaya had once again sealed Ikomikidomoe away within his palace. Coming off of the insane events of episode 26, which had just aired last week, there was one notable change that the anime did which had truly set itself apart from the manga, and it had fans excited beyond belief, and it's how the Zero Division had completely stolen the show for the Core 2 finale. The Zero Division finally got the respect that they truly deserve, as we learn why they are held in such high regard amongst the Shinigami, and how this elite Shinigami fighting force stands above the Gotei 13. Now, one of the most groundbreaking reveals of episode 26 is easily the Bankai reveal of Senjumaru, as we learn firsthand the devastating power of a Bankai that belongs to one of the Zero Division. Her Bankai, which literally translates to crossing of the old woman's gate, Kala's corpse and thorny entanglements, is an extremely powerful Bankai. It has an aura of absolute terror and immense power that is rivaled by very few Bankai Bankai within the series. Now at the same time, Senjumaru's Bankai is extremely mysterious. Over the weeks since it was revealed to us, fans have been scratching their head as to how her power works. Now if there's one thing that we can be certain of, is that Kubo has purposefully left clues within her Bankai reveal, which hopefully in this video we're going to be piecing together so that we can unravel the mystery behind her Bankai. The 1000-Year Blood War arc anime has continued to be the gift that keeps on giving, with the additions being made to the anime having well exceeded our expectations. The first cour had brilliantly paved the way for what was to follow, as it had introduced us to several amazing additions, like the expansion of Uryu's role within the story, and not to mention one of the most important inclusions within Cour 1, which was the original Gotei 13 flashback that we received at the start of episode 7. But despite all of this, nothing could have prepared us for the final 3 episodes of Cour 2. The finale for Cour 2 featured some insane anime original additions, like the flashback between Ichibe and Yhwach, which had revealed to us the scale of Yhwach's original Empire of Light, and how Yhwach had ended up losing the Almighty. Additionally, we also got a glimpse of Uryu utilizing his Shrift ability, the Antithesis, and if this wasn't enough, the anime had taken things up a notch and had given us multiple anime original fight sequences which had redeemed the Zero Division by allowing them to showcase their powers and abilities within the anime. We got to see each of the Zero Division members casually face off against the Schutzstaffel. Now despite Ichibe and Yhwach's titanic battle occurring at the same time, I still believe that the Zero Division had absolutely stolen the show for me when it comes to their expanded role within the anime. The new scenes involving the Zero Division had totally caught me off guard, and in my opinion it was probably the most unexpected plot twist within all of Cour 2. Going into the 1000-Year Blood War arc anime, manga readers had definitely wanted the Zero Division to have more of a better role within the story. The Cour 2 finale, in my opinion, has definitely redeemed the Zero Division in one of the most incredible ways that none of us could have imagined. Not only did they get to explain and showcase to us why they are more powerful than all of the Gotei 13 combined, but we also learnt a key secret behind their dormant power, which is hidden behind a blood ritual. This is because if even one of the Zero Division members was to utilize their full power, then it would result in the 3 realms trembling. The incredible power of the Zero Division was etched into our minds via the character of Senjumaru Shutara, who is dubbed as the Great Weaver, and definitely the new favorite mummy of the Bleach franchise. Moments before the reveal of Senjumaru's amazing Bankai, the anime does a fantastic job of providing us context as to why her Bankai power is so impressive. During the monumental clash between the Zero Division and the Schutzstaffel, the Zero Division make an undeniable statement of strength as Nimaya single-handedly dispatches each member of the Schutzstaffel, who bearing in mind represent the most elite of the Sternritter who have been handpicked by Yhwach. Now this initial victory by one of the Squad Zero members had set the tone of the battle, but the anime actually extends the humiliation of the Schutzstaffel even after they are revived, which is a huge difference from how the story had panned out within the manga, where after they were revived, the Zero Division were pretty much off-screened. After the defeat of the Schutzstaffel, episode 25 featured some anime original fight sequences between Uryu and Hashward against the Zero Division. Now during this portion of the story, Senjumaru faces off against Uryu, who at first glance appears to be doing pretty well against her, as he manages to evade several of her attacks and he even sends off some of his own projectiles back at her. But this illusion of equality is dispersed very quickly as Senjumaru effortlessly blocks Uryu's Licht Regen with an umbrella that she weaves using her Zanpakuto abilities. She then reflects Uryu's own attack right back at him, which instantly defeats him. After Yhwach casts Ashvalen, which revives and empowers his Schutzstaffel, we are then treated to more anime original fight sequences, as it seems as though the Quincy have the upper hand when the Zero Division one-on-one face off against the Schutzstaffel, with Senjumaru in particular being paired up against Gerard Valkyrie. It's during this fight where we learn that a Zanpakuto's name is Shigarami. Now this was confirmed to be the massive sewing needle which we had seen her use earlier on. Now despite her earlier appearance of being vastly superior to the Schutzstaffel, she's actually unable to keep up with Gerard's new level of power and she is easily defeated by him. And it goes without saying, the other Zero Division members are all defeated in a very similar manner. Gerard then proceeds to mock them as he speaks about how shameful their performance has been, despite claiming to have more power than the entire Gotei 13 combined. Now in my opinion, I believe that Kubo had inserted this line of dialogue here in order to represent the sentiment of fans who were disappointed by the performance of the Zero Division within the manga, because there was a massive fan outrage about how the Zero Division was handled, and it's very likely that this was something that Kubo Kubo was well aware of and something that he had wanted to correct. Following this insult from Gerard, we get some new fascinating pieces of information, as we find out that all of the members of the Zero Division have their true power and Bankai sealed. This is because even the slightest use of their true power would result in the three realms of Hueco-Mundo, the world of the living and the Soul Society, being massively disrupted, and it would cause them to shake and tremble. Now, if we dissect this line of dialogue, it's evident that if they were to unleash their full power, then they could theoretically shatter the Bleach universe. Ironically, this is a situation that they exist to prevent. So the necessity of their self-imposed power restraints is very evident. As members of the Zero Division, they are not allowed to do anything that would disrupt the balance of the three realms. Their job is to protect the Soul King, and I presume that one of the requirements of protecting the Soul King is to have their power sealed. This is a testament to the level of commitment that they have to fulfill their duty of protecting the Soul King. So if a threat were to emerge that was strong enough to kill them even in their restricted forms, it appears as though the Zero Division have one final resort, which is a sacrifice ritual where one final surviving member of the Zero Division is given the freedom to unleash their full power. There are so many layers of genius as to how Kubo has implemented this new addition into the story, and through all of this new information and lore, Kubo has actually redeemed the Zero Division. Now, I am going to go deeper into this topic in a future video that I'll be uploading, where I speak about how the anime had fixed the Zero Division, but for now, let's get back to Senjumaru's Bankai. So it is pretty much implied that all of the Zero Division members are on the same level of power, and the only reason why Nimaya had selected Senjumaru to defeat the opponents was because her power was more convenient to use. It's evident that Kubo had wanted to establish new elements of lore surrounding the power of the Zero Division, which he had actually capitalized upon after Senjumaru had activated a Bankai, because we do in fact see the three realms shaking from the sheer force of her spiritual pressure alone, which effectively communicates to the audience the level of power that we're dealing with here, and how utterly outmatched the Schutzstaffel, Hashwad and Uryu are in this situation. Her Bankai essentially creates a whole new dimension that traps her opponents. Her Zanpakuto Shigarami transforms into a gigantic loom which appears to be crafting the very dimension of the Bankai. After her Bankai is activated, Senjumaru's golden arms join together behind her, with each hand mirroring the same hand sign. Now, this is one detail that really had caught my attention, and it suggested to me that this might be a Bankai which has inspiration derived from Buddhism. Now, initially inspecting Senjumaru's character design, it was believed that her golden arms may have been a tool that she had created to assist her with everyday tasks, and her Zanpakuto was in fact symbolized by the needles that her golden arms are always holding. But if this was the case, then what would those arms have to do with her Bankai activation, unless the golden arms are not actually an invention, but rather both the needle and the golden arms come together to form her Zanpakuto Shigarami. This is also further supported by the fact that her golden arms disappear when she's using her Bankai. It is as though her arms have also become part of the giant golden loom that manifests behind her. She only regains those signature golden arms after she completes using her Bankai power. So I think that when you put it all together, we get a very compelling argument that her golden arms are also part of her Zanpakuto. The dimension of her Bankai encompasses more than just the looming apparatus, as it rolls out a gigantic red cloth with multiple gates rising from the darkness along its length. As the cloth continues to extend, the dimension begins to weave around all the victims, trapping them within it. After the dimension of a Bankai has fully manifested, it takes the form of a royal tailor's workshop, as multiple elegant textiles drape down the walls and ceilings, presenting an almost regal and ethereal ambience that initially left me awestruck. In hindsight, after having seen and understood her Bankai's true nature, the dimension of a Bankai is absolutely horrifying and very unsettling. With her Bankai now fully manifested and the Schutzstaffel members being trapped within it, Senjumaru begins to walk slowly as she chants thump thump rattle rattle. This sounds like an activation command to a loom, because immediately after she makes this chant, each of the Schutzstaffel members find themselves transported into different spaces. Observing the sudden isolation of Lil Barrow, it is apparent that her Bankai allows for no reaction time. Lil finds himself in a chamber resembling an 8-mirrored kaleidoscope. Senjumaru refers to this space as the first hank to be unraveled. A hank is typically a coiled bundle of yarn or twine. Her line of of dialogue here suggests that she is unwrapping new yarn which will be used in weaving the textile that she is creating. You can actually describe Senjumaru's entire Bankai sequence as multiple scenes of a tailor moving from one project to another, as they unravel hanks of yarn in order to weave clothes that perfectly fit and are tailored to that specific customer. In Lil's case, she weaves a tapestry that possesses the power to reflect his own unstoppable attacks back at him. The true genius of this scene is that it ironically foreshadows exactly how he ends up being defeated in the future, since he loses due to Shinken Hakkyoken, the divine sword of the Issei family, which ends up reflecting his own power back at him. Now thematically, Senjumaru's Bankai can be interpreted in several interesting ways. When you look at how Lil was defeated, it gives off the impression that Senjumaru skipped a couple of chapters ahead and had used that knowledge in order to create this textile which had ended up defeating him. In a lot of ways, you could actually interpret how she defeats all the other Schutzstaffel members in a similar manner, because following Lil we move on to Askin, who's also in his own separate dimension, and he ends up being defeated after he is crushed by 3 spiky metal walls which are shaped like Senjumaru. This is once again very reminiscent of how he ends up getting defeated by the combined efforts of Yoruichi, Urahara and Grimmjow. Not only does she defeat Askin, but she massively foreshadows what will happen to him later on in the story, and I think that this adds to the idea of her tailoring each of their defeats specifically into the cloth that she is creating. We then move on to Pernida, who's next to receive her judgment, as the pattern continues with Pernida being attacked by the black cloth that drapes over the walls of the dark room that he is in. At first glance, it appears as though the black tapestries were his real enemies as they seemingly surround him, but then very quickly they disappear and they reveal the black sand beneath him as it completely swallows up Pernida. Now funny enough, Pernida is defeated by 2 enemies. The first, an assisting force in black clothing, i.e. Nemu, and Mayuri, whose surname is Kurotsuchi, which literally translates to black soil. So once again, the way that she defeats Pernida foreshadows how Pernida is actually defeated later on. This pattern continues to become more apparent as we discuss the next few opponents, as the limbs of Gerard are held in place by multiple cloths, as he is then frozen in place almost instantly. Now the room that he is in looks like a massive ice field, and the cloths that freeze him become transparent like ice. I'm really impressed by each of the rooms that Senjumaru sends her opponents to within a Bankai dimension. Kubo obviously did a fantastic job of designing these realms, and the CGI team deserve a lot of credit for translating his designs into animated form. Now going back to how Gerard is defeated, it is very similar to what happens to him while he is fighting Hitsugaya, as he ends up completely frozen. Now considering that this is literally the 4th time that a Bankai has predicted events from the future, does this mean that this is the true power of Senjumaru's Bankai? I believe that things will become a lot more clearer after we see how her Bankai handles Hashward and Uryu. Next up, Hashward finds himself trapped in a total hellscape where he is consumed by unquenchable flames that relentlessly torment him until he is reduced to nothing but ashes. This sequence echoes his heartbreaking battle against Bazbi later on in the story, but strangely this is only a future event and not necessarily what ends up defeating Hashward, because we know that Hashward doesn't die until after his battle with Uryu and following Yuhobak casting Ashvalen on him. So what exactly is the point of the future event being shown here if it isn't actually his definitive end? Because similar to Hashward, Gerard doesn't die from being frozen by Hitsugaya, because once again it is slightly after Yuhobak uses Ashvalen to drain their lives, which in my opinion suggests something different. And to understand this, we need to talk about the final room. And this final room is where Uryu finds himself trapped within. It's a dimly lit space with dark cloth surrounding him, as Senjumaru calls it the Star of the Dark Night. The cloth in the center of the room supports a massive Wandenrite cross on it, where Uryu is absorbed by its abyss and is led into the afterlife. The Quincy cross begins to dimly shine and it starts to absorb Uryu's energy. This ends up greatly weakening Uryu and he collapses onto the ground. Now after it absorbs Uryu's energy, the pattern on the cloth changes and is now covered in convergent patterns that makes it look like the Quincy cross is absorbing energy into itself. The cross itself also grows more detailed after absorbing Uryu's energy. Now after Uryu collapses, Senjumaru rolls out all the now finished tapestries from her loom and it reveals 6 new beautiful prints of fabric with silhouettes of the Schutzstaffel which are embroidered onto their surface. As Senjumaru seals their fate with the announcement of her technique, Loom of the 6 colored floating patterns of death, you see these textiles roll down just like the other pieces that we had seen when she first activates her Bankai, which has me wondering if if all of those tapestries that we saw upon her Bankai activation are her former enemies that she had defeated with a Bankai in the past. Because if this is the case, then it adds a totally new level of horror to her Bankai. So what exactly does Senjumaru's Bankai do? I think the answer to that lies within the final room that Uryu was trapped within, and it's the 6th hank of yarn that Senjumaru uses to weave the cloth that ends up defeating him. Now this is the most interesting end that we've seen for any of the Sternritter who are being caught within her sinister Bankai. Not only is it the least brutal of all of the sentences, but it also hints at events that we haven't seen befall Uryu, but at the same time it's definitely something that we have seen before. Uryu's tapestry is the final piece of the puzzle that really helped me piece together what exactly her Bankai does. Let's take apart Uryu's room piece by piece. Now using the last 5 rooms as the precedent for this analysis, we can assume that this room also speaks of Uryu's fate in some shape or form. It uses imagery familiar to both the audience and Uryu in order to lay out a very simple picture. The massive Quincy cross on the cloth, in my opinion, represents Yhwach, and the entire room is a representation of the Wandenreich. The fact that Senjumaru appears within this room as a shadow supports this, because we know that the Wandenreich are the invisible empire hidden within the shadows. Senjumaru's poetic reference to the Star of the Dark Knight also alludes to the Sternritter who are the Star Knights. However, given the poem's focus on a singular star, it seems more plausible that this star signifies Yhwach. This is because Yhwach was the beacon of hope that the Quincy's had held onto during their darkest hours over those 1000 years that they remained hidden. The Quincy Emperor's song further supporting this idea of Yhwach being their beacon of hope. He was their guiding light out of their perpetual night of defeat. The subsequent lines of the poem suggesting absorption and a journey to the afterlife, this represents the inevitability of Uryu being absorbed by Yhwach and losing his life. Now this is literally the fate of every Sternritter since they exist to be consumed by Yhwach. The fact that the pattern of the fabric changes is meant to represent how Yhwach will only grow more powerful after he absorbs Uryu's life and his power. This is represented by the extra details that the Wandenreich cross gains after it absorbs Uryu's energy. So considering the symbolic representation of what had happened within each of the rooms within a Bankai dimension, especially the ones involving the 5 Schutzstaffel and Uryu, it leads me to a theory that what if this Bankai isn't actually manifesting the events of the future, but is rather creating them, ensuring that they are predetermined events that will unfold within her opponent's lives. Manga readers recognize the fates that befall the Schutzstaffel members within a Bankai realm because they foreshadow events that we've all read within the manga. But in the context of the anime's continuity, this is the first time that we are actually seeing these things occur, meaning that Senjumaru's Bankai may be crafting these events rather than reflecting them from the future. This means that everything that happens to all of the Sternritter in the future was because they had crossed paths with this Bankai. Senjumaru's Bankai may well have the power to superimpose these fates onto her targets. Interestingly enough, the one character who is able to break out of this fate is Uryu. Senjumaru's Bankai had destined for him to end up being consumed by Yhwach's Ashwalan, but we are aware that Uryu's future ends up being the complete antithesis of this prediction, no pun intended. Instead of him losing his life in order to empower Yhwach, Uryu becomes the one who takes Yhwach's power away with the still silver arrowhead, and he paves the way for Yhwach's death. This sets up Uryu as a character whose existence reverses destiny, and that is such a powerful thematic idea, which also amazingly complements the theories about Ichigo's true Bankai power, which is apparently to shatter fate. Now coming back to Senjumaru's Bankai as a weaver of fate, Kubo actually made that pretty clear in the name of this Bankai. And a fantastically put together post on the Bleach subreddit, Reddit user Saturn_Eclipse breaks down all of the kanji that makes up Senjumaru's Bankai name and retranslates it into what its true meaning implies. Shatatsu Karagara Shigarami no Suji, when broken down into the kanji that best represents the appearance of the Bankai, translates as crossing into the Buddhist world, only skeletons will remain at the end of time. The sewing needle constructs the crossroads of life and death. This implies that Senjumaru's Bankai influences the decisions of the entrapped characters, directing them towards fatal outcomes. It alters their karmic trajectory towards doom. For Lil Barrow, Askin, Pernida, Gerard and Hashwald, pivotal decisions led them to confront adversaries which unbeknownst to them had ended up sealing their fates. The genius of having Senjumaru's Bankai interfere with their fates means that it actually completely removes the absurdity of all of them going up against powers which appear to be perfectly designed mind just to counter them. It can't be called a plot convenience anymore when a greater hand had weaved their fates to turn out this way. So a lot of the fan criticisms that people had about plot armor, or that the Schutzstaffel ended up facing off against opponents who had the perfect counter to them, have now completely been remedied by this addition that Kubo has made to the anime. So even if the Schutzstaffel, Hashward and Uryu end up being freed from the Bankai's power, their fates have already been set in stone. Even if Senjumaru is defeated, it doesn't assure their survival, because her Bankai's power is so formidable that even in her defeat she ends up winning. One of the most impressive aspects of Senjumaru's Bankai is how it incorporates very clever ways of defeating each Sternritter. In Lil Barrow's case, it created a room where his greatest strength, which was his unstoppable offensive power, was turned against him, making his own strength his downfall. Askin is defeated by being trapped under 3 layers of spiky metal walls. The metal walls restrict his movement, and because of their inorganic nature, Askin can't escape by poisoning them. It turns Askin's extremely high tolerance to pain against him, since it will guarantee that he stays alive while he is skewered by the spikes of the metal walls. And the fact that Askin is being crushed by objects that possess no Reiatsu of their own, he cannot grow immune to them. This ensures that he remains in eternal pain and can do nothing about it. Pernida's room also perfectly counters his abilities, as it surrounds him in a vortex of sand that completely negates his ability to use his nerves. Due to the light nature of sand, his nerves find nothing solid to grasp or manipulate, and because he is essentially trapped in a confined space, he is unable to escape and ends up being buried alive. Similarly, Gerard's power is cleverly hindered when he is frozen solid. The ice restricts his mobility, making him unable to defend himself, and since he is merely being held in place, Gerard isn't taking any damage that will trigger the power of the miracle. This means that Gerard can neither grow stronger, nor can he fight his way out of this situation. After Hashward loses his sacrifice shield, he is showered with non-stop misfortune by the fire, and this leaves him with no means of saving himself from the flames. Uryu's room also directly counters his abilities due to him being the most traditional Quincy among all of the Schutzstaffel. It appears as though Uryu depends the most on external reishi in order to power up his own attacks. This is an observation even Senjumaru makes when they fight in the Cage of Life, because Uryu was struggling to gather reishi for both Heiren Hyaku as well as his attacks, so trapping him in a room that drains him of that energy had rendered Uryu pretty much powerless. Senjumaru's Bankai isn't just rewriting fate, but it also works extremely well as a conventional power-up. It is evident that Kubo had put so much thought into designing how this Bankai would function. He deserves so much credit for having included this never-before-seen transformation into the anime. As I've spoken about earlier in the video, just by including this Bankai, you can theorize that Senjumaru had set in stone all of the defeats of the Schutzstaffel, leaving no rooms for people arguing about plot convenience or plot armor. Now, before wrapping up my analysis on her Bankai, I'd like to quickly debunk a rapidly growing theory about this Bankai and its writing. It's this idea that because of its ability to manifest abilities of varying elements, it breaks the established rule of Zanpakuto being unable to have power over more than one element. Now, this is blatantly a false notion that's being spread, because Senjumaru's Bankai has nothing to do with elemental manipulation, but rather it manipulates the concept of fate. It's not an ice or fire type Zanpakuto, so its ability to conjure fire and ice is no different than Rose's Bankai Kinshara Butodan, which allows him to create various different elements by using auditory illusions. These Zanpakuto can create these elements as a byproduct of their main abilities, but it doesn't make their Zanpakuto elemental in nature. I just felt like I had to clarify this in this video before this theory gets a bit more traction online. I know that I've spent a massive portion of this video praising Senjumaru's Bankai, but I just love how it fits perfectly in place with what we already know about the Zero Division and their abilities. As the foundation of the Soul Society's million-year history, Nimaya, Ichibe and Senjumaru all possess powers that represent archetypes and concepts. Ichibe possesses power over names, which literally define existence in the Bleach universe. Nimaya, being a swordsmith, possesses the literal archetype of the blade, a sword that cuts without chipping or staining, and kills with a single slash, which is the literal definition of the perfect blade. And now we know that Senjumaru isn't just a weaver of clothing, but also a weaver of the very tapestries that fate is written on. Now, this raises my curiosity as to what concepts Kiryu and Kirinji represent. Let's talk about the Bankai of Ginjo Kugo, which is a bit of a fusion of his Fullbring powers, his own Shinigami powers, and the spiritual energy which he had stolen from Ichigo. In a way, it's not a true Bankai in the traditional sense, as it heavily resembles a holified form. form, especially with the skeletal armor that appears and the hollow-like facial markings that he has. Ginjo's spiritual pressure increases exponentially upon activating his Bankai. He also has a couple of techniques in this form, including an energy beam attack where he fires a large red energy beam from the tip of his sword by gathering his spiritual pressure. The attack resembles a Sero that you'd see from a hollow. He can also fire a black-red colored Getsuga Tensho. It's an ability that he had acquired after stealing Ichigo's powers. While in his Bankai, his Getsuga Tensho blasts are significantly more powerful and larger. While in his Bankai state, all of his physical capabilities, including his endurance, strength and speed, as well as his spiritual pressure, are amplified to a massive degree. Within the Can't Fear Unworld light novels, it's stated that Ginjo's Bankai is less of a true Bankai and more of an advanced Fullbring, which utilizes the powers of a hollow. This form is a unique fusion of Fullbring abilities with Shinigami powers, thus making Ginjo a hybrid being similar to Ichigo.
Soya Izashiro, or as he is now formerly known as Kenpachi Izashiro, was the former captain of the 11th Division, and most importantly, he held the title as the 8th Kenpachi. This was after he had killed Kenpachi Kurashiki. As a character, Izashiro has a rich history and he has a clear goal. He features within the Bleach 2-part novel series Spirits Are Forever With You. Within these novels, we learn about his broken Bankai, his ambitions prior to his imprisonment within Muken, and of course the several battles that he has with Kenpachi Zaraki. Soya Izashiro appears exclusively within the novel Bleach Spirits Are Forever With You, which was released on the 4th of June 2012. In terms of appearance, he has long black hair which is tied back in a ponytail and held in place with a golden band. He wears a similar golden band around his waist. He wears these accessories to represent his noble lineage, as he is from the noble Izashiro family. This family wasn't as highly ranked as the Shihoin household or the Kuchiki household, but rather it was on the level of the Kyoraku family and the Omaida family. I'll cover more about the noble Izashiro family when I talk about his backstory. In terms of appearance, he does resemble Byakuya Kuchiki, and even when it comes to his personality, he isn't all too different. Throughout his appearance within the novel, he has a clear direction, and he doesn't mix his words. This is demonstrated after he leaves Muken and interrupts an emergency meeting held by the head captain. He clearly states his goals and how he means to achieve them, demonstrating that the 250 years or so that he spent within Muken hasn't changed his ambition. Izashiro is first introduced to us as a strange figure who challenges the 7th Kenpachi Kurashiki to a duel. At the time, he was a young man who appeared to not even wield a Zanbakudo, but despite this, he was able to defeat and eventually kill Kurashiki just moments after their duel had begun. This of course is credited to his equally as strange and mysterious Zanbakudo. What we'll do now is talk about the backstory of Izashiro and explain how he had acquired his Zanbakudo and the unique abilities that it possesses. And then we'll talk about all of the moments leading up to his imprisonment within Muken, and then his escape and eventual involvement within the current timeline of the Bleach story. As I've mentioned, Soya Izashiro was born into the noble Izashiro family. This was over 250 years before the current timeline of Bleach, and in that time the Soul Society was far more brutal than it is today. All of the noble families were in a constant struggle of power with each other, and any family who showed a sign of weakness or had struggled to keep up with the competition would end up falling for the tricks that the other noble families would play upon them. Something like this had happened to the Izashiro family, when they would be falsely accused of crimes and sentenced to be executed. Those who were weak were placed before hollows, while those who have enough strength to face off against hollows were sent into the Dangai. This sentence didn't stop the Izashiro family, as they continued to survive thanks to its members being very proficient in swordsmanship and Kido, but as the generations went along, the Izashiro family had become complacent and weak. They started to value wealth over combat ability, and the young Soya Izashiro was following in the footsteps of his family. On the other hand, his older sister was an exception, and she had desired to become a Shinigami, wanting to preserve her family's honor. She was able to convince Soya to join her in her ambition. Not too long after this, the Izashiro family would once again be tricked by being blamed for a crime that they did not commit. The entire family was sentenced to death by fighting against hollows. Almost all of the Izashiro family had been killed, with Soya and his sister being the only survivors. When he was ordered to fight the hollows, his sister intervened and sacrificed herself after she was able able to kill the final hollow, but during her battle she was fatally wounded and ended up dying along with the hollow. Now, Soya Izashiro was the only surviving member of his family. Initially, the nobles had agreed to allow any survivors to live, but predictably they had broken their promise and had brought forward more hollows to kill the young boy. But it was at this moment that a shift occurred within Soya Izashiro's mentality. Growing up, he had assumed that there was no need to acquire power and to learn swordsmanship. If he had sought financial wealth, then he would be able to resolve any one of his issues. But the situation that he has found himself in here, no amount of money will be able to help him. Kubo draws an excellent sketch of a young Soya Izashiro who is cowering on the floor, fearful as he watches his sister die in front of him. Her final words to him were a request, as she tells him to become a strong Shinigami. This traumatic incident had resulted in his Zanpakuto spirit Urazakuro being manifested for the first time. His Zanpakuto spirit was able to manipulate the reishi around them, thus resulting in the slaughter of all of the nearby nobles as well as the hollows. This had allowed Soya Izashiro to escape into Rukongai. The hollows that had survived Urozakuro's attack ended up being blamed for the deaths of the nobles, and so they were executed, thus allowing Soya Izashiro to escape and lead a quiet life for the time being, as he remembers his sister's final request. While wandering, he had decided to carry out his sister's request to become a Shinigami. Thanks to the advice of his Zanpakuto spirit, he had decided to acquire the title of the strongest Kenpachi by challenging none other than Kenpachi Kurashiki. This was 250 years before the defeat of Aizen. At the time, the 7th Kenpachi was accompanied by Shunsui and his members of the 11th Division, as they were celebrating in Rukongai after they had defeated a horde of hollows. When the young man had arrived, his Zanpakuto spirit Urazakuro had confirmed that the man standing before him was indeed his target Kurashiki. Izashiro had ended up challenging him to a battle to the death. The winner would inherit the title of Kenpachi. Shunsui from the get-go had sensed that there was something suspicious about him. Most notably, he wasn't carrying a Zanpakuto, yet he had wanted to battle one of the captains of the Gotei 13. He had ended up warning his friend and fellow captain to be careful, but despite this warning, Kurashiki had accepted the challenge and had asked for Shunsui to act as a witness of their duel. Immediately after their battle had begun, the 7th Kenpachi had found himself being cut up by a tornado of blades from within his body, as his blood begins pouring out of all of the wounds. While the 7th Kenpachi had started to bleed out, the members of the 11th Division had refused to accept this defeat, stating that Izashiro had cheated. When they were about to attack Izashiro, Kurashiki had activated his Shikai and pushed them back. His final request to his subordinates was to honor the victor of the battle and to accept his loss. Izashiro would now inherit the title of Kenpachi, and he would be their new captain, as per the rules of the Kenpachi lineage. Izashiro did note that if Kurashiki had used his Bankai from the very get-go, then he may well have won, but because of the devastating power of the 7th Kenpachi's Bankai, it would have most likely endangered his subordinates, and this is why he didn't use it. Izashiro had referred to Kurashiki as being foolish for wanting to protect his subordinates, as this was his weakness that had resulted in his defeat and ultimate death. This demonstrates that Izashiro will do anything, even kill people near to him for the pursuit of his goal and desire. Before dying, Kurashiki had advised Izashiro not to make the same mistakes that he did and to hold back against an opponent, because that is what it means to be a Kenpachi. So after acquiring the title of the strongest, what is there left for Izashiro to do? What are his goals now? We learn that he had desired to transform the criminals within Rukongai into strong soldiers by altering their minds through psychosurgery. This is a real and very taboo medical procedure that involves removing parts of the brain that are linked to mental illness in order to improve a patient's symptoms. While frowned upon in most developed countries, there are still areas of the world that practice this strange medical procedure. Izashiro had wanted to operate on the criminals and remove parts of their brain in order to transform them into obedient soldiers who would work under him within the 11th Division. When he had revealed this plan to the Central 46, they had laughed in his face. In a spiteful and humiliating manner, they had challenged him to go ahead with his ridiculous plan, as they didn't expect him to find any success with it. But how wrong they were, because Izashiro was able to successfully operate upon the criminals of Rukongai, and he was able to reform them into obedient, strong soldiers. His success was an overwhelming "I told you so" to the Central 46, and they didn't take too kindly to Izashiro after he had proven them wrong. In addition to this, Izashiro was able to make these soldiers loyal to him. The Central 46 didn't agree to this, as they believed that loyalty is reserved to them and to the noble families, clearly proving that they don't consider the Izashiro family to be a noble one anymore. With regret that they had allowed Izashiro to carry out his plans, they had framed him with false charges, stating that he had altered the souls of criminals without permission and had made him out to be a criminal. But he didn't didn't care too much about their decision, as he had continued on with his plans. Azashiro had gone as far as to even fight against the Gotei 13, and he was able to hold his own because of the ridiculous power of his Zanpakuto. Azashiro had ended up surrendering and had given up on his plans after he could sense that the Zero Division were arriving to apprehend him. He was disheartened to learn that even the Soul King disapproves of his plans. After being apprehended, Azashiro was sentenced to 19,500 years of imprisonment within Muken. While initially Azashiro's plans involved reforming criminals within Rukongai, they had quickly escalated as he wanted to carry out his duty as a Shinigami. He desired to purify all of the hollows within Huecomundo, as well as wanting to alter the souls or the brains of every human within the real world. He wanted to do this via psychosurgery, in a similar method that he had used on the criminals. He wanted to eliminate the emotions that arise within humans that end up leading to the birth of hollows. After a human dies and its soul lingers within the real world for too long, this soul ends up being corrupted through emotions of guilt, regret, or sadness. These emotions manifest because of their attachment to their prior life. If he is able to remove these emotions via psychosurgery, then it will prevent the birth of any more hollows. So Huecomundo will no longer be populated with hollows, and after removing these emotions, there won't be any need for people to go to hell. Now, this goal of Azashiro's does not change for the duration of Spirits Are Forever With You. So Azashiro had only been a captain of the 11th Division for about a year before he was imprisoned within Muken. Now, before we talk about Azashiro's role within the current timeline of the story, I want to talk about his Zanpakuto because it is really fascinating. Like I mentioned before, his Zanpakuto is called Urozakuro, and it is the only blade within the entire Soul Society that we know that is in a constant Bankai state. This incredibly powerful and broken Bankai is able to fuse with all of its surroundings, thus allowing Azashiro to control them. This ability extends to everything, even including the earth and the air. We learn that Azashiro's inner world is constantly fused with the outside world, thus making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. When Azashiro uses his power to fuse his entire being with portions of the Serite, it results in the Serite becoming an extension of himself. This allows him to use his senses within the area that he is controlling, explaining how he is able to hear conversations that are happening when he isn't in the same room. This is because he can merge his senses with the air of the Serite, thus allowing him to see, hear, and know about everything that is going on in the area that he controls. We learn that the woman that was accompanying Azashiro, who had guided him to the 7th Kenpachi, was in fact his Zanpakuto spirit Urozakuro, and it seems as though only he is able to see her, and she is constantly with him. With his powers, he is also able to appear in and out of space, thus giving him an ability that is similar to teleporting over vast distances. Now, Azashiro's Zanpakuto has two key abilities that we need to know about. The first is Seitei Yugo. This is the ability that he had used to kill Kuriyashiki with a single attack. It allows him to merge with the body of his victim and to destroy them from the inside out. Another ability that he has is called Utsusu. This grants him with the ability of creating several copies of his mouth and hands, as well as any other body part that he wishes. He can conjure up these copies in different locations all at once, and in doing so he is able to summon hundreds of high-level Kido spells all at the same time. He uses this ability during his battle against Kenpachi, when he summons several Ito Kaso spells against him. It's understandable to see how this overpowered technique would allow him to easily overpower a large number of enemies, but as with every Zanpakuto and Bankai, they all have some sort of weakness, and Azashiro's Zanpakuto is no exception to this. Now, because of Urozakuro's power, he is able to fuse his body with any reishi attacks, thus making it very difficult to hurt him via these types of attacks. But because of this, it makes him very vulnerable to abilities that are focused on absorption. Any ability that sucks in reishi is very dangerous to Azashiro. Now, because Azashiro's Zanpakuto allows him to extend his senses throughout any area that he is controlling, he is able to overcome a formidable Zanpakuto like Kyōkotsu, which of course is the power of complete hypnosis. When the two of them had met within Muken, Aizen had admitted to him that his Zanpakuto would be useless against Azashiro. This meeting between the two of them had occurred during the 17 months after Aizen's defeat. Initially, while in Muken, Aizen was completely sealed for an entire year, unable to see, hear, speak, and even move thanks to being tied down to Chair-sama. But Azashiro, on the other hand, was able to move freely within Muken. Through using his Zanpakuto's power, he was able to remove the seals placed upon Aizen's mouth, ears, and his left eye. Aizen was able to immediately recognize Azashiro once he could see again, knowing that he was a former captain of the 11th Division, as well as recognizing him as the 8th Kenpachi. While speaking to Azashiro, Urozakuro had advised him to take Aizen's Hokyoku, but he had refused, stating that he has no interest in it. He simply wants to ask Aizen about the outside world. Aizen responds by saying that Izashiro is able to see the entire Serete while being in Muken. He is a man who even Kyōkatsu will be ineffective against. What possibly could he reveal to Izashiro about the outside world that he doesn't already know about? Izashiro then refines his question by asking about the real world and how Aizen was defeated by Ichigo, as he had expected him to be defeated by the Zero Division. He also goes on to ask Aizen about the one who currently holds the title of Kenpachi. Izashiro states that he was surprised that Kenpachi was able to defeat the Espada Noitra, despite the fact that he had struggled against Shikai Ichigo. Aizen responds by saying that trapping the captains and Kenpachi in particular within Hueco was necessary. He states that out of all of the captains, Yamamoto and Kenpachi would pose the biggest threats to his plans, so he had measures in place to deal with the two of them. Now this in fact is shocking information to learn, that Aizen had wanted to avoid an encounter with Kenpachi during the fake Karakura Town arc, and this is because Kenpachi's power wildly fluctuates, and this is something that is explained by Aizen when he answers Izashiro's question about how Kenpachi was able to defeat Noitra despite having struggled against Shikai Ichigo. He reveals that when Kenpachi battles, he desires to not kill his opponent. He does so by subconsciously matching his Reiatsu with the enemy, because Kenpachi loves to fight on the brink of death. The Spirits Are Forever With You novels were released before Unohana's battle with Kenpachi, and this reveal within the novel was something that the author Ryogo Narita was able to pick up about Kenpachi's character through the subtle foreshadowing that Kubo uses in the manga. Kubo was actually shocked when he had read this during the review of the novel, as it was something that he had planned to write about within the Thousand Year Blood War arc, and it was actually a spoiler for the upcoming events of the manga. Narita had even offered to remove this from the novel, especially if it was going to spoil fans, but Kubo had insisted that it remains within the novel, as it proves how well versed Narita is with Kubo's work, and why he was the right pick to create these novels that expand upon the world and lore of Bleach. Coming back to Izashiro's character, he was able to escape Muken thanks to the thread-like abilities of the Aranka Roka Paramiya. The Shinigami are immediately alerted after he escapes, as the head captain holds an emergency captain's meeting. The escaped prisoner is referred to as Kenpachi Izashiro. Of the captains who are present, several recognize the name, like Unohana, Shunsui, Shinji, and even Kensei. This meeting ends up being interrupted by the arrival of Yoriichi, who reveals that she had learnt about Izashiro's Zanpakuto after she had spoken to his Zanpakuto spirit herself. This was 100 years ago when Urozakuro had presented herself before Urahara and Yoriichi, while Urahara was training with the Tenshintai in order to manifest his own Zanpakuto spirit into the real world. Urozakuro had used the Tenshintai in order to appear before them, as it reveals her identity to them and the abilities that she possesses. After learning about Urozakuro and all of her abilities, including the extension of the senses across any area you control, and the likelihood that Izashiro has been listening in on their conversation this entire time, he ends up interrupting the meeting and appearing before the captains. He reveals that his goal of wanting to perform psychosurgery on all of the humans has not changed, and he has a method to perform this procedure on every single human across the entire world within a short span of time, as long as he can secure the help of the Aranka Roka Paramiya. The range of Izashiro's Bankai appears to be limited by his Reiatsu, but with the help of this female Aranka, he will be able to extend the reach of his Bankai and be able to perform the procedure on a larger number of humans at the same time. This is because Roka Paramiya's ability is to transfer Reiatsu between people, meaning that she can amplify Izashiro's Reiatsu, allowing him to successfully complete his plan of ridding humans of the emotions that would transform them into hollows. After revealing this, Izashiro disappears. The Gote 13 mobilize in order to locate the Aranka and to prevent her meeting with Izashiro. This is where the head captain orders Kenpachi Zaraki to go to the real world in order to capture the Aranka. Accompanied by Ikkaku and Yumichika, he enters into the Dangai, headed for Karakura Town, but just as they see the entrance into the real world, Soya Izashiro appears before them, stopping them from progressing further. After introducing themselves, the first battle between Izashiro and Kenpachi begins. Kenpachi wastes no time by swinging his sword into the air, but Izashiro avoids the attack by disappearing into thin air, thanks to his Bankai. After he re-emerges, Kenpachi exclaims that if his opponent can hide in the air, then he will have to cut the air to hurt him. Izashiro firsthand witnesses Kenpachi's insatiable hunger for battle, and decides to use his ability Utsusu, which I had spoken about earlier, as he summons several hands and mouths that surround Kenpachi, and begin chanting several Kido spells that that all strike him at once. Despite being hurt, Kenpachi appears to have survived the barrage of attacks, admitting that he may have underestimated his opponent. But by the time that he gets ready to fight again, Asashiro has already left, thus ending their first encounter. After their battle, Asashiro was trying to locate Rukia through fusing with the air of Karakura Town, but he was unable to locate her. He then turns his attention towards Kenpachi again, who was taking part in another battle within a Garganta over Karakura Town. Asashiro and Kenpachi would begin their second battle within this very Garganta, as he wonders how Kenpachi's Reiatsu is able to become so much stronger within a short space of time. This is something that even Kenpachi is unable to explain, and so beginning their second battle, Asashiro closes his eyes and summons several Gigai around Kenpachi, as he controls them to chant one of the most powerful spells, Hado number 96, Ito Kaso, the very Hado spell that Yamamoto had used against Aizen during the Fate Karakura Town arc. Kenpachi is trapped and he has nowhere to go as he takes on several of these attacks all at once. Asashiro had assumed that he had defeated Kenpachi, but after turning around he witnesses that his opponent has miraculously survived the attack. This leads to Asashiro becoming desperate as he fuses his body with multiple objects to attack the seemingly invincible Kenpachi. He is left with no choice but to use Seitai Yugo, the very attack that had swiftly taken out Kuriyashiki. He fuses with Kenpachi's body and attempts to crush his lungs, but to no avail. Even this seems to be ineffective against Kenpachi. Asashiro, who is despairing now against his powerful opponent, disappears into the air, but Kenpachi strikes the air with a powerful attack that throws Asashiro out of the Garganta, hurtling down into Karakura Town. It is here where he finally finds Rukia Paramiya, who is being defended by Don Kanonji. He has little time to fuse with Rukia before Kenpachi returns, but at this time Asashiro is moved as he witnesses Don Kanonji protect the female Aranka. It reminds him of his childhood when he was too weak to do anything to protect his older sister, but Don Kanonji on the other hand, despite being weak, is still willing to protect Rukia. This touching display leads to Asashiro abandoning his goal, most likely because these feelings of despair, guilt and sadness that he wants to rid from humans are the very emotions that have shaped his character. He feels all of these emotions when it comes to his older sister, and understandably if these emotions didn't exist, then the death of his sister would be meaningless to him. When Kenpachi appears to deliver the final blow against him, Asashiro doesn't even defend himself as he accepts the attack and allows himself to be cut by Kenpachi. After this final attack, Kenpachi had apprehended him and had taken him to a Senkaimon, where Asashiro would regain consciousness. Kenpachi then asks him to continue their battle. Asashiro, who appears to have given up, doesn't seem to be too interested in fighting, but he still honors Kenpachi's request, as he asks his Zanpakuto Urozakaru to return to its Shikai state, where we see his Zanpakuto which looks no different to an ordinary blade. They both introduce themselves as the captains of the 11th Division as they clash during their third and final battle. Kenpachi returns from the Senkaimon appearing to have been the victor, and after this battle Asashiro is eventually sent back to Muken, where he meets with Aizen and tells him that the next time that he sees him he will have improved so much that he will appear to be a different person. Aizen looks forward to seeing the results of Asashiro's training. After he returns to his prison cell, he uses a drug on himself that makes him perceive every second as hundreds of years, and this is similar to what Mayuri had used against Zailaporo. He does this because he wants to be alone so that he can train himself to be a stronger Shinigami, and this story is now tying back to the final request of his older sister. And when he asks his Zanpakuto spirit Urozakaru to reveal herself, she appears without the bands that were covering her face, as he sees his Zanpakuto spirit's face for the first time, as he states that she resembles his older sister. Now this brings an end to Asashiro's story. The character that I'm going to be talking about in this video originates from the two-part Spirits Are Forever With You novel series. These novels were written by Ryogo Narita, the same author who had done Count for Your Own World, and all of the artwork within it was drawn by Kubo himself. Both volumes of Spirits Are Forever With You were released on the 4th of June 2012, and as of making this video they are a Japanese exclusive release. These novels were created to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Bleach, and in this video we're going to be focusing on the 7th Kenpachi, Kenpachi Kuriyashiki. We're going to be covering everything that we know about this character from the novels, as well as discussing the role that he plays in carrying forward the title of Kenpachi. Kuriyashiki was a former captain of the 11th Division, and like I've mentioned, he held the title of the 7th Kenpachi. The title of Kenpachi is given to the strongest Shinigami. Now, because there can only be one Kenpachi for any given generation, any individual wanting to inherit the title must kill the current Kenpachi. We learn about this rule within chapter 526, and through the role of Kenpachi Zaraki, after he had killed his predecessor predecessor Kenpachi Giganjo, who we were introduced to during the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. Now within Bleach we only know about 3 Kenpachis. The first to inherit the title, Yachiru Unohana, the 10th Kenpachi, Kenpachi Giganjo, and of course the 11th and current holder of the title, Kenpachi Zaraki. But within the novel series Bleach Spirits Are Forever With You, we are introduced to the 7th Kenpachi Kuriyashiki, as well as the 8th Kenpachi Soya Azashiro. Kuriyashiki was described as a formidable warrior who had fought alongside current captains of the Gotei 13 like Shunsui. They had taken part in several battles over the course of several hundreds of years. Now upon initial inspection he does appear to have a striking resemblance to Ginjo Kugo, but the life that he leads is completely different. From the sketch that Kubo has drawn of the 7th Kenpachi, we can see that he is a tall and well-built Shinigami, with long dark flowing hair that reaches past his neck. He has a sleeveless captain's coat and a black Shinigami Shihakusho that he wears under it, as well as having the signature chest hair which will remind you of Shunsui. Speaking of Shunsui, Kuriyashiki was actually one of his closest friends. It is said that he had known the 7th Kenpachi better than any of the other captains within the Gotei 13. Under his rule, the 11th Division ended up having a great deal of respect for him. He was a warm-hearted character who was very extroverted, so understandably his underlings had found him to be very approachable, unlike the current leader of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, who is anything but approachable. Most of the information about this character is revealed to us within the first Spirits Are Forever With You book, as we learn a lot of key information about his character within the 2nd and 16th chapter. Now while holding the title of the strongest Shinigami and understandably excelling in battle, he was known to not brag or boast about his skills. Choosing to remain humble, he instead speaks about how much he respects individuals like Head Captain Yamamoto, Unohana, and the heads of the Kuchiki and Shihoin clans, having admiration for them because of the power that they hold. The earliest piece of information that we learn about Kuriyashiki is that he was offered a promotion into the Zero Division, but he had humbly declined the offer, as he had admitted that he would not be a good fit to protect the Soul King, describing himself as far too lazy for the task. We know that Kuriyashiki had fought the previous Kenpachi in a battle to the death, and he was able to protect his title for several centuries. Within chapter 2 of Spirits Are Forever With You, we are taken 250 years before the defeat of Aizen. Somewhere within Rukongai, the 11th Division, who are specialized in combat, are facing off against several hollows. As the sounds of swords clashing fills the air, they are accompanied by their captain Kuriyashiki, and it is said that he had radiated so much spiritual pressure that it had made the masks on the faces of the hollows shake. Several hours after the battles with the hollows, the 11th Division is seen to be having a drinking party in celebration of their victory. The 4th and 8th Division had arrived to their location in order to offer support, but it wasn't needed as the battle was already over. Kuriyashiki had invited them to join their party. Among the members was Captain Shunsui, who had joined them in their celebration. The 7th Kenpachi would go on to ask Shunsui if he would be able to defeat a Vasto Lorde, to which Shunsui responds that it depends upon whether if he is suited to that opponent's skill sets. For example, he may win against a Vasto Lorde but lose against a Gillian. It just depends upon the abilities of the hollow. He had asked this question because in the past Kuriyashiki had defeated a Vasto Lorde who was a high-ranking member of Baragon's army of hollows, and this victory over a Vasto Lorde had earned him the respect of his division members. At the time we learned that Kuriyashiki's lieutenant was none other than Ashido Kano. He was a Shinigami who had disappeared within Huecomundo a few years ago while on the hunt for a hollow. This character was originally supposed to appear within the manga during the Huecomundo arc, but he had to be cut from the series due to time constraints. He does make an appearance during the short story arc of the Forest of the Menos, which takes place between episodes 147 to 149 of the anime. The group who is partying is then interrupted by the arrival of a young man who requests for a second of Kuriyashiki's time. From the way that this individual had carried himself, it was evident that he was from nobility. He cuts to the chase and addresses Kuriyashiki and states that he had heard that if he kills him in front of his 200 men, then he will gain the title of Kenpachi, as well as the position of the 11th captain of the Gotei 13. Kuriyashiki confirms this to be correct, to which the young man states that he would like to challenge him to the death right now. While the other members of the 11th Division laugh at this request, Shunsui and Kuriyashiki on the other hand remain firm in their expressions. The 7th Kenpachi gets up and states that he doesn't need to sober up, as he accepts the young man's request. The division members appear to be pitying the young man, as he isn't even carrying a zanpakuto. He is just accompanied by a black-haired woman who appears to be wearing a white kimono, which is excessively decorated, along with 2 leather straps having crossed over her face covering her eyes. The 11th Division members form a circle around their captain and the young man who has challenged him. Before beginning the battle, Kurashiki requests for Shunsui to act as a witness of their battle. When Shunsui tries to tell the young man that there are other ways to become a captain of the Gotei 13, he responds by telling him that he isn't interested in small talk. Shunsui notes that his response is very cold and lacks any emotion, as he then warns Kurashiki to be careful, as he thinks to himself that the fact that the young man doesn't have a Zanpakuto, this doesn't mean that he's going to be weak. Kurashiki seems to ignore Shunsui's warning as he smiles and continues with the battle. Over the hundreds of years that he has held the title of Kenpachi, he has won several battles to the death. After the young man confirms that the requirements for the battle are met and they are both prepared, Kurashiki then finds himself being caught up by an unknown force. It's almost as if a whirlwind of blades have just burst out of his body, as his blood begins to spray out everywhere. None of the 11th Division members, as well as Shunsui, has seen the young man draw a Zanpakuto, or even summon a Kido spell. In fact, the young man didn't even move at all. In chapter 16, we learn about the aftermath of their battle and Kurashiki's final moments. The young man who had defeated him was none other than Soya Azashiro, a member of the noble Azashiro family. The 11th Division members refused to accept him as their new leader, as they state that he had cheated, as he had defeated their captain without even moving. They charge towards Azashiro as Shunsui tries to stop them, but Kurashiki beats him to it as he releases his Shikai, called Gagaku Kairo. This manages to blast them away, as we learn more information about his Shikai, finding out that it's a living type Zanpakuto, very similar to Unohana's Minazuki. Kurashiki's Zanpakuto is a white monster the size of a bear. It has no eyes, nose, ears, or limbs. It simply has a large mouth with equally as large fangs. There are 13 of these creatures floating around Kurashiki. The 7th Kenpachi struggles as he gets back onto his feet. In this instance, he is barely alive. He somehow finds the strength to yell at his subordinates, as he tells them to accept that he has lost, telling them not to bring shame to the 11th Division. He tells Shunsui to also accept this decision and to tell the head captain to look after this young man. He tells Shunsui that he regrets that he wasn't able to fight against him and Ukitake even once, as he would have liked to test his skills out against them. Just as he is about to die, his Zanpakuto returns to its sealed state as he falls to his knees. Azashiro, who is now looking down at the kneeling Kurashiki, states that he may have lost if Kurashiki had immediately released his Bankai. The Bankai of the 7th Kenpachi was known across the Soul Society. Upon activation, it would summon an enormous jaw with large fangs from the ground, which would eat and destroy everything within its reach. Kurashiki's Bankai would eat everything except for himself. But because of this incredible power, his Bankai had two significant drawbacks. After activating it, Kurashiki would not be able to use his Bankai or his Shikai for 6 months. And the second drawback would be that he isn't able to control the power of his Bankai properly, meaning that anybody in the area, whether if it is an enemy or a friend, would be killed. Thus explaining why Kurashiki didn't activate his Bankai, because Shunsui and his subordinates were with him. His Bankai was so powerful that the Central 46 had deemed it to be too dangerous and had forbidden him from using it within the Serete. But because their battle are taking place within Rukongai, Kurashiki could have definitely used his Bankai here, but he didn't in order to protect his subordinates, and Azashiro thinks that this was foolish to do. Before dying, Kurashiki acknowledges him as his successor and also whispers something to him, and just before he dies, he smiles and turns towards his subordinates and Shunsui, offering to them his final words. He tells them not to worry because he has died, because the title of Kenpachi will never die. Kurashiki would then succumb to his injuries and die, approximately 250 years before the present timeline of the series.
A massive thank you goes out to all of my amazing Patreon supporters for helping to make this video possible. If you also want to support the channel and see your name in the end of my videos, then check out my Patreon, which has loads of perks like early video access and so much more.
Thank you for sticking around till the end of the video, and whatever you contribute will mean a lot to me.